Excellent.
So we're back with Mickey Montlo again.
Hello, everyone.
So if I remember correctly, you were with us on Monday. Is that right?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, so this is a bit different type of stream because we are sharing it right from the Discord. Oh, there'll be an echo. I have to... Just a second. Okay. So yeah, I'll start with questions and then others will join after me. And the question is very, very simple. What is your plan with those series of drawings that you did during the COVID-19 that those current quarantine series? Will this end up being some sort of a book, novel?
Yeah, that's the thing. It started as almost as a game, or as something that I started doing because I was getting really stressed out the first days of lockdown here. Situation seemed to be a bit out of control, so I started doing these drawings just for fun. And yeah, I started working a lot, and when I realized I had more than 60 drawings, so I was like, some people started suggesting that maybe I could make a book or something. So I started studying the possibility of doing it, publishing myself and everything. But it was a lot of work, and since that is not my main job, since I still have a lot of work to do with the comics I'm doing and teaching, etc., I contact these guys in Spain, spacemanproject.com, and I know them personally, and I know they do nice books. So they offered me the possibility to do the publishing themselves. So there's now this page going on where you can order the book, and the book should be printed in only a few weeks. So so yeah, there will be a book. Actually, I can post. Well, I'll write it here. So it's going to be easier for people if they want to check out the book. But yeah, it's been a great experience actually, since usually I focus a lot on the technical part of the process of drawing and painting and stuff. Um, and for these drawings, really quick drawings, where the important part was the message, and it was a really nice experience, since it was I was able to release a lot of stress through these drawings. It was not stressful as when I try to, do something technically technically complex, and I'm trying to find a way to make it look better and better. With these drawings, it was just I had an idea, and I had to put it on paper, or in this case, in the screen, in the shortest time possible. So it was something that I was like studying for a while, the possibility of focusing a bit more on the message more than on the form of what I was doing, and it was such a great experience. Something that I will definitely keep doing. And I see there's been people writing. Let's see if I can find.
Uh, there's a there's a IFCC QA text channel, so maybe they'll be writing there or elsewhere. I don't know, but I suggest that if anyone has questions, you can ask here directly. So uh, tell me, in the meantime, how does this all this situation affect your incomes and I mean,
Well, in my case, it hasn't been really critical or anything, since like usually my plan of work usually is to have one main project. In this case, it's a long comic book, 120 pages that I'm finishing right now for the Chinese market, but it will be published worldwide. And I was just finishing it now, so it was a coincidence, but the lockdown happened at the same time that I was just I had only 2 months left to finish this comic. So what I did, because I have, especially when there's a stressful situation going on, I have the tendency to you know to speed up all my activities. So in this case, I just started to work more, and what actually happened is that I was able to reach my deadlines with way more time than if there wasn't a lockdown going on. So it didn't really affected me in the sense that I had a long term deadline, and the only thing I had to do is just stay at home and work a lot, which is exactly what I did. So it was not a big issue for me. But I have a lot of colleagues that told me that it was very stressful for them because they had problems to focus on their work, and it was really problematic to just stay at home all day and not being able to work, which luckily it wasn't my case. So not it was not really an issue for me, luckily. So Marco, I'm trying to find the channel where people is asking questions. Is it the IFCC voice channel?
Sorry, I mute myself while you talk, so because I have a lot of things going on here
Okay.
around me, like kid and cats. Yeah, I don't think that anyone has posted any questions yet.
Okay.
I suggest that they do, but they're
That's probably the reason why I don't see any questions. Okay.
everyone was very chatty yesterday evening, but it looks like after 6 days of doing this, they might be a bit tired, but
Okay.
we'll see. Yeah, okay. Mooncube, he doesn't have a question. He just reminds you that the text channel is there where it is. Yeah, just a second. Yeah, I wanted to ask you also. Do you have any free time for doing any kind of mentoring activities for those who would be interested to learn from you? And are there any plans on offering education? Since we're all about the education, this is what I usually ask everyone. So
Yeah, normally what I do in terms of mentoring or teaching is through CGMA, CG Masters Academy. I created a comic-based course there, which I teach every 2 months. So right now I'm in the middle of one, and usually I take a break during the summer. So this summer I will not be teaching. So I don't do that individually, but I do that through the school. So the answer is yes, but only through the school for now, at least. And I see there's some questions already here. From Septimiu. How do you come up with stories for your comics projects when you don't have a client or a brief that is given to you? It's a complex question, but mainly what I try to do is the main thing I question myself on my head is, if this project was able to be sold one day, and if you had to spend 1 or 2 years working on this, what would be the topic, or what kind of project would it be, so you could spend all that time working on that and not get completely crazy, in other words, like, what would you like to draw for a long time? For example, with my first comic book, since I've always been a great fan of science fiction, the idea was to spend some time drawing sci-fi stuff, planets, space pirates, spaceships, and stuff like that. So yeah, it ended up being 5-year long project. So you better think not what people wants to see, but what would you like to work on? Because if you're thinking on what the public wants to see, not what you want to do, uh, maybe you'll have the good luck or the bad luck to sell that project, and you're going to have to spend a long time drawing something you don't really care about. So for me, the main question is, what inspires you to draw? What would you like to draw? You know? And Deb Forres is asking, what's your routine when it comes to sketching? Do you like sit on a certain time of the day and just draw and draw after you come up with an idea? That's a really interesting question, because I actually learned a lot about that on the last few months with quarantine work. Because as I was saying, for me, I'm more used to put time on my work in terms of technical skills, lights and perspective, and all that stuff, which is fine. I mean, I like to draw, but sometimes what I miss on that, and what I think it happens to a lot of artists, is that they develop huge technical skills, but the message sometimes is a bit weak. Like the cool drawings, really well done, perspective is perfect, colors are amazing, it's visually beautiful, but it's kind of empty. So I've always been a great fan of underground comics like Robert Crumb and that kind of stuff, which are something completely different and opposite in some senses of what I do. In the sense that they speak a lot about their thoughts, and it's all about the message. So what I was trying to do with the quarantine works was exactly that. And it's funny because like ideas, they never come to you when you sit and think. It's same with writing. I don't really have a lot of experience on writing, but whenever I tried, I've noticed that it doesn't work to simply sit down and start writing. Maybe it works if you're Stephen King, or if you're someone who's been doing it for a long time and can do it automatically. But if what you're looking for is for good ideas of inspiration, the best thing you can do is probably go for a walk in a nice place, and get lost on your thoughts, and think, or maybe go running, whatever you would like to do. And for me, for the quarantine diary thing, the best ideas I would have would be, I don't know, having breakfast, or maybe just, I don't know, going for a walk for a while, and suddenly I would see something, or I would have some kind of insight where like ideas would start coming to me. So with having ideas, it's more like you need to be in a certain um, state of you're being able to receive all these ideas, that they're like they go through you and you can catch them. If you're not in that state of searching for ideas, you will never catch them. You will see them pass, and they will never materialize into something. But if you're, for example, on the state I was when I was doing the diaries, um, any little thing, or any little detail that maybe would be worthless to draw when I was not doing this would be a good excuse to start drawing. And of course, some ideas will be better than others, but you don't really know until you put them on paper. I got surprised that some of the ideas that I thought they were not great, people loved them. And some of the ideas that I thought they were really good, like people wouldn't care that much about them. So it's a very interesting experience to see how that works. So to me, it was very, very useful to propose myself as a challenge. Like, you have to draw an idea every day, because I learned a lot about how to work with ideas and how to make them better. So yeah, a really interesting topic. And Peter is asking, worship Jolly Roger is super cool. Thank you very much. I put my heart and my soul into that project. Will there be more? I don't know, really. I don't know. It doesn't really depend on me. I would love to. I miss drawing those guys, but it would have to be a combination of having a good deal with a publisher, which basically means being well paid. And the other condition would be that Sylvain, who is the writer, and myself, we come up with a new idea that actually gives us good continuity um, with the previous books, and that is, interesting enough to put work on this. But yeah, it would be cool. Like, the more time goes by, the more I feel like it would be an interesting experience, doing more books, especially because, like, Worship Jolly Roger were my first comic books, and I was absolutely unexperienced, especially when I did the first one, obviously. But since, for to do, just to give you an idea, when I did the first book, it took me a year and a half to draw 54 pages in color to finish the book. And today, what the book I'm finishing, it's 120 pages in color. And to me, it's technically superior to Worship Jolly Roger, and it has taken me exactly the same time, a year and a half, which means that probably I could do two books of Worship Jolly Roger now if everything goes well. I could do two books in the time that I could do only one, like 5 years ago. So yeah, it would be an interesting experience. But right now, I really don't know. I really don't know. I miss the characters. That's all I can say. I really miss drawing those guys. I have a very special bond with them. Yes, Timmy is saying it's interesting how the audience relate to your idea, especially now when the audience is so diverse and have a lot of different cultural backgrounds. Yeah, I think so too. I think so too. It's interesting in the sense that since for the last 20 years with the internet and everyone learning how to speak English and everyone laughing at the same memes and seeing the same videos and listening to the same music, I think that now more than ever, it's obvious that there's some sort of a collective hive mind, somehow. So if you really want to learn the internet language, you you like, to me, I really had, especially when I was doing this quarantine work, I really had the feeling that I was learning a new language. Especially when I started playing out with memes and because a very common thought that I would have while doing these drawings would be, how can I do something that everyone can relate? I think that behind the fact of drawing, there's always a will to communicate with other people, and to me, it was very obvious when I was isolated at home. I really had the feeling to feel closer to other people. So it's almost when you're telling a joke to your friends, you're thinking on you're talking about topics that they can relate to, that stuff that they can understand. And sometimes it changes from culture to culture, but some jokes that they always work. There's something in common in all human beings, independently of what's their culture or language, that everyone can relate. And that's why memes, I find memes are so interesting nowadays, because they're becoming a sort of an international language that transcends culture and language. So on the internet, if you want to speak the internet language, you should be able to understand how does this works, and how can you deal with something that everyone can understand, independently of who it is, or where is he from. Yeah, exactly. It's interesting, this hive mind idea, and I wonder what kind of impact this has on society. Yeah, because since we're now more than ever able to understand each other through language or memes or whatever, it's way more difficult to see the other as a completely different being than yourself. So I'm optimistic in that sense. I think that's generally good. So therefore, Res is asking, when you sketch, do you first go with simple shapes and then draw detail on top of it, like in this example, or is your understanding of form so good you're sketching characters right away? I usually so he's showing this particular drawing here. I usually I don't do this part, like the geometry part. I start right away with this. Um, yeah, and the more I draw, I used to do I used to do way more detailed sketches before start inking, because I was feeling at the beginning I was feeling a bit insecure about about ink, but the more I am drawing now, the more I leave my sketches unfinished, and I finish them once. I go through inking. Let me see if I can find a video here so I can show you what I mean. I had a couple of videos here. Oh no, but I saved up on my external drive. Let me see if I can find a video. I have 1,000 tutorials, but the videos are so heavy that usually I just send them to my external drive, and I erase them from here. Let's see if this one works. Yeah, I think my computer is running a bit slow. So many stuff open. So see here, you can clearly see what's the level of detail. With my sketches, and how does it change when I like, to me, defining my drawings less, it's much better in the sense that then inking becomes a complete new thing. It's not boring as tracing. You end up defining the drawing as you ink, which makes it a way more interesting experience. I hope you're able to see. I hope you're able to see the sketch down the final ink. But see, the problem is that if your sketches, like happens sometimes with some American artists when they do superheroes and stuff, if your sketches are so finished that then the inker has no margin to improve anything, it becomes a really mechanical and boring activity. This one was actually a lot of fun. Oh, you're seeing this code only. So sorry. I thought it was the full screen. Sorry about that. So Juice is asking, I have been really enjoying your quarantine comics. I think you captured the emotional roller coaster from high points to low, just back middles of it extremely well. I recently watched Porco Rosso for the first time, so it also randomly resonated with me. So my question is, how do you compare approach the difference in format of web-based comics and printed ones? How do you approach paneling? Um, that's I'm still learning about that, because I've noticed that the differences in format can make that a specific comic or panel works very well in one platform and doesn't work at all in other. The main difference, for example, when I'm trying to export some of these drawings um, that were working well um, on Instagram, then I would post them on Twitter, and they were not working at all. And that's because you always have to keep in mind what's going to be the format that the receiver will see that. On Instagram, it's actually really easy because it's very extremely simple. You know that the the viewer will be just scrolling down, and at some point will simply find your image. And what I've noticed too is that on social media platforms like Instagram or Twitter, the attention span of the public is really short. It's probably less than a second. So the images you work on, they tend to work better the more simple they are. So there's only room for very, very short, simple messages. And that's what I was trying to focus on, like something that could be grasped and understood in barely a second. And I think there's an obvious progression on that, since on the first panels I was doing for the quarantine panels, there was longer texts, and they were images that were a bit more complex in terms of reading them. And the last ones were extremely simple. Like there were stuff that you could understand in, as I said, in barely a second. So if you want to communicate through social media, that is something that you should definitely keep in mind. So yeah, it's a pity, guys, that you can only see my Discord window. Um, I thought you were able to see my screen, so I even did a drawing and stuff, but no one was able to see it anyway. So yeah, I'm really happy actually that people liked the book. I really didn't expect it. It's just something that I did for fun. So to to be able to communicate effectively with all the invisible people on the other side of the screen, it's a really nice experience. And like everyone, uh, like we all know that the internet is full of trolls and nasty people, but all the inputs I got while I was working on these were like, or 99.9% were very, very positive. And I really had the feeling that, I could help a bit some people to, as Jules was saying, to, I could make these comics resonate with them so they would feel a bit less isolated. Okay, I'm gonna try to, as Marco suggested, to get out of screen share and share the whole desktop and see if I can share images with you doing that. So I'm going to interrupt this for a second again. Okay, excellent. You should see my whole screen now. I was showing you these videos. Let me move. Let me move these to the other side. Just confirm me, guys, if you are seeing the screen with a Viking video. Excellent. So I'll leave this running if I can get rid of the sound. Excellent. So Septimio is asking, what was your favorite, most fun project you work on, not including personal projects? I found the audience can tell if you enjoy what you're working on. Oh, absolutely. I absolutely agree. I think probably one of the funniest ones was the one gig I made with Blizzard about 2 years ago with Roadhog comic. For some reason, I really my work really fit with the fun tone and action tone that that comic had, and it was a really nice experience. Let me see. I have the video somewhere here, so I can show you. It was a really fun comic to do. I have the cover here. Yeah, usually my works with yeah, here I have a video. It was super fun. The characters were really well designed. It was super fun to draw. The comic was really fun. And I don't know, I think that in terms of style here I found something. You know, it's kind of I was just finishing Worship Jolly Roger here, and the style kind of mixed with the Overwatch style. So I think something really interesting came out. Oh no, that's Worship Jolly Roger. Let me go back. Here it is. Here you can see the full process. See, it's stylized. It's still a bit Worship Jolly Roger, but it's slightly different. And the inking is really clean. I tried to make this comic really clean. Yeah, probably. Oh, you were there. It's true. Yeah, now I know who you are. Yeah, I think when I came to the first IFCC I ever came to in 2018, I think I just finished that comic. So yeah, I probably showed part of it during the talk. I think, as you were saying, I think people can tell when when you're having fun with the work, and I was definitely having fun here. Let me see if I can find another one. I think this one was for a full page. So yeah, this was a lot of fun. And but yeah, it's actually a very different experience when you work for clients than when you work on personal projects, because everyone think that personal projects tend to be a lot more fun. But what actually happens with it is that you get really stressed with it, because it's very easy to get lost, and you want to do, an amazing work, because if you don't, then you don't have an excuse blaming the client or something like that. So personal projects, at least to me, they tend to be way more stressful. There tends to be a lot more of pressure. But whenever you're working with a license like this with Overwatch, where the character design is so good, and the people working is, so professional in terms of how they write, or they perfectly know what they're doing, everything everything gets really easy. this was a lot of fun. I'm seeing it, and I'm just remembering how nice it was to draw these guys. And I think the guys at Blizzard could appreciate that too. So how many of you guys there's on the channel? I can't really see how many people there is here, but I see there's a lot of people on the chat. Hello there. Hello, Lucas. Lucatx. Yeah. Well, Lucatx. Luca. So Italian, I guess. See, at this with this comic, I still did the flats, but nowadays I'm trying to get rid as much as I can from this part of the work, since it's very time consuming and it's very mechanical. So whenever I can, I pay someone to do this part of the job, and I try to focus as much as I can on narrative and other parts. Okay, so there's plenty of people. Some of them are silent, I guess. So yeah, guys, for all of you who are there, if anyone has any, I think the interesting questions here, more than technical issues, are more about like how to face your daily job and stuff like that. Because when I was studying, one of my main concerns was how to face your daily job without going crazy. Because what I would used to see is that most of my teachers or artists older than 40 years old, most of them were pretty much very strange people. So for me, my main concern becoming a professional artist was like, are you gonna be able to be a more or less normal functioning human being and keep doing comics? So yeah, I don't know. It's not up to me to say that, but I think I'm not doing a bad job here. Just trying to still be a normal person and be able to sit 10 hours in front of a computer doing this every day. Can you talk about your journey so far? What were the biggest obstacles, and what are the things that made the biggest difference in your skills? Um, that's a very good question. I think I'm gonna sound a bit as a weirdo now, but I think that the big obstacle I had was um, myself in the sense that all the pressure that I put on myself and that I thought it was helping me, most of the time it was causing me a lot of trouble. Like I haven't suffered an art block in many years now, but I had some in the past, and it was a really, really tough experience because I was not able to do the thing I love the most or to get any source of income out of it. And it happened precisely when things were going really well. And I think that's something that happens to a lot of people, that once they achieve what they want, then then the pressure sometimes makes you crumble. And and I think that I had to go through a process of accepting my skills and my limitations in order to start enjoying drawing. You know, there was a point where I simply decided that I just wanted to have fun doing what I do, and that it was pretty impossible to have fun with it if I was judging myself and my work all the time. So at some point, I started working in the sense of just accepting myself as an artist for what I can do and try to get the most out of it. You know, in a sense, it was like stop trying to buy more expensive tools, and the tools here would be the skills, and start trying to build something nice with the tools that I already had. And I think that was a turning point. At that point, I really start enjoying what I was doing, and I think that people could feel it as well. And as we said before, the more fun and the more joy you get out of your work, the more people will resonate with that. And you can see that on these comics too. You can see how I was genuinely having fun out of it. So that translated in a good work. So I think it's it's a mind journey. It's a mind journey in that sense. You need to really accept what you can do, and you need to accept yourself for what you can do, and try to make an honest living out of that. That really changed the way I faced work. And like for example, now whenever I draw something for myself, what I'm thinking, as I said before, it's what I'm saying. I'm thinking it's something like, what would I like to draw today? How can I make these fun? Instead of what will people like to see. So this way, I get rid of the pressure, you know, that could exist of doing something that you know people will judge. How long did it took you to find most efficient way of working to establish your workflow? Yeah, I get it. Well, I'm still trying to get that. I'm getting there. I mean, I think the method in terms of working, it's something that never stops evolving, luckily. And and what I'm trying to do with the way I work is to design something very functional, something that allows me to reach the image that I have in my mind in the shortest way possible. Because I've noticed that sometimes putting a crazy amount of hours on a single image, it's not productive at all, in the sense that the image doesn't become something better, but it becomes something a bit more boring. So sometimes trying to go as fast as you can to the image you have in your mind, it results into a more interesting artwork. So so yeah, my method, it's still evolving, and and I hope it will always be. Right now, what I can tell you is that experience is a great ally, because it allows you to foresee the results of your work before you finish it, and that helps you a lot. I noticed that at the beginning of my career, I would I would lose a lot of time, trying to go different paths, and that's interesting too because you can explore, but it really slows your workflow. And right now, when I'm working professionally, I just try to foresee where I'm gonna go so I can get there as fast as possible. So experience for that, as I was saying with the comics, experience for that is really valuable because it allows you to project that image of your work before you actually finish it, and it allows you to get there very, very quick. I was just trying to find another video to show you. Something that I tend to insist a lot to my students is that um, when I was younger, I tend to think that uh, thinking a lot would always make my work better, and that's actually not true. Thinking a lot can turn what into a mess. So what I try to do for the last few years, instead of thinking too much, is just thinking properly. Whenever I have to do, whenever I don't, I just do. I think that it would be really interesting to teach that in schools, to teach the kids to think on your brain as a chainsaw. If you don't know how to use it, you can chop your legs. So with the brain, it's a bit like that. But instead of chopping your legs, you have an art block, or you go through a depression or something like that. Of course, it's never that simple, but I tend to think that way. If you don't if you don't know how to control your thoughts or how to use them properly, you can end up harming yourself. And I think that in the case of artists, we who tend to be people, introvert people, it happens very, very often. They keep messing with their mind, and at some point they have a breakdown or they have an art block, something like that. So they're chopping their legs. So that's how I tend to think about it. Of the drawing I made yesterday. That's how I tend to think about it, and I harmed myself in the past not being able to use my mind properly. So I focused a lot on that, and I think it really helped so much. And the thing for that, there's I like the Mickey's chainsaw idea. Um, and I think that there's not only one path to get there. Like some people use meditation, some people like to do sports, to cook, whatever helps to calm your mind, it will probably make your work better. If sometimes, to do an exercise like the one you're seeing can help you, well, do that. Whatever it helps, and whenever you're not harming yourself or someone else, if that calms your mind, that will make your work better for sure. But yeah, it's interesting how they don't really teach you to use the most powerful tool we have properly. They teach you how to memorize stuff. They teach you that kind of stuff, but they never teach you that sometimes just shutting down your brain and do whatever you have to do is probably your best choice. Thank you very much, Agnes. Very, very kind. Yeah, like at the end, you know, I've given a few speeches already, well, quite a lot. And I had, since I teach a new class every 2 months, I had a lot of students. So through the years, I learned that there's always a pattern behind most of the people, and the problem is that most of the people think they what they're interested is um, is on learning skills, but they, even if they don't know, they're actually more interested on on learning how to deal with their daily issues related to drawing than anything else, and I've noticed there's not that many speakers that actually speak about that. So it's interesting. It can help you a lot more to actually have advice related to that than actually teach you a new skill. The skills, the really valuable ones, you will learn them by yourself. Just keep practicing. But how to deal with your issues like anxiety and art blocks and stuff, that's a completely different thing. And at the end, we all go through the same. So you're always on time to learn new skills, but one bad experience with drawing or a bad art block can definitely ruin your career forever. I know a lot of people who went through that, and that's a shame, really. What's your mentality when approaching the personality of your personal characters? Well, I tend to think a lot about actors. We've all seen a lot of movies and cartoons and stuff. So whenever I'm designing a character, it's a mix of all the stereotypes that I have in my head and the people I know and actors, my favorite actors. Even for designing not only the personality but also the physical appearance, I I use a lot of reference of movie actors, and I distort them, I caricaturize them, since I get something that I can say it's mine. So yeah, well, when you think about comic artists, notice that there's a lot of 20 to 30-year-old comic artists, but there's just a few 50-year-old comic artists. That's because I think that it's a profession where a lot of people, they think about it as a as a long-term childhood dream, and once they try and they see what it is and how there's not really a huge income coming from comics for most of artists, and that it requires a lot of time and energy, a lot of people simply tends to abandon the profession, which is it's a pity. But in order to prevent that, I think the best thing you can do is to really get experience as quick as you can, do as much comics as you can, learn what it is, see if you like it, and once you know what it is, um, start thinking in a more practical way. In the sense that if you know it doesn't it doesn't give you a lot of money, you will have to learn how to do it fast. You know, because if you're still focusing on, oh, I need to get better and stuff, the pressure you put on yourself, not getting enough money and being putting a lot of pressure, at some point you will get tired of it because it really consumes a lot of energy. So you really need to learn how to do it in a way that allows you to work fast and without having a huge headache every time you sit down to design comic pages. Yeah, there's a lot of old school comic book artists in Serbia. That's right. I know a few really good ones. Yeah, I don't know what's going on there in Serbia, but there's so many good comic artists. Yeah, well, I think most of comic artists do other kind of side works since as I said, comic doesn't really tend to be a very well paid job. So I'm just playing some videos of some work I do on my spare time. So, guys, I think we're approaching the end of my Q&A. So, if there's any last questions, I think we still have a couple of minutes. here it's a good example. You can see how finished is the sketch before I go for the final inking. See, I use all kind of tricks on inking to go faster. If I can duplicate specific elements, I do. I tend to use, when I was younger, I was way more conservative about what I understood about of what drawing was, in the sense that I would try to do everything from memory, not to use reference, stuff like that. And it changed a lot once I started working doing this and I had tight deadlines. Like now, I use all the tricks I can. If I can copy, I do. If I can trace, I do. If I can get rid of the flats, I do. You know, I try to focus more on what's the finished look's gonna look than I know I'm not gonna get any medal for not using reference, so therefore I will use reference. And I think we have time for a short last video and we'll be done with this. Thank you very much, Deb, for us. Very kind. Yeah, we tend to think like that when we're younger. Like, you need to prove yourself and to prove the rest of the world what you can do. And one of the good things about getting older is that at some point you simply don't care anymore. You just want to have your work finished and go meet your friends, have a beer, or sit in the couch, watch a good movie. So thanks to you for coming, Santini. You were very kind and very participative, which I appreciate a lot. And yeah, thank you all guys for coming. It's been a short but fun Q&A, and wish you the best. And thank you again, Marco, for inviting me again to the IFCC. It's been a great experience once again.
Thank you for being with us twice and third or fourth time all in all. But yeah, we'll be in contact, of course, soon, and we'll continue doing this together with you. So
Absolutely, I'll be here whenever you need me.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Marco. Thank you all. Have a good day, guys.
Cheers.
Alright, welcome to my course. My name is Jude Smith, as I'm sure you're already aware. First off, I'd like to thank you all for signing up. I'm really excited to share some of my thoughts and process with you, so I hope you find the information you learn in this class helpful. If you have any questions throughout the class, feel free to reach out to me through Facebook, ArtStation, or any of my other social media. I'm more than happy to answer any questions you have, or give general feedback and critiques. So a little background on me before we get started. In 2016, I graduated from the Art Institute in Washington, D.C. with a degree in media arts and animation. After graduation, I spent about a year building up a new portfolio and freelancing for a few publishers and indie gaming studios, until getting hired by Kabam, and I've been working on games ever since. A quick course overview. First, we'll start with some topics on art fundamentals and design theory that I'd like you to keep in mind throughout this course. After that, we'll begin the creative process, starting with sketching, and work our way through the entirety of my process to a final polish. Required tools, you really only need Photoshop for this class. Lazy Nizumi Pro is optional. It's just a useful plugin for when you want to be really precise. I'll go over that later though.
Hey guys, how's it going? Welcome to the Environment Exploration course, where I'm gonna be teaching you guys some cool tricks that I use. By the way, my name is Prince Mahlangu, and I'm a concept artist based in Johannesburg. And I've been in the industry for the past 4 years. And I've worked in films, I've worked in animation, and also TV series. So I'm going to show you ways of which I do concept art and how you can actually generate ideas and explore more quicker, because the methods that I'm going to be teaching you is through using 3D and using photo bashing to just get the best way that you can and get good quality from just a concept art piece that you can work on in a couple of hours instead of working a day or two on it. So on this course right here, I have like the outline, which is 4 fundamental lessons that I'm going to be teaching you guys. So the first one is sketching your ideas in comps and using lighting and having awesome composition as well in there to show the best frame, or I would say the best picture that you could, while still being graphic and loose. And the second one is modeling, so we're going to get into Maya. If you know any other 3D package, you don't have to try Maya out or anything like that, but you can still use Blender in other 3D packages. There's no limits on which package you want to use. I would say use whatever you're comfortable using. So you're going to learn how to set up a shot in 3D, placing your cameras where you want them. And in the third lesson, I'm going to teach you guys how to do lighting and rendering. So here we're going to be placing actual lights in our 3D scene. We're going to learn a bit of basic texturing. We're not going to be doing something complicated like UVs or anything like that. It's just going to be basic texturing. And then also we're going to use proper lighting in 3D just to show you guys how you can get some awesome natural looking scenes. And also when we're done doing that, you can render out different passes that can give you different advantages when you go to Photoshop. And then fourthly, we're going to assemble the whole scene up in Photoshop, and we're going to use photo bashing to sort of have that extra layer of texturing on top of the mesh that we just rendered. And then we're just going to edit and adjust everything else after that. So I hope you guys enjoy the course, and thank you so much for supporting me. And yeah, let's start with the course.
Hello. Hello. Hi everyone. So, I'm Mauro Bufiora. I'm concept artist and illustrator, and I'm working into the video game industry right now, doing mostly character design work. So this is going to be my portfolio. So if you want to have some time later looking at it, this is my website. You can check all my personal work here mostly, because the character design for projects I'm doing right now are not allowed to be shown to public. So I should take those really under agreement of privacy for now. So if you want to go later on the lecture today, just explore what I'm doing. I'll be grateful for that if you want. So first of all, I want to say thanks to IFCC crew and Marco. I have been into IFCC last year when everything was still live, in terms of doing the live demo or lectures to real persons. And so this year is going to be weird, but I think everybody of you is enjoying it in any case. Croatia was a beautiful experience for me last year, so I was really glad this year Marco asked me again to join the wonderful roster of our teachers that I believe you all experienced by all this week. So today I want to tackle and talk a bit more about, because last year we had a huge discussion about characters, and I was going very in depth with my process, but also about talking the principles and the fundamentals about character design. So this one, since we have a very limited time today, I wanted to recap and also give some, very short suggestions, or I should say tips, if those can be considered tips to you, or reminder, whatever. So when you're doing a character design, but I think this can be applied to everything, or I should say mostly for art. There is one thing that also comes in mind, especially when you are a student. And by the way, I'm a teacher as well, and I do teach at ID Academy. So every time my students, they ask me, what's the quest for style, or how can I get my style, And that's a really, really good question, but also it's something very tricky to talk about, because style, in my opinion, can't be taught by a teacher. It's something that should come from your personal experience mostly. But you should also think that style, in a way, is basically formed by different elements that are actually you should practice, and those elements are just drawing or painting fundamentals. And that's why I put this question here: how much importance you give to these tools when you draw or paint? And those tools are basically the one I put here in this chart. So line is very, very important if your art style basically is relating to line work. So how much you go
in depth with your line. If you use S curves or straight lines or C lines or just circles, all those lines can be used for making a style. And then comes shapes or also silhouettes that can be considered into the shape chart. Which kind of shape you're going to use? What's going to be the balance in between the shapes you're going to use in your artwork or in your character? How much you push the silhouette? How much you put the exaggeration into the shapes, and how much you try to balance, but also trying to give a purpose to your shapes. For example, a rounder character. Let's say that this is our character. It feels pretty different from a character like this, even if I just put this simple shapes, right? So actually, shapes are really, really key, especially when you are doing silhouettes again. Then value. How much value contrast do you put in your character? How much exaggeration in terms of putting the contrast, but also trying to tell the personality and also the essence of the character by values. So you're going to use mostly darker values, or you're going to use a balance in between darker with a spot of brightness, just to give more balance. Or color. How are you going to use color? Color is pretty much something that gives you a lot of personality to a character, because you associate color to something you feel. It can be fear, it can be rage, and etc. And then gesture. It belongs also to line, because you use line to tell gesture. How much emphasis or how much exaggeration you put into the gesture of your character. It's going to be more like a static pose, or it's going to be a static but with some dynamic, like using a contrapposto, like in the Renaissance. If you look at Michelangelo, it was actually doing the contrapposto. So the lines were basically doing this stuff, and then the neck was going on the other way, right? And then it comes to rendering. Also for rendering, there are different kind of style, or I should say different ways you can render a character. You can render a character with just a very flat volley for the shadow, or you can completely go full rendering with all the details, polishing out all the materials, showing a lot of, different textures, different textures on the surface. And then of course there is perspective as a basic fundamental tool. So all those elements here, or components we should say, are actually the essential ingredients, as I said here in this caption, that you should use for creating your stylish suit. But your style actually will be also reflecting who are you, or who you are. So your personality, your taste, and your experience. And I should say that probably the practice that you can do for finding your style, or evolving also your style, is to keep searching and also being exposed to other styles or other media products or video games or films and movies. When you're going to the cinema, when you play video games, you're not wasting your time actually. If you just try to absorb what you're looking and try to guess yourself which kind of shapes or which kind of choices the artists that are behind the game, or the team that developed the game or the movie or whatever, what idea they had in mind, how they translate their idea into the product. And that's what gives you style. So style is actually the result of mixing all those ingredients with your personal touch. That should be something which is going to be your own touch. So you should create something that is original. And everyone can create something original, because each one of us is different. Even if somebody has a style who recalls another artist or whatever, but you are still creating something unique. So you should be able to transfer this uniqueness into your work. And just don't fear about not having a precise style yet, especially if you are a student. because your style, as I said, is just an evolution of your journey, from where you come from and where you are aiming for, sorry. So yeah, actually I prepared a video because I was sketching a couple of characters for today, and here you can clearly see two different kind of style. But before digging, for example, into doing this character or developing a bit more this character, I want you to show the process behind this one. And I have speeded up the video just to have more time later after we finish seeing this, to maybe put in some color or exploring a new stylized character with different shapes, or maybe with different process, or maybe answering some questions. So I'm going to give you, I think it's going to be 30 minutes. Yeah, something like that, because I speeded up the video. Yeah, I'm going to stay quiet for a bit, or I'm going to say something while I launch the video. And yeah, let's do this. So actually, I started with randomly sketching because I didn't have a clear idea at first. I just wanted to explore some shapes, but also just to enjoy the flow of drawing. Because sometimes I really like to get lost in what I'm doing, let's say coding, because I really like to have this kind of randomness that sometimes can appear and sometimes can be good or bad, but it can lead you to something unique. Because when you are sketching and drawing, sometimes you already know what you're doing, right? But sometimes even doing some mistakes can lead you to reach a new approach, or just discover something that you never thought before. So sometimes I really like to, push and pull back and forward my sketch, like erasing or going back or changing some element. Here, as I said, I still was going for a search of design for, the clothing and what's the character is all about, before moving towards the color, because I was painting directly this after in color. So one approach here as I'm using is to use lines, and using lines is actually, in my opinion, a nice way to start your sketches, because you can clearly, lose a little bit your mind, and also you can just try to, just follow your instinct. While if you start already painting the shapes, which sometimes I do as well, I do like to start doing characters just with a more painterly approach. And I like to start already with painting the shapes. But even when I draw, I do like to think about the shapes that I'm drawing. But sometimes it's not so easy to see the shapes that you are drawing. And you need a value, and you need something to put that gives you the clear silhouette that you're looking for. So here I started to refine, as I was, let's say, happy with the result of the early sketch, and I was trying to refine my drawing and my character, just trying to capture a bit more of detail and also a more precise kind of drawing. And then after doing this, I was already having in my mind, let's say, the picture of where I wanted to go, but I was still, let's say, thinking about the direction that my character should take. So yeah, refining the shapes, trying to describe the plane changing with the lines. Also keeping in mind the perspective as much as possible, because in this drawing I wasn't using a perspective grid. I was just keeping in my mind the structure and the perspective overall of the character. And this is something very, very important when you draw sometimes, or you paint, especially probably when you paint, because you lose track of the fundamentals pretty quick if you're not aware of what you're doing. But I was trying to keep in mind about the perspective and what kind of planes I should show about each object. Here I was refining a knife or this sort of weapon I was putting there. Sometimes when I don't have a clear idea of something, let's say that I want to put a weapon, but I don't have a clear shape in mind for the weapon, I just try to put initial shapes, and if I want later on, I can go there and repaint or change the drawing just to give more or different shape or whatever I want to reach with if I have a more clear idea. Of course, if you have already in your mind what you want to do, it's going to be more easy. But I wanted to show this sketch because I wasn't 100% sure about what to do. So that's why sometimes it's nice to see that you push, you push and pull your sketch from time to time just to find a way to reach what you wanted to, your final result, basically. Yeah, here I was refining the weapon, the pistol. Defining again the clothing, maybe adding a scarf, some more armor behind or clothing. And as long as I continue I was continuing doing the sketch, the shape, or I should say more the character itself in general, or in its entire structure, it was a bit more clear in my mind. So I knew where I wanted to go from this point on. It was a bit more clear which kind of elements I should polish more, or I should make more clear design, or where I can break more the silhouette, because breaking the silhouette sometimes is very important, because the tendency when you are drawing, in my opinion, is that, or in my experience, I should say, is that sometimes you come up with a very, very precise drawing, but the overall silhouette is really feeling like one piece only. So sometimes breaking the silhouette, like having one element going more forward and, breaking up the outline of the character, gives you a bit more of perspective and gives you also a bit more of depth into the drawing itself. So I think it's something you should keep in mind when you do this. Yes, refining. Adding maybe some tones, because when you are drawing, or when I'm drawing, I do like to include some tones here and there, or maybe just fill some shapes for the cast shadow, just to add a bit more of preview of where I'm going for later when I'm going to add color and shadows. I really like to be sure in the drawing stage, and also in my process, the drawing, when I starting a sketch with a drawing, I really want to get everything solved before I move into the painting or coloring stage. Because if you solve everything earlier, more than half of the job is done. Let's say that 70% of the work is done. Even if you just put one flat color later or one value, the drawing is still working, because the fundamentals are still grounded and you really can see what you're doing. So refining. And I believe the wall length of this originally was around 1 hour or so. But again, I sped it up for the sake of the lecture, for having more time later for doing something else. Yeah, defining the shoes, I was probably thinking about breaking more the silhouette, giving more defined shapes, the gun, giving some more structure, putting some tones. And you can see now that I changed a bit the jacket towards more like a medieval gamson, because in my mind I was thinking about giving this sort of contrast in between medieval, but with a slightly more sci-fi or futuristic kind of design. So I was playing a bit with also the style of the character itself, what he is wearing, or what is his story. Maybe it's gonna be something like in a post-apocalyptic kind of environment that people collect stuff like medieval stuff that they can use for protecting themselves or going around, mixed with a bit more of futuristic or post-apocalyptic kind of style and clothing. So still refining the legs, adding a bit more of tone and shapes. Adding more structure to the knife holder attached to the belt. I was thinking about putting a military sort of belt there, just to give a bit more of military vibe to the character itself. Mixed, as I say, with a bit more medieval sort of games on. Refining the face, adding a bit more tone. Still trying to polishing out everything and trying to solve what's gonna be still to be solved. Again, adjusting the shape of the knife holder, and it's a tone just for contrast. I do like also from time to time to see my sketch a bit from the distance, just to see the wall character, if it works from distance, because I'm used to work with a Cintiq, 24 inches Cintiq, and sometimes, especially when you draw, since your distance from the arm to the screen is not so big, the distance, it's better to look at your character or the work you're doing in a very small preview, or just zooming out, just to see if the wall figure and the shapes are working together. Now I'm filling the drawing with a tone, and now the shapes are going to be even more visible, as I said before, because when you add a tone, it can be like in this example, only one value, but you start to see what's going on. You start to see the shapes, how the shapes are working together. You recognize more cylinders, more square shapes, and even the balance in between rounder shapes and more angular shapes now are more visible. And I really like to play more with shapes, even when I jump later to the rendering part. Maybe I go refine it, but I really like when I can clearly see the shapes and the different shapes that are going on my character when I'm starting adding tones. When I start with this approach, because again, if I start with direct painting approach, let's say, I instantly see the shapes that I'm doing, because your brush stroke is actually making a shape. You're just balancing the amount of shapes you're using here and there, actually. So still refining a bit of drawing. Refining a bit the sleeves, trying to add some tones here and there. Still polishing, trying to define more the shapes, rounder shapes, versus more sharp, angular shapes. Defining more the feet. And all the clothing, again on the gown. Again, breaking the silhouette is very, very important. I think now I'm moving to color. Yeah, now I'm moving to the stage that I call the underpainting, because I use this also when I'm painting illustration or whatever. I just try to fill with some saturation color like this red I'm using right now, but I'm also giving a bit of texture. And I really like to give a bit more of shade in between desaturated to saturated color. Now I should start. Yeah, I'm starting putting some local color, trying to keep in mind when I'm jumping to color, trying to keep in mind to give different value for each color, because you know that each color has a value as a tone. So you should always, or you should try to think when you are working with color directly, you should think about the value that is behind the color that you're using. Because again, every color is a value. It can be darker or it can be brighter. Sometimes it can be tricky, but you should try to train your eye to see which kind of value you're choosing to add to your drawing. So here I'm defining the colors. And then some color for the face. And again, I also, since I'm doing this character, right now you can clearly see that my color, I switched to a more desaturated for the trousers because I wanted to put some contrast in between the purple or the blue-violet kind of color for the gamson. And I wanted this kind of transition in between a more saturated color towards a mid-saturated and desaturated for the legs. And then again, a highly saturated color for the sole of the shoes, which is very saturated yellow. And in different colors, just to read all the details. The thing I like about the underpainting is that you can clearly see that some colors are popping out from beneath the actual color that is right now on the layer of the trousers. You can clearly see that under the desaturated color of the trousers, there is this kind of reddish underpainting, which I like because gives a bit more of vibrant color result to the overall character. That's my approach in color again. Now I wanted to add some saturated vibrant color for the knife just to give a bit more of attention to this area, which I was thinking it was less recognizable because the values were too much the same. So I needed something to push more into this area, also for composition. Because again, when you are painting or when you are drawing, especially when you're painting, I should say, you are basically managing to create contrast. Because if you put contrast everywhere, at the end, you're going to see, let's say, that a confusing image. If you just try to balance your contrast here and there, so when you want to add more attention, you add a very, very high contrast. When you want to give less attention, you give less contrast. So your values are you keep the values the same. You try to keep everything grouped up. So from distance, everything feels grouped up. As you can see, I put some ornate on his headband, just for the sake of putting some more vibrant color there, and just to give a bit more also of kind of tribe feeling, you know. Because again, when I'm doing those sort of explorations, sometimes I don't have a clear idea what I'm doing. I just like to go to where my mind gives me the direction. If I feel like, okay, I should add some tribal kind of ornamentation to the character, let's do this. Let's see if I can improve my character with that. Finding a bit of material. I was also developing the idea while doing this that maybe the armor could be a bit more aged, showing some rustiness. So the underpainting that I did was actually working pretty well for that reason, to give more edginess and to give a bit more of the dirtiness and exposed to time and weather material. I think I was using a multiply layer here for adding, some different value for the unshaped beard, because you can really create, especially for men's, you can create some nice tone variation by keeping the value very similar from the beard to the skin. So I'm going for now some highlights in the skin tones. You can see that I'm working with selections open, so I don't go outside of the shape of my character. I wanted to add some age to the character as well, adding some gray hair to the beard. Refining the cast shadow. Giving a bit more of structure and solidity to the drawing and painting. Just trying to explore a bit more the material here, giving some dirtiness. Refining more shapes. And when you are working in a production, let's say for a video game or movie, whatever, well, actually it changed quite a bit. But when you're developing characters for production, in my opinion, when you don't have a clear idea from the production, but they just give you room for exploration, let's say, it's really nice to get lost in what you're doing sometimes. But you shouldn't be discouraged when you are doing this, because sometimes, and it happened to me as well, that you are doing painting or drawing, or you are sketching your characters that is not leading somewhere. Just calm down, just try to think what's going on, it's not working. Maybe it's gonna be a fault of shapes. Maybe I haven't used so much contrast in my shapes, or maybe the values, or maybe I should check my drawing fundamentals, the perspective. If something is not working, 99% of the time is going to be your fundamentals, how you are engaging your knowledge about fundamentals and how you apply what you know. Okay, adding with a multiply layer here, some shadow, starting to render a bit more the character, keeping the sketch. I think, again, as I said, it was 1 hour or 1 hour and 15 minutes or so. So I didn't want to go for a very, very complex kind of rendering, because the drawing was already adding a bit of structure, which was solving a bit of what I wanted to tell. So actually, in my opinion, or my process and my thinking when I'm doing this is that if your drawing already solved a couple of things, it's better to put less at the rendering stage than adding too much complexity. Because when you add complexity and you start adding and polishing out the shapes, sometimes also you lose the freshness of your sketch. The loose aspect of it, the really dynamic lines, you lose them if you completely cover your sketch with the shading. So sometimes if I see that the sketch is working, I like to just add a simple rendering, just to give more reading for tones and shapes here and there. Adding some values, the trousers and to the gauntlet. Trying always to keep in mind the forms that I'm painting. If I'm painting a rounder form, I should go more softer, or I'm painting something more thick, I should go more harsh with my edges. So I should paint more with hard edges, paint strokes, putting some details over the line work. And keeping on refining the shapes. Now I'm going over the line. I don't care because I am not going for covering all the lines that I put in the sketch. I'm just going over the lines that I think that can be canceled or painted over. Adding some tones and values in the sleeve with a multiply layer. I really like to use multiply layer because it gives a bit of the watercolor effect, but also it doesn't cover the drawing underneath, and that's something that is, in my opinion, in my style, it fits quite a bit because I really rely sometimes on line work. Now I'm using more rounder, softer brush just to give a bit more of soft material. The more volumes. Sometimes I do like also to customize my brush in terms of going more flat, more angular with my paint stroke, with my brush stroke. More roundness, increasing a bit the cast shadow. Still on the sleeves and the clothing. Adding some tones on the face. I'd also like to shade, as I showed you earlier here. When I'm painting, I do like to follow a direction with my brush stroke. So if I know that my form is rounder, actually my brush stroke should follow the shape that I'm painting. So if it's gonna be more angular, I should go pretty harsh, especially on the outside. But if I'm painting something rounder, I really like to follow the shape of the object, or in this case can be the face or the trousers or here the calf. I really like to give direction, so it shows what you're doing and which kind of shape you are drawing or painting. Finding more the occlusion shadow. Here I was feeling also, I remember that because I was feeling that I was adding too much complexity. I didn't want to cover too much my sketch with all the tones, because the risk here is that if you add too many shading, especially with soft brush, you start to you don't read anymore what you're doing in terms of the hard versus soft shapes. So you really need to be careful about that. I was adding some more edginess here with an overlay layer, adding some rustiness just at the edges of the metal objects, just to give again more storytelling, and also some more vibrant colors here and there. Doing that also on the armor. And yeah, I was going to add, I think lastly, I was going to add some light tones on the skin just to give more planes for the face. Since I have exposed the face to this type of lining. Refining the airs, again the skin. Refining a bit the sleeves and adding some more scars, let's say, or I should more dirtiness, and polishing out a bit the armor, the armor on the forearm. Yeah. Again, I really like to play with materials if I can. And that's it. So this was the sketch I was doing. And again, I was keeping this into, as I say, 1 hour and 10 and 15 minutes, if I believe, if I'm right. So yeah, I don't know how much time we still have for this. If anybody can say something. 15 minutes. So actually, if there are any question about the process that I did, or I can just go and just trying to add some tones or values or color to this sketch. So yeah, for this sketch, I was doing just before this lecture was going on. Again, I started with a very loose lines, just trying to keep and just trying to get the dynamic feeling of the character. So curves with more straight lines, even more fluid lines for the leg. But here, as you can see, I wanted to interrupt and I give an angle to the leg. And then I was polishing. Oops, I think I got up something. So yeah, if there are any questions, I'm just going to continue the sketch. Maybe trying to give some flat color, because especially here where I have a line work that are very similar to comic book, I really like to keep things even more simple than a sketch like this, because I really want the line work to be first reading, because it gives a very precise style when I'm doing this. So I'm just filling the entire shape here. So later on we can apply some color. This is a very basic way putting colors on a character. I think you can find a huge way of tutorials, but even looking at me now doing this, I'm basically putting the value under the layer of the line work, so I can keep my outlines and my lines clear even at the end. And then I select, but I sorry for looking at Italian words, but I'm Italian, so let's say that this guy is gonna be black. And I probably want to go highly saturated for this sort of helmet. Maybe a bit more cooler for the shades. And a gray for balancing in between those two colors. I don't know if there are. I don't know if people is asking question in the chat. Oh yeah, I got some suggestion for the school, some question for the school. Yeah, just check, just maybe message the Data Academy, because we are actually rethinking our courses. because before this huge COVID mess, we were actually doing everything on site in Rome. And I was teaching mostly to foreign students and some Italian students too. But nowadays, since things are very complex, as you all know, you experience this also for the IFCC. Actually, I don't know how things are going to be evolving in this matter. So if you're interested, maybe ask directly to them. But I think they will do an announcement pretty soon about the new program for the school. I don't know if it's gonna be because early on it was a program covering a lot of stuff from storyboarding to character design to illustration, whatever. Probably now we are going to be more selective in terms of creating more precise courses, and maybe something again focusing more on character design, for example, than maybe focusing on everything or the fundamentals. Or maybe we are going to take or having all the courses in one. I don't know. So here I'm adding values. And I'm trying to give, because I wanted to have this kind of feeling for this character, like a Black Panther, but more postmodernized kind of character. With, let's say, maybe an arm that is more sci-fi. I can find the symbol here. And after I do this, I just start to give with a multiply layer. I'm gonna add some tones here. In a very flat color. And here I just want to let the shapes read well. Again, I don't want to cover my lines because I really want to let them read at the final result for this kind of more comic book style instead of a more painterly. I'm actually creating shapes. When I'm doing this, I'm just creating shapes for the shadow shapes, for the shadows. That's how I like to think about rendering. Rendering is just creating smaller and smaller shapes, actually. And that goes back also to when I was doing my art education, because if you come from a very classical art education, so you're used to spend infinite time on rendering a figure, let's say, you're just adding details in forms, in shapes. And the more you simplify your shapes, you group up them, the more easy to read will be your character, especially if you're using a more simplified style or a more comic book style like this, for example. So again, the journey for your style should be something you should build up while you are doing, your art journey, because it should be something you should think constantly, but not only when you feel like you reached a level that you are happy with. Even if you are more advanced, I feel you should constantly keep tracking of what you should aim for. Do you want to go more into the drawing, Or you want to explore more a more comic book style or a more, let's say, painterly? Yeah, sure, do that. Just try to adapt your fundamentals and use your tools, the things we were discussing at the beginning of the course, of the lesson. Just try to use them to your advantage and manipulate them. That's the core, in my opinion, to trying to develop a style. It's just trying to give your own interpretation of what are your shapes. You consider your shape more complex, or you consider your shapes more simple. Now I'm adding some rendering here and there. And here, since I'm painting a sweatshirt, I wanted to feel the softness of it. Trying to solve what's going on underneath of this. There is an arm, okay, so my folds should follow the shapes that are underneath here. Even for skin. Maybe in the mechanic heart, we can go more sharp. Maybe I can lower also the volume a bit. Just to give more lining and depth also to my sketch. Maybe here I can put more stronger cast shadow just to give the feeling of this arm being more in distance. How much time do we have left? I don't want to... One minute. All right. Oh, it's fine. It's okay because also I'm actually starving. So if there are questions. Oh, there are questions. Let me see. Because if there aren't questions, there is no. Oops. There's no need. So guys, if you have any question, whatever question you have or concern what you've seen, if you want to blame me, if you want to say whatever. Oh, YouTube chat? I don't have YouTube open. I didn't know about YouTube. Can you please say which question? Because I don't have YouTube open here. Or maybe just say to the guys on YouTube to put the questions on the Q&A on Discord. Yes, that's a nice question. Negative shapes is something very important. No, yeah, okay, one question at a time. The negative shapes, I really work about it, I really think about it when I'm painting and I'm drawing, because negative shapes is actually the relationship in between the shape you're seeing first, let's say this darker shape, okay? But also this triangle here is a negative shape about the distance in between the arm and the chest, okay? Even this triangle here, you really need to think about the shapes, both what you're seeing and the negative shapes as you're mentioning. The second question is, do the characters just come from imagination or do you use reference images? For those two, I haven't used a reference, even for this that I was showing, because nowadays I'm very exposed to those kind of, let's say, clothing and style for characters. both for personal projects, but also for some illustrations that I did in the past, like the Warhammer 40K universe. So it was just popping up from my head. Even this guy here that we are doing. So again, multiply layer, but again, you shouldn't go too complex with it, and you can even choose to put a different color. Can be something more bluish, for example, for your shadows. It's not working. Yeah. Because sometimes it's also nice to put something pretty different, especially when you have, for example, a reddish color, but maybe not so saturated. Just to give more bluish kind of tone. Maybe will give you the result of having this color popping out even more. And here. Yeah. So again, if there are any questions, I'm really, really glad about having you guys here. And IFCC is a very great experience. As I said at the early, at the start, I was really, really happy last year when I was in Split, and I really want Marco to make this thing again. Besides of the COVID, you all should ask Marco to do more of this, because is the kind of person that says that the next year anything won't happen, because behind all these things there is a huge amount of stress. There is stress for us, for the instructors who are going to give you things, to give you tips, to show you art, to show you the process. But the most of the stressful, it belongs to the staff. So to Marco, to Sven, to everyone who is working hard to make this thing happen, which is great. So please, Marco, do this thing again next year, and let's try to meet again in person. All right. If there are any other questions, I would really like to go eat something as I'm starving, literally. I don't know. Let me know something from you guys. All right. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for joining. And yeah, enjoy this. I believe it's going to be the last day of IFCC. So enjoy your last day. I hope everything, but I'm pretty sure it was awesome, everything. So yeah, take care, guys. And maybe I think I will be on Discord too, because I was added today to the chat. So if you want to say something later, I don't know if I'm still there, maybe I can answer your questions. All right. Thanks everyone, and see you soon. Bye.
All right. Hey, how are you doing?
Great, how
yeah,
are you?
good. I'm fantastic. It's already the last evening of IFCC, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And you arrived yesterday,
Yeah,
right?
only yesterday. I've been only in the talk today. It was pretty awesome. But yeah.
So yeah, what did you think so far? Have you seen?
Yeah, actually, it was above my expectation because I arrived to the first talk this morning.
Yeah.
And it was pretty mind blowing.
Yeah, Olaf,
stuff Olaf
right?
did, yeah.
Oh.
And all the crazy rigging stuff. And,
Yeah.
and then all the talks afterwards during the day till my talk was pretty amazing. So I really enjoyed it.
That's cool.
Yeah, it was short for me, but pretty awesome experience.
I mean, the night is still young, I think,
Yeah,
right? We can go to the beach and get to know some people.
Yeah, that's
And
awesome.
like as far as different subjects go, do you think it has been a nice mix between like 2D and 3D today?
Yeah, I think so. I was thinking it will be mostly about concept art and,
Yeah.
and 2D stuff, but I was happy to see that there are more CG content
Yeah,
and
yeah.
3D stuff, like from the Olaf talk and then the talk after it was really all about the 3D executions.
yeah.
So it really resonated with me. So I really loved it.
Yeah.
And I think it's also nice for the people because if you arrive from a specific background and you see some other stuff that are not from your field, it's just open your mind to different stuff. So,
Exactly. Yeah. Since there's a lot of 2D illustrators and concept artists around, do you feel like 3D could be a use to them? Like could they maybe incorporate it into their workflow?
Yeah, I think nowadays more than ever because
Yeah.
3D used to be a very complex thing, and as we talked earlier about Cinema 4D and the way that it's very intuitive
Yeah,
and
yeah.
you can just play with 3D even with just a very small amount of experience.
Yeah.
I think it truly can. You know, I'm doing some from time to time courses of Cinema 4D.
Oh, really?
Which are just 1 month, and
Okay.
in 1 month you can take people to a small understanding
Yeah.
of the basic of 3D.
Absolutely. It's
So,
very
yeah,
user
definitely.
friendly as well,
It's very
right?
user friendly. Yeah.
It's like playing with Legos but in a computer.
Yeah, indeed, and I think Maxon did a great work on making everything very
Yeah,
intuitive,
yeah.
and the help section of specifically Cinema 4D is
All right.
great, and also many other softwares.
Yeah,
like
so we might need to pitch this to the rest of the people then and try to get them to
Yeah.
use 3D as well. So will you be joining us at the beach later?
Yeah, I will.
Really?
I will.
Okay.
Thanks for the talk, and it was.
I mean, we loved seeing your talk. I think it was super insightful, and I also really liked that you were showing how you work remotely with so many people around the world. I think that was really interesting, especially with like the 24-hour workflow.
Yeah.
That you just pass your work to a guy in Canada and he finish it for you. It's
Thank you, thank
really
you.
great. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
And we'll see you in a bit.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Hi, I'm Gabriel, and in this new course from the IFCC Academy, I'll be sharing with you some interesting processes and techniques commonly used in the graphic design field with the help of vector graphics tools. In this case, this course content will encourage digital artists from all levels and different fields to start creating their own 2D graphics and assets such as decals, icons, illustrations, patterns, logos, letter design, among others, using this as a new resource for a wide range of possible situations. Of course, these are topics that cannot be covered too in deep on a single course, so we'll be just focusing on practicing basic principles and workflows that you'll be able to assimilate and adapt to your own projects. So whether you're a graphic designer, concept artist, illustrator, 3D artist, or just someone developing visual work, this course content can be that new knowledge for you to start experimenting with and to add to your skill set. So yeah, happy to see you there!
Hey guys, how's it going? Welcome to the Environment Exploration course, where I'm gonna be teaching you guys some cool tricks that I use. By the way, my name is Prince Mahlangu, and I'm a concept artist based in Johannesburg, and I've been in the industry for the past 4 years. And I've worked in films, I've worked in animation, and also TV series. So I'm going to show you ways of which I do concept art and how you can actually generate ideas and explore more quicker, because the methods that I'm going to be teaching you is through using 3D and using photo bashing to just get the best way that you can and get good quality from just a concept art piece that you can work on in a couple of hours instead of working a day or two on it. So on this course right here, I have like the outline which is 4 fundamental lessons that I'm going to be teaching you guys. So the first one is, sketching your ideas in comps and using lighting and having awesome composition as well in there to show the best frame, or I would say the best picture that you could, while still being graphic and loose. And the second one is modeling, so we're gonna get into Maya. If you know any other 3D package, you don't have to try Maya out or anything like that, but you can still use Blender in other 3D packages. There's no limits on which package you want to use. I would say use whatever you're comfortable using. So you're gonna learn how to set up a shot in 3D, placing your cameras where you want them. And the third lesson, I'm gonna teach you guys how to do lighting and rendering. So here we're gonna be placing actual lights in our 3D scene. We're gonna learn a bit of basic texturing. We're not gonna be doing something complicated like UVs or anything like that. It's just gonna be basic texturing. And then also we're gonna use proper lighting in 3D just to show you guys how you can get some awesome natural looking scenes. And also when we're done doing that, you can render out different passes that can give you different advantages when you go to Photoshop. And then fourthly, we're gonna assemble the whole scene up in Photoshop, and we're gonna use photo bashing to sort of have that extra layer of texturing on top of the mesh that we just rendered. And then we're just gonna edit and adjust everything else after that. So I hope you guys enjoy the course, and thank you so much for supporting me. And yeah, let's start with the course.
Okay, and we're recording. So hello everyone, we're back again. This time with one of my favorite concept artists that I've been chasing for years and years to join IFCC, and he even changed the job in the meantime, the company. But we finally have him with us, and this session we'll do some portfolio reviews. Our guest is Andrew Baker, lead concept artist at A44 Games. So, I won't talk too much in this introduction. You can introduce yourself, and then I'll just ask you some questions, and that's it.
No, cool. Yeah, definitely. Thanks for getting me along this time, Marco, for sure. It's I know we've been chatting about it for a little while, but yeah, definitely great to be a part of it. I think what you guys have been doing is great. But yeah, my history, probably most known as for film work. Spent a long time, 10 years working at Weta as a senior concept artist on the Hobbit trilogies, Godzilla, Ghost in the Shell, and a few of the other titles that worked out of there. But recently made the transition into games, just as a sort of something I'd always really wanted to do. I'd engaged in games a few times in my career, having done a bit of stuff for Gears of War as an early conceptual phase, and a couple of New Zealand games, Grinding Gear games. I did their first lineup of characters, and I'd always been intrigued by the process and found, the fact that the whole world is sort of an imagined platform. As a concept artist, yeah, definitely such a great opportunity. So pretty stoked to be working in that, albeit a lot to learn as far as the technical aspects of the game game industry. But yeah, definitely liking the challenge of the new place.
So I remember you since the days of ZBrush forum, I think, and I think this is where I've noticed your work, because I did, of course, when watching the films that you're involved in, I didn't know who did what, and I rarely check the the names at the end of the movie. So
yeah,
this is also a
long list.
It's a message to other artists, like if they don't put you in the credentials, don't sweat about it, because I'm really not sure who is reading credentials, but yeah, but I understand frustration, of course, but I remember you from back then. I was always amazed by your sculpts, your 3D sculpting and concepts, because guys like you then Brian Vania. Then later on, I met Stephen Oakley, who is not a sculptor. He
Love his
draws.
work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you guys have like something in common, and something which I really like.
Really appreciate you putting us up there.
Yeah, I mean, your monster designs. I know that you do a lot of other things as well, but from back then, I remember monster designs, and I was always admiring you guys. Because I really wanted to get into this monster creation thing and find a job, but I never did. But you guys were like always like a constant inspiration, because it was cool for me to see that some concepts are really being made into the final product in a film, and so it was like very positive experience for me, because to be honest, back then I wasn't so serious about it either. But when you see that something really ends up in some a popular film, and then that people who are working on film, like directors and all others, really appreciate what you as the character designer and concept artist are doing. It's really motivates the rest of us to try harder and to do something by ourselves. But
cool.
In the meantime, so you've been working in Veda for like 10 years, and then you've changed you're like present now on a bit different markets, right? It's more games.
Yeah, definitely video games. Well, right after Weta, I did about 4 years freelancing. I worked on the Mortal Engines films and worked a lot with production designer Dan Henner, as well as a couple of other directors, just on some early pitch stuff, or helping them get some films off the ground, and a couple of Netflix projects. But yeah, that was just before my transition into game. But yeah, definitely my early days was a lot of solid creature design. I still do a lot of creature design and love it. And I think I don't know Stephen personally, but I know Brian quite well, and I think we all have that similar kind of reference plate where nature's kind of the catalog we kind of dig into. I always kind of warn students against like designing off other people's designs, or seeing, it's like you're seeing the interpretation of a lot of those initial platforms or pillars, and I think it's good for you to kind of have that journey yourself versus seeing where someone else has left off and doing something Predator-ish. It's like, take the brief that the Predator was and try to come up with your own version. You'll have a lot more fun. I mean, there's a lot of value in copying a lot of other masters' work and learning from their journeys, but I do think as a designer, it's also important to kind of play with the original building blocks and see your interpretation yourself.
Well, that's partially the reason why I was so into your work and Brian's work and from some other folks, because I as an artist, as a young artist, actually, when I was a young artist, I was so against copying anything. I kind of refused it. I never, even for the practice, I didn't want to paint something from nature. I mean, maybe it's a totally stupid decision, because practice is practice, but something in me didn't allow me even to do that, so I always wanted to invent shapes and so on. So and this is why I said I probably saw something very familiar, but
cool.
brought to a higher level, and it was like really inspiring for me. So just let's get back a bit to the Vera where you worked before. I'm trying to understand this situation in New Zealand when it comes to all these creative services, for films and now for games. How much did everything, all the buzz around Vera, how much did this affect the whole industry in New Zealand? I mean, the industry of films and games. Was this also like a good thing for all the others who wanted to start something of a sort?
Yeah, I think so. Like it definitely put New Zealand on the map in an unexpected way. I think a lot of councils and stuff will gear tourism around sort of really, kind of non-genre based films. And I think, Lord of the Rings was kind of a side one in the sense of like, whoa, it put New Zealand on the map in a sense. It wasn't really about New Zealand, the film. And so it's created this sort of draw, and I myself was drawn to the country to pursue a career from those films and from the work that a lot of the artists at Weta did, and John Howe, and everything that was done in that film. And I think that kind of legacy just stuck, and it's become an attraction site that slowly unfolded in the sense of not only is it a place with lots of creative services from pre-production right the way through to post-production. It's got an incredible landscape and environment that's just right for filming. I think people get excited when they come and engage in the film industry, and it's sort of it's definitely tapped at the moment, but it's not exploited. I would say I think it's very well used, and the film industry's got a really good sense about the future. And but Weta had a huge role in putting us on the map in that sense, for sure.
Yeah, I can imagine. I just recently found out because I just went to check the Vera's website for the first time ever, I think, and I went to see like who is behind it, and then I realized like what it means when the project becomes bigger than its founders and people working there, and I realized like, okay, these are like, I see this man and a woman, and it says there that they're like the founders of the Weta, and I was like, so amazing. Like I went and checked this like after 15 years of knowing about the about the studio. So how weird is that, so
but yeah, Richard Taylor.
I mean, the project itself really made a mark, and left a mark.
Yeah, I think it was a benchmark in so many things, even in, like, I don't think you would get Game of Thrones without Lord of the Rings. It's a progression in sort of how we tell our stories and the sophistication and world building, especially. I think it was one of those sort of world building exercises that, through the art of books, especially for myself, I'd never seen anything engage to that level. I know Lord of the Rings is a huge world to engage in, and so there is all that material. There's John Howe, Alan Lee, Paul Bonner, who've been creating artwork for as long as we've been alive. So there's a wealth of material there to draw on. However, the world building is quite tight, and I think Game of Thrones for me is like it's an evolution of that kind of world building where we don't really get one without the other.
And those artists you mentioned, it's actually so amazing that it happened in the right time,
Yes.
So those artists can also be engaged in such project, because it would be really a shame if such film was filmed like in 2030, when obviously you couldn't get these artists to work on it anymore, so it's really good. I think as a movie or series of movies, Lord of the Rings is a moment, something like or even greater than Jurassic Park, where all this new technology was introduced
again, I still don't think you get Gollum without the T-Rex in Jurassic Park. I think everything kind of like, if you look at the progression and standing on the shoulders of giants type, thinking, I think everything kind of relies on the success of those films to kind of, for us to stand on and create something better in the wake of.
Yes,
well, maybe better or worse is a bad term, but at least allows us to, the seeing a T-Rex standing in the middle of that road allowed us to conceive Gollum as a possibility, I think.
Yes, you have something to chase. you have something a rabbit in front of you that you wanna get. So
absolutely.
And it's cool that you mentioned it, because I just recently I got in contact with the Steve Spaz-Williams. So yes, and he will also be he's also on the list for the IFCC 2020,
Awesome.
So, but we still have to define all the details about what he'll be doing, you know. But it's so cool because you know, he's probably one of the guys who, you know, defined how things are done even until today in the studios when it comes to, you know, 3D and all this. So it's kind of cool. I'm very interested to hear like his observations on, you know, because I watched some of his interviews like a few days ago, and it's amazing how many things he predicted. Like
Yeah.
it's like 1994 or something like that. The interview was, and it's amazing to listen like things that he predicted that will happen. You know, I'll send the link to you so you can check.
Yeah, please. That'd be
Yeah.
great.
Okay, I think we can jump into portfolio reviews. So
Cool.
I will let me change the screen here, and yeah, I think you can start. If you need me for anything, I'll be here.
Yeah, cool. No, I think it'd be good to maybe at least discuss some of the stuff. I'll try to go through you know, individual pictures. Obviously, some of these guys have quite an extensive portfolio, but I think it'd be good to just see the intention as far as like, you know, wanting to be a concept artist. It'd be good. I wish we knew some things like, you know, what industry or just sort of mild intentions as far as where they'd like to go. But yeah, definitely straight off the bat for this portfolio, I think it's very strong. A lot of great design sense and form, shape, language. I think this level of rendering, especially in games, has got a really good readability for initial character design stuff. I know in film, you know, 3D is just something that's a standard right now, and as a concept artist, that's just what's expected to kind of perform, or at least take the concept to a finished enough level. I think that's just the number of eyes. You know, generally a design has to go through studios and a number of executives that want to engage with something that's as close to the film product as they can be. So that'll be my only suggestion. But I think otherwise, extremely strong design sense and shape language, great presentation, good sense of color, really clear as far as what the concept would be.
I personally I can say I really like this style of concepts where with you know, all the shading but also outlines included.
Yes.
It's really easy to read like all the elements.
Yeah, and as I said, like in game especially, like I know a lot of the time we want to know exactly the breakdown of a character, and you know that's a chain, that's a metal plate, that's a belt, those are some studs in there, and so it's very clear exactly what's breaking down, and through the line for production you can see exactly what how this character is broken apart.
So it's a no-brainer. It's a no-brainer for 3D guys then to do their job.
Yeah, and I think in games a lot I find the design freedom is a lot more. You know, I think in film it's sort of the design can often happen behind closed doors, maybe with the production designer, and then a lot of it's presentation. A lot of it's like in a sense, ta-da! You know, he has a product, and then you go back and you work on another. So a lot of the stuff gets done sort of behind the scenes, and you're working on quite polished images as far as like using 3D and photo bashing and all that stuff. So that would be, if there's any goals for Guillaume, forgive me if I'm getting the name wrong, to move through to film, would be, yeah, taking some of these guys into 3D or ZBrush and playing around. But conceptually, the ideas, the execution, and the breakdown, personally, I think it's fantastic work. I love this guy.
Yeah, and it's also recognizable. So I guess someone like this in any game studio would be like really a great addition.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, definitely. I think it's very, very strong work. And
the color works as well.
Yeah, I'm trying to pick a few that I really like. I really like this kind of design stuff. There's almost a Mobius type feel to some of the work. Yeah, no, really good, really strong, and I like the design sense. I think he's a strong designer to be able to execute in a few areas: organic, creature, tech.
Mm-hmm.
Some strong environment stuff.
It's really cool obvious feel, that the person is not scared of anything. Actually, he just goes.
I really admire these kinds of bold environments. You know, chasing stuff like Mobius, I think, is a really cool area that you know, he's a unique artist, which has a very distinct style. However, I don't think it's infused popular culture enough. So I'd like to see more of that stuff. But it's very cool. No, yeah, 10 out of 10, man. I think this is a very strong portfolio, and if you haven't got a job already, I would say any day now. As an art director, I'd be looking like someone like this again, because I think, especially on an idea generation level, you want someone who's quick and fast and can be very clear with their communication, and obviously has a lot of good ideas. Yeah, very cool. Good understanding of anatomy, even when being imaginative with it, which is not easy.
Yeah.
Cool stuff. Very strong, Guillaume. Keep up the great work. Should we move on to the next one?
Yeah, if you're ready.
Yeah, like I said, I'm super impressed and super strong, and so I definitely wouldn't put you anywhere near a beginner level, but that's for sure. No, fantastic work. Sophie, illustrator and concept artist. This looks very cool, very painterly style. Yeah, this has got a really nice blend between game and film work. I'd say there's nice little clear, just heading towards some slightly more photorealistic materials.
Mm-hmm.
Again, I'd say with these concepts, don't be shy. I think here in like little areas to use photos where necessary to at least pop things out. Or one thing we definitely focus a lot on in the game company is from a conceptual level, just because it's hard not to be there down the production line. It's just to be extremely clear with materials, what they are going forward for people to build. But conceptually, that character is really strong. And again, I think from the more film sides of things, probably something I'll say a lot in regards to 2D stuff. And again, you know, these are beautiful illustrations. Really love the color and the warmth. And yeah, but if the intent is to sort of get onto some film type concept work, 3D is definitely something to start incorporating on. It's a great illustration. Really like that. Painterly work. I think it's something that students focus on a lot in regards to concept work, and I think it's an extremely valuable skill to master, is being able to paint scenes evocatively, because I think it allows you to use photos or textures in a much more creative and less lazy sort of fashion, where you're just popping it in there to rely on the forms. These are gorgeous. Love that. Again, really strong line work.
If I can add, so I see what I think that would be wise for this person is to make a portfolio a bit more uniformed, because and I know this from my own experience, because I can't control myself and I put everything in the portfolio, which is not actually good. But I'm not chasing the career of an artist in the game industry or film industry, so who cares? But because I see like a lot of good works here, but when you see all the thumbnails all at once, you know, you don't get this feeling when compared to when you go inside of each gallery and then you actually see that the person is actually very skilled.
Sure. I think it's nice sometimes to see the thumbnails and process, but I agree. I think it's if it's a little bit more focused as far as what the intent would be. personally, sometimes I quite like, you know, and Weta as well. We work on such varied projects with varied styles, and some of them were art installations. So sometimes it can be, that's really beautiful. It can be really handy to see someone that is multi-skilled. I guess the problem with that, being from experience, is that when we've hired artists like that, they can get frustrated being stuck in that, like, you're on this job, then that job, then that job, and you're never sort of really going down a sort of focused line. So there is that danger.
Because,
and I do think the distinction between you know, illustration, like this feels very strong like an illustration. It's gorgeous. I love it, but wouldn't be what I would consider concept art, if that makes sense. But I do love it.
Yeah, because I think there's some compositions here and ideas are like very brave and really strong, especially these the three last ones that you opened. These boys in the dark with the glowing eyes, the abyss or something, and then with the dragon in the background, and the last one with the flag over the face are really, you know, I mean, I wish if all of the works are like in that level, you know. It would be, but then again, there's also this one gallery that you open with more of a kind of line work, similar to the portfolio that we watched before. And I think maybe it would be good to, you know, to pick a style and then push it for another like 2 or 3 years. You know, I'm saying only for the portfolio, not. You can, I mean, privately you can do whatever you want. Sure. But maybe, you know, just because of the recruiters and those who might be interested in services. So
yeah, sure. And again, I think this stuff definitely lends itself more towards game type concept art. But if film's the intention, then definitely trying to get some more 3D and photorealistic stuff going on. I mean, some people have their issues technically as far as that goes, but unfortunately, that's just the way it goes in the commercial world. Whatever it takes to get that sort of that result. But like I said, it's the ones with the stronger painting and drawing foundation underneath that are able to use those skills a lot better than relying on them. And I think it makes for a stronger designer. So I think a lot of strong ideas here, strong execution, but a good distinction between maybe sort of illustration and or concept art in the portfolio. A little bit focused in either of those two areas might be good. Cool. Let's see who's next. Arer, I think is the name.
The name is. I'll check.
Yeah, please forgive me if I get your name wrong.
No. I'll check. I'll check again. The name is. We exchanged so many messages just to connect. Okay, so I think it's Irene Cano.
Okay, Irene.
Yeah, I think it's pronounced Irene Cano. Irene
okay,
Cano.
Cool.
Okay, Irene. Let's call her
Sweet.
Irene.
Again, I think some of the notes to the last one are really, really good work and lovely compositions. I like what's going on here. Really clear battle kind of stuff. And this has got a nice photographic effect, good attention to detail. I feel like they're more on an illustration line than perhaps concept art. So I think from an illustration level, again, always hard to sort of comment as far as that kind of thing, especially when it goes into style. But on the more sorts of concept arts kind of stuff, these sorts of images like here with multiple faces and you know, having to try paint them, and I think again it falls into that sort of the artist's challenge to want to paint and show they've got the anatomy skills, and it's something that's really good to sort of pursue and keep going. But I think for final execution, you know, doing whatever it takes, whether it's getting models to get the perspective right, or even looking at photos to just get the angles right, like things like that, production designers and directors are going to be very nitpicky on, and not being distracting as far as, you know, something that they would consider simple as a face, just lob it in there. There's a lot of the comments they would say, instead of spending days painting multiple faces. And you know, myself, I use a lot of tricks. I've got various 3D models that I lighten different angles and paint into those to get the angles right. If you are much more of a labor and process focused person than just getting to the end result super quick. Again, I don't think at a commercial level there's any shame in photo bashing and using 3D or whatever it takes. No one's going to be hanging the stuff in galleries. They get, maybe if you're lucky, maybe thrown in an art art book, but otherwise they're discarded and put in a folder somewhere for the rest of your life. So, you do get very, myself, you don't get very precious, and you look at Craig Mullins and the likes, and you know that you just start to want to communicate the idea. Again, you know, we're not talking about plagiarizing. It's just getting there super quickly. So I think illustration-wise, painterly-wise, there's a lot of great work. Maybe some more focus on anatomy with hands and faces here and there, and studying models or sculptures just to get those forms right, and then looking at photographs of characters and then seeing how you can translate those forms into an actual character. Good stuff to practice. But yeah, just sort of getting to that reality with the commercial work, that things like that are sort of little tolerance for you having spent 3 days painting a face, and if it doesn't look right, you're going to be pulled over the chopping blocks.
I mean, I can see some of this. I'll call them illustrations. Like maybe a good place to look for work would maybe be like Wizards of the Coast or something like that in the future, like for the Magic.
Magic the Gathering.
The Gathering. Because because every image is a story actually, and sometimes I've seen some of those cards are not only about design of the character, some of them are really about the story. So
and for this, I'm definitely getting a strong sense of narrative. I personally really like this piece over here. I think it's stunning. It's got a lovely feel to it and a lovely sense of the narrative feels very strong. And for each of these pieces, I think there's a really good sense of storytelling. You know, all the characters are placed in their environments. They're either in some sort of sense of dynamic pose, and so yeah, I feel the narrative is very strong. With, these things.
It's very rich. It's very rich.
Yeah, and even the look in their eyes, there's a lot of intention to get a lot of character through there versus just an elf standing there with the bow and arrow and the design. So I do feel this portfolio might be geared towards illustration, and I think that's a really good step towards that direction. Yeah, particularly like this piece.
I like the fact that it's the person is Irene, that she's like very intrigued, let's say, by the light. So a lot of those I mean, it's not an easy thing to do, you know, like illustration that represents like like battle in the daylight. You know, it's easier to do something maybe, you know, at night with a few lights.
Yeah, silhouettes.
Yeah, and it's this is really brave, I would say. You know, it's I mean, I would never go into this because I would see like, okay, this will be like 5 days of work and I probably wouldn't get where I wanted. But so yeah, I think this is like pretty good.
Yeah, no, definitely great work, Irene. All right, who we got next? Cosmin, digital artist.
Cosmin Gligor.
All right, got some varying work there as well with some ZBrush stuff and some painting. Lots of thumbnails. That's really good. Nice to see the ideas and just sort of the progression and what you were thinking and contrasting silhouettes. Something I also see in a few portfolios is a sort of quick skip from the thumbnail into a sort of more polished image, and something we do a lot at work as well is spend a bit of time, you know, even once we've selected a thumbnail, just looking at color variations and material variations, and it can be something that I found shifts from the thumbnail stage. Just trying bold things as far as different materials, maybe different color breakdowns and how you had it thought out in the silhouette. I found that intermediate stage where you're just doing a bit of color, rough blockouts, at least to help flesh out some of the ideas you had. I'm a compare and contrast kind of person. I never think the first idea I have is the best idea, and so even if I have a good reaction to it, I hold it up against the wall and compare a lot of other things to it and just see if it breaks. where it does, I have to cry and succeed that I didn't have it right the first time. I think as well a bit of just looking at this piece here, some attention to anatomy. If this were a game character or a film character, just getting these materials and forms to read a little right, looking at photos or even looking, Pinterest is a wealth of characters in costume, cosplaying or medieval reenactments. And I find that's really valuable reference just to see how certain armor and things fit. And again, I think something I definitely noticed in the portfolio is a bit of attention to anatomy, studying some faces as well, proportions. Feel a little off. And similar thing here, I think just spending some time, especially for an art directing perspective for hiring, I would like to see some intermediate phases from the thumbnail to the finished image. But I think there's some strong ideas. Definitely some cool stuff going on. So I think these were the same. I'm starting to see the same silhouettes, that maybe these are different characters. Yeah, so different characters from the same sheet. That's pretty cool. So working up several different characters. Yeah, similar note to all of them. I think really trying to understand a really strong read on the materials here and there. Similar to what we had in those line drawings before, it's even putting some line work over the top of this to really distinguish between different areas of the costume are really something that, especially where we work in our self-portrait. Very good. And just some ZBrush. Again, I think ZBrush is a really great place to learn anatomy and form and figures because it's quite forgiving with symmetry, and I think you're giving yourself a lot of time to, look at the head in 3D and turn it around. And I found the combination of sculpting and drawing, sculpting always informs my drawing and drawing always informs my sculpting. So keeping a good practice between both. Some stylization. Looking pretty cool. Is that traditional?
It looks traditional.
Yeah, it's got a bit of a canvas feel. Always good to be painting and practicing. Yeah, I think an overall note here definitely is just proportions and figures. Life drawing is something, that's an endless practice. And even if it's a hard time getting to a life drawing studio, I think there's a lot of online programs. I know I use them. I used to do like a few minutes before work every day and just fill sheets of figures with a brush pen. I think you can set them to like 30 seconds per photo. Really, really valuable to start blocking in, and doing them as small as possible, I think helps you really block out and understand the proportions of someone really good. Very cool subject matters though. Yeah, again, I think seeing this kind of line work is nice. You get to sort of have a real good sense of the breakdown of the character, the costume and stuff like that, especially for game kind of design. Mature content. Yeah, very cool. I think keeping up with these kinds of practices would definitely help your work. And I think maybe in not such a detail intense way, like I said, minimizing it and making it really small, doing lots really quickly. I always say to people, whatever you're drawing or practicing, if you start at the top of the page and end at the bottom of the page and just keep doing them, you'll guaranteed your last one will be better than your first one. And that's a visual test to keep going. I think really good strong ideas coming through. Good sense of illustration I'm sensing. Just maybe more focus on practicing on some of the anatomy and form and proportions, and also materials. Yeah, nice work, Cosmin, and good luck going forward. I think, is there another? Oh, okay, it's just split up. So yeah, especially if the intention is for concept art, film again. I know what I'll constantly say is like heading towards photorealism. No production designer is going to hand you an award for painting an image. They just want the idea clear and communicated well. And so yeah, that sad truth is sometimes we just gotta hack those photos in or get them, and again, not to rely on them, but I think use them as a means to an end. But studying and practicing is definitely a good way to use them a lot better. Cool. Tanya? Freelance concept artist.
Yes.
Cool. Freelance concept artist. Now, do you think it's good to say as well in the intent of it's film or game or perhaps both? I mean, I know when I worked as a freelance concept artist, I did do both. And breaking out the portfolio, this definitely feels sort of like game style work. Just seeing how the breaking down of this kind of stuff, which is really cool. I think again, I like seeing comparing and contrasting ideas, just different ways for an art director to engage. I think that's ultimately the most important thing as a commercial artist, is to put your personal opinions and feelings in there. Of course, it's impossible to avoid them, but don't get attached and really realize you're helping someone achieve a vision versus like them feeling that their vision has arrived by you being hired. You're a part of the stepping stones that lead to the finished idea and this kind of stuff, and seeing that you're not afraid to, break your idea apart and try other things. I always appreciate. Nice, clear laying out, clear rendering style. Nice to see the ideas. I think this kind of work again as well, really nice, strong line work, very clear to see the different breakdowns, the different areas, the different design intents and motifs. One thing we always come across again and again and again is motif design, armor, clothing, heraldry, all that kind of stuff. It's an absolute no-no to just be pillaging from existing history or other cultures. You never know what you're just sort of copying and pasting. So I think the ability to be interpretive, and it doesn't ever have to really mean something hugely significant, or you don't have to be Tolkien and write 3 languages. And it's merely just that you're engaged in the creative process to express that world and a part of your world building, and depending on how much that stuff weighs in the story, I think being able to do this kind of work is really, really strong, and putting them on your character and making them feel like they belong to something is extremely strong. My suggestion here again would be, proportions, anatomy, just to be checking in with that. Something I use a fair bit as well is DAZ. It always helps just set the pose and stuff like that. You can play around with it. It's free software with lots of figures, but it really helps. And again, the figures aren't perfect. They're not as good as photographic reference will ever be. But
they're getting better and better with each new version.
Absolutely, and I think for things like this, setting a character in a pose that's solid with solid lighting, it's going to give you that base to paint into already. And for commercial work, again, there's just no awards for having painted it if it's wrong. No one looks past that. It either is or it isn't. And so for stuff like this, I think on a commercial level, yes, it's going to be brutal as far as the feedback. But that's something I would be paying attention to as far as the idea generation content goes. I think it's really strong. Yeah, this feels a lot stronger, like really nice pose, and it feels set into its environment, a lot. Hands feel a little like they could be worked on, maybe the wrists and the joinings over there. I like the Dark Knight zombie faces though; those are rad. I'd pick the first one myself. And again, really, I really appreciate seeing the contrasting ideas. I think for art directors and production designers, this is really where the meat's at. And for myself, probably where a lot of once a design's picked and you're kind of happy with it, color is very important. But I think we're definitely where the meat is and where the tire hits the curb. It's where the deciding moment happens. And so I think having those options and being able to spread them out and visually portray them is super important. Oh. Yeah, really strong communication here as well. Good heraldry, good options, and materials seem really strong for game stuff. This is perfect. really nice. Feels a normal illustration level, but really nice again to see the idea generations. Lots of them. Color shifting. Again, it's so powerful to see what, as an art director, if I was considering what environment this character would be going into, and just seeing these options, I have a much more informed decision versus someone just giving me the final presentation. Yeah, I really like seeing this kind of stuff, and I think she's a really great character. I love her forms and stuff, so yeah, great work. Illustration piece, it's very cool. More illustration work. Okay, maybe just a bit of attention to faces there. They're not easy. They'll be the holy grail. Yeah, I think pretty good, strong work there. Look at this environment one. And even James Gurney is another artist I look a lot to. I think if people have a stronger, I find people have a stronger resonance with traditional setups, even as similar as they can be to digital setups. And James is constantly using little figures, builds his own dioramas. He sculpts his own dinosaurs, gets cardboard and cut out cities, and gets his lamp and stuff like that. And so I don't find that any different to moving cubes and little figures
in
around
3D,
in 3D. Yeah, it's really no different. It's whatever it takes to get that solid reference.
Especially with the lightning and all this that 3D gives you for free practically.
Absolutely. And I think something I would strongly suggest as well for these sorts of big environment pieces, I think stuff like the lens flare over the character, we've got birds, and there's a lot going on in the composition. Sort of my eyes tend to sort of go here versus at the focal point. And I think something else James Gurney, I learned from his books, was doing thumbnails that are for environments that are in stark black and white, only one tone, and you're only breaking out your shadows. And I think that really gives you a strong sense of what's going to be in focus, where your focal point will be, and what really matters. Everything else is secondary after that point. But I think for big environment pieces like this, it's really good to, in some form along the process, simplify it down to really black and white. As if you're able to, two or three values isn't that bad. But I find the more you add, the more confused you're going to get around your composition. So the black and white thumbnails, really small. Am I seeing a character standing on a mast with birds? No. Then do another thumbnail until you're able to really block out that simplicity. But that would be my suggestion for the big stuff. But yeah, I think there's no the artists since time memoriam, all the Caravaggio, all of them had a room full of people standing there in the poses with lighting, and so we can't all afford 50 models to stand in a room. And I think the great advantage of technology, I think cheating is the wrong way to look at it. It's just all reference. If you're cheating, if you're just copying and pasting and putting stuff in that you didn't really work on, then that's on you at the end of the day. But yeah, I think that kind of stuff always helps solidify your vision a lot more. This is a really strong piece. The face is really well read and lovely illustration. Yeah, great work, Tanya. Tozani, give me if the name's wrong. Some mature content stuff, so cover your eyes, kids. Oh wow.
I've seen this before. I really like it.
Yeah, very strong. Yeah, strong anatomy, and the everything in the image quite pops out at you, doesn't it? Forms are quite strong, and the texture and materials. Yeah, for an illustration, it's top notch. I really like the attention to that.
It looks a bit like those old airbrush versus airbrush / acrylic paint
Absolutely
works, but like really on a high level.
Yeah, the little cross here where you can see the painting sort of smeared, and the line work. Yeah, again, another testament to I like seeing this, just the development from the sketch and how the line work sort of just helps the artists sort of capture those forms of what was important. Really distinct graphic color breakout. I think at this moment we're just enjoying looking at your work, designing. Yeah, really strong. I like this stuff a lot. Again, even if the intent was just sort of illustration, the graphic design and the intent of each of these characters is super strong, you know, even without the intention to any materials. I think we all understand what those materials are.
When you think of it, even something like this can serve as a good idea for the visual style of a game, because I mean, you can have like a much more freedom when creating a game than what you can when doing a film. So it's good to, you know, experiment with this style, especially something that's more like graphical like this.
Absolutely. I mean, this could become the grounds for the style of your character design, you know, the types of clothing for your background characters, and being able to do, you know, an initial spread, you know, when we first start looking at a whole game or a zone or area, and you want to just spitball and have a look at the variety of characters, you kind of want to do it in a quick and effective way. And I think this kind of rendering, not to say that, you know, this should be quick, but I think it's more about effective communication quickly. I super like these a lot. Great personality in each of the characters. Again, really strong anatomy. I think you've done some good homework and study. I like the hatching and style, painterly feel. Exhibition, just trying to see if there is anything traditional. Really strong painting work. And materials, the brush strokes really give a good sense of materiality as well. I can get a sense of that cloth with very little work, and I think that's a good point to all the concept stuff. You know, it doesn't really take photo bashing all the time, but a good understanding of how materials read with little brushwork. I think someone I've worked with my whole career, Nick Keller, who's extremely competent painter, has done an atelier course, and he had an incredible way of doing that, painting and actually just having the materials read through brushstrokes.
Well, I think that Tozani's work are a really good example of if you're going for a more like painterly style, like really good examples of how you can achieve also a final result which gives enough information for those who will be using it after you're done. If it's for games, then for 3D modelers and others, because it's these are like paintings, but every detail is solved. You know, you can see literally everything. So it's really a no-brainer for a 3D artist to do a 3D model based on this. Even in this composition, which is obviously more of a, you know, storytelling, you see a lot of information.
Absolutely, yeah. No, and it's where the detail is exactly where it is. I see he's a senior visual designer, so I feel he's very competent. Yeah, the stuff's great. I really love it. It even gives a good sense of fashion design. And so, yeah, if I was to want someone to do a spread of characters very quickly, this guy seems like he'd be able to nail it. Good proportions as well, and I love the attention to how the clothes sit on a character. I think, you know, that the more games that are out there, and the more each time we approach this idea of designing a set of characters for a world, you know, the way cloth and fabric hangs off the character and fashion design is something that becomes so important. Even if you're doing medieval fantasy stuff, it's no longer about just making a knight. You know, you have to acknowledge modern haircuts, modern pant cuts, how boots sit, and sort of put that in there a little bit to make it somewhat appealing for the time. I read about historic paintings, and you know, there's a reason why in some Caravaggio paintings the resting of Jesus Christ is the one that comes to mind, and there's Italian Renaissance armor in there, and you know, you ask yourself, well, hang on, they didn't have that in Roman times, and a lot of artists would just decorate according to what they thought beautiful at the time. So it's very hard to get an accurate sense of history through paintings, because most of the time it was just the artist going, well, we like these kinds of armor and clothing, and so that's what we're going to paint these people in. And That's no different to today. I think even Game of Thrones and the haircuts and things, we don't really know, there's Knight's haircuts were probably super dorky and had those little bowl cuts and monk haircuts. And so, like there's even Deadwood is a great example. They toned up the language to be able to be appropriate to how we speak today. And I think, I think this kind of sense and understanding of our world today and how we wear our clothes and how they sit to translate to a medieval post-apocalyptic character, whatever it is, I feel it's super important. I feel Tazani's got his finger on the pulse there. Yeah, that's cute. Some Mayan, the Aztec legend. That's great. And humor. Yeah. Oh man, strong work. Just nice, strong idea generation. And again, at work, it's amazing how long ideas sit in this phase. One of my favorite books is The Making of Wall-E, purely because, I love the movie and the story, but the production design was so strong. And I think they spent, I can't remember the exact number of years off head now, but they spent a number of years in like Copic markers, whiteouts, foolscap paper, just doing crude drawings, storyboards. And that was where most of the film was figured out. Most of those frames turned into keyframes. And then they don't solve any of their environments in 3D, as far as I understand, as far as like the perspective needs to be perfect. They make it match the artwork. And I feel games is kind of similar. Your environments are curated. You're not like getting a piece of Google Earth and slapping it in and going, cool, we're just playing a game in there. Everything's curated. Their whole environment is meant to be thought out, and how your player walks through. And so even in a film, storyboarding. And so I find being able to communicate at this phase super quickly, black and white, fast, comparing and contrasting ideas, that really is the bulk of where commercial work gets solved. We always see the end result and these beautiful illustrations, and not many people realize that an art director was involved with that. They've probably got an in-game asset that they're painting over / or movie asset that they're using. I've sculpted stuff, sent it to Digi, they've sent me back this beautiful thing, and I've been able to work into that. The end result is often very difficult to kind of see what's going on, but the bulk of where I think true idea generation and true solving comes out is this phase. These black and white, quick thumbnails. Can't say enough.
I think this last piece and also this one, it's similar in a way that it's and all his works that are started with lines, and but the previous one had this moment where it shows like you see like one lines in one image, and on the other you just see like a simple shading, which already solves so much. So maybe even for others, it's a good information to how easy it is actually to in few short steps be very close to the final thing.
Totally.
If we're talking about the pipeline and others who will take this work from you and continue developing it.
Yeah, and I think this is just super strong work again. I think this feels like they're from commercial projects, and so I can only speak to the efficacy of how they're laid out and communicated as really good examples of exactly what you're talking about. I think anyone that's got to take this stuff, not only have you got a really good, well, I guess this is the final render down below, but the breakdown of the environment, intention of stuff, the composition super strong. And it's nice to see an animation reel. I think, animation and game are probably very close in the sense that the whole world is designed, everything's considered. There's nothing that's really shot or plates that you're going to slap in there and you kind of take for granted. Everything is laid out in a strong visual sense. And so I really love animation work because I think it's sort of like... what's a good example? I don't know. It's like everything we try to do in film and hide and cover up and obscure. It's sort of stuck up in a loud volume. And an image like this, it's really tasty and juicy to look into. And great layout, great composition, great breakdown, and just nice, good example of solid work. very difficult angle to draw, and yeah, really did well.
Scary, if you ask
Yeah.
me.
No, whenever I see Kim Jong-il do those foreshortening things, I'm like, stop it, just draw like the rest of us. Give the rest of us a chance.
Thinking about like sending an assassin to find him and just like remove him from the internet forever.
We always used to joke at Weather about thumb traps, just leaving thumb traps on the mouse or something like that. And he's a total candidate for the thumb traps, as is Tazania. Yeah, just strong work, man. Strong narrative, strong storytelling, great anatomy, and yeah, you're picking some super hard angles to draw here. Great characters. I think that's it. Well, that was a pleasure to squiz through. Yeah, I don't think you'll have a problem finding work.
Yeah, for sure. But although I must say, if you can just go back to Tozani just for a second, I must add something like, and I said, and also based on my experience, my personal experience, it's still when you look at all the thumbs, you know, because when you go inside of each gallery, you see like perfect works, you know, for projects. Like you can't ask for more. But when you look at this like whole portfolio, and when you watch only the thumbnails, I think that maybe like a recruiter or someone who is looking for a particular type of art could, you know, be a bit confused and maybe just move on, or you know, not pay enough attention to it to even open any of the galleries, because you know those people are like searching through hundreds and hundreds of artists, and then sometimes they just miss like a gem, you know. So maybe even maybe it wouldn't be bad thing to even have like two portfolios with like different kind of works, you know. Just
I agree, man.
Yeah,
it's something I've definitely noticed a lot in receiving portfolios, and just navigating even through this. And I think ArtStation has become a very assumed portfolio platform. And it sort of serves as two things, right? I think it serves as a gallery space where you want to show off your work and you're hoping you're going to trend, and so trying different things it's not bad in that arena, right? I'm going to do a 3D model, and you may have a huge variety because it sort of becomes an extension of your personal folder space, maybe. But you know, traditionally portfolios, and at least back in my day, early thousands, you know, like we had to have a VHS cassette tape for the for your demo reel, and a physical portfolio that you had to bring in, and if you had a website, that was a real bonus. But I still think there's something a lot to be said for a website, because it's forcing you to curate, exactly as you said, what am I going for here? Or if it's got multiple aspects, at least on your front page you can say 2D drawings, concept artwork, and illustration. And if I'm a recruiter, you might not even send them the tab with the front page. You might just send them the tab with your concept work page, because I agree, expecting, you know, some days when I have to look through portfolios, there's hundreds, and people can't get to intimately, I personally don't have the time to intimately get to dig through and read everything about you, and understand your intentions and what kind of a good guy you might be. It's really that first glance. That's, people click on the link, they read your opening letter, and if there's nothing sort of jumping out, or if there's the expectation that there's got to dig through and look for stuff that's appropriate, it's very tempting to just move on to the next portfolio. So I agree. I think that's ArtStation is great, but I wouldn't see it as the end point for the portfolio. And if it is, cater it really appropriately to who you're going to send it to, and bearing in mind they've got very little time to be digging through and looking through everything. So less is more, and a focused intent is definitely important.
Yeah.
And that was a good comment to bring up at this point, because definitely a strong work, but hard to see sort of at this stage, the thumbnail level.
Yeah, something to think about, maybe.
Yeah, for everyone, I think it is. You know, ArtStation is a great place to engage with other artists. You're most likely going to get seen. But if you're going to expect someone to take the time, if you're not going to be recruited by people stumbling upon your work, and you're sending for someone to have a look at the work, then
and by accident we have this portfolio right after Tozanis, where there is no such problem when it comes to, you right away you see everything by just by looking at all these thumbs,
Straight away, if I was a film production designer, I would just from the thumbs I'd go, yep, done. I don't even need to click on the thumbnails. I'd hire him straight away. And I see you have been hired by Digi Pictures, so congratulations, Gabriel.
Yeah. Digi Pictures, they're actually our sort of partners this year, and I think that Gabriel works for them, and I've seen this portfolio just when I was preparing all the list to send it to you, and I was blown away by it.
I think it's a great portfolio to talk to anyway. I mean, I went through it before, and just for your notes, Gabriel, stunning work. I don't work in the film industry anymore, but even for game stuff, this is extremely strong. And I really appreciate you putting this thumbnail up, because I think it shows exactly kind of what I was mentioning earlier. If the intention is to sort of go to a film level, the use of 3D here, some photos and stuff, and really just being effectively, I can tell you're a great artist, but just being able to communicate your ideas at this level with a finished result like that for film especially is this is pretty much the stock standard.
And it's so if I may add, these works actually remind me of some of the best 2D artists in the field, because it's obviously a 3D, but the end result is so rich. It feels like those amazing paintings with amazing lighting and colors and everything, and composition.
I still call this 2D work because it still feels like it's the end result is the final thing, right? And it's not something, that end piece we can't go spin around and move around in it. But even the fact of how this is another really great example of how we work in the industry. And even in games, sometimes we'll have level designers that have laid out areas that have got the map and everything considered. And, these are all just gray blocks, and you have to go and you can use Blender or whatever software you use. But to move around in the environment and find different compositions and challenge the level design to a degree in game, in this area, challenge the production design. That back area might be a matte painting, whereas the foreground might be a set. And so, for example, this foreground area might be totally locked in, and all you can play around with is the back area, but having that model that you can sort of lift or lower or zoom in, zoom out. This process is definitely extremely strong for what we would do in the film industry a lot. And really nice to see those thumbnails broken down. Really good composition and angling here, showing that sort of tall building. Yeah, super nice to see the idea generation and process. Anything in a photo bash? Yeah.
Actually, I think that others can really learn from this portfolio, because it provides so many good insights on how the process behind the creation of the final piece. And
absolutely, really nice. Really admire the work. It's great, and I like seeing this process and overall idea. I think for any of the students who are wanting to go into a more filmic environment, again, there are many ways to forgive the saying, skin the cat, but this is a really good example of a really good process and great execution. I think, are we getting to the dragon piece? Oh no, yeah, great. Wraithy Knights. Yeah, I think the one thing, again, it's not a criticism. The one thing with these kinds of images is we're doing atmosphere is always really hard, and I guess it's a personal opinion to pop those silhouettes a little more or not. But that would be the only thing I would think this thing has.
This piece reminds me of that. I don't know, the last film of the Ghost of the Rings, when the army of those or who are they? I forgot.
The
Actually.
Army of the Dead.
Yeah, Army of the Dead. Like this reminds me because this scenography was also very similar to this. It was this old town in ruins. So I really like this piece.
Same. I love it. It's got a great sense of atmosphere and the wind. You can feel he's really tired and thick fog. No, it's cool. I think I don't know if we're getting to my favorite piece of his on the thing. Not yet. Oh, strong. And again, I think I'm not assuming maybe he used some models, but being able to pose and do lots of different scenes, strong black and white thumbnails.
I think the strongest thing here is actually his ability to do like really good composition.
Yep.
And on top of that, he's obviously super skilled with applying textures and using 3D models as well. So
yeah. Something I do a lot with a friend who's a really good director. We did what was called the half-hour exercise, and it's looking at other, like, I've got a really long ongoing folder, and this is again talking to anyone wanting to angle their portfolios in a film direction, and I think this is a perfect frame to speak to the idea. But studying film, cinematographers, directors of photography, being familiar with what you like, you know, going back to the old days, Westerns, Kurosawa films, Kubrick, people who had no choice but to film a lot in camera, and getting a folder of screen grabs and just having them there. I don't think having any project in mind going into the folder is necessary, but just having a range of images. And I find I go through that folder every time I get onto a film or even a game, and just see where it takes me, see what films strike me. You know, composition, it's really, I think like Ron Howard said, there's only like 7 stories in the whole world, and he believes there's only really 1. And I think composition's similar. It's, you're never reinventing the wheel. You're giving us, the human, what we want to look at and exactly how we need to look at it, where it needs to be looked at. But there are definite rules to make that harmonious. And I think cinematography and seeing how directors of photography and looking at these thumbs here are great studies of those types of shots. So cinema is a lot about less is more. There's not a lot of detail in a lot of film shots. If you look at it, and where there is, it's specifically placed. But I think having that catalog in your mind and constantly thinking about film frames from a cinematographer's perspective, the way he is here, the way Gabriel's doing here is very important, I think, to understand that composition and what's important. You know, a scene like that in the bottom left there, not a hell of a lot of information, but boy, it's an evocative image. It really gets a sense of something, and I'm intrigued by it. I want to know what happens next.
There's a new website that might be useful for guys who are into films, but also into games and you know, environment design and whatever. But it's related to what you've been saying now. It's called Shot Deck, I think, and it's all about shotdeck.com.
Okay.
SH.
I want to check that.
SHOTDECK.com. And it's all about frames from the well-known movies, you know.
Yeah.
It looks really fantastic. Just a few days back, one of our speakers and I mean, one of the IFCC guys from the list of speakers, he did a full video on this topic about the shotdeck.com. I don't know who is running it, but it looks really good. The guy who did the video is Jan Urschel, so you can look for his video on YouTube, I think.
Cool.
Also very skilled concept artist. But some really amazing scenes are already there on from famous films are already there on the homepage, so you can check it. It looks really useful. So
I think that stuff's really valuable.
So even if you don't have a folder like you, others could just go to the website and check. They'll probably offer a lot of things free of charge. So
yeah, I think it's just great observation, and I just love the attention to little quiet moment. You know, like looking in the top left here over the bridge and through the mountain range, and it just builds such a sense of an environment in the place, and it's not the typical sort of impressive epic concept art stuff. It's just sort of really lovely world establishing stuff. So yeah, fantastic work here, man. Big fan of this stuff. That's fantastic. Got a nice Red Dead feel.
Yeah.
No, that's great. Yeah, epic as well. No, I think for anyone wanting to be aspiring to do any film work, Gabriel's got a really good example here. Asimov, oof. Hitting the feels. Love this piece. Yeah, this was one of my favorites. It's really interesting composition, lovely lighting. Yeah, my eyes go filter around this lovely feeling of the cold walking through in the shadows here in the fog. Always like stuff with the dragon in it. Yeah, that's super cool as well. I see Blade Runner influence, super nice. Yeah, very strong work. Even this is lovely. It's got a combination of photo bashing and painting, and it's boom, it's exactly what it needs to be. Communicates everything. Production designers would love this stuff.
I'm just thinking how doing thumbnails really saves you a lot of time in the process, because I think that many of those who are like working on their portfolios and who are still not full-time working in a studio somewhere, I see a lot of them are kind of wasting a lot of time just trying to do something without a clear idea, and just jump right into 3D or paint the finished piece right away. I mean the final piece right away, and but from his work, from Gabriel's work, you can really see how much like tumbling can help you decide about the design, the final design as well. So it really makes sense to spend some time, and doing a thumbnail is like sometimes, especially if you're just doing it in Photoshop, like if you're not using any 3D for it, it can really be like few minutes of work.
Absolutely, it shouldn't be any longer. And I think a lot of the time, what I've noticed, the students come to the plate wanting to impress, and I think their road to impressing is showing that they can paint something or draw something from scratch and render it really well. And I think that journey in the process, when you're on one piece, you can get stuck on that piece and try to fix it for as long as you can. And I think what I've learned commercially is you definitely don't get precious, and you just slay things out. You trying another idea and getting to learn to draw quickly, because you have to get quick. You start to feel less precious about things, and I think a process and craft starts to take place. And I think thumbnailing is a great road to that process. I think where you're forcing yourself to move on to the next piece, move on, rather than feeling you're going to fix this one piece. And especially where I see overly painted or labored into pieces, I sense that anxiety and that, no, but I will fix this. And I found when I work on something for too long, you get lost. You need a fresh pair of eyes, or someone to walk in and goes, whoa, that thing looks like that. And you're like, whoa, that's not what I intended at all. And everyone's like that. It's no one's different. And I think when you're alone and you're in a student environment, and you're not getting commercial feedback, which is brutal. It's always brutal. No one cares about your personal journey as an artist, and that's the results. And I think it's a hard way to learn, but I think it means you become more free to explore, test things out, and I think good ideas and better progress comes out from that way. And so I totally agree. I think thumbnailing is a great road towards getting here, and understanding composition, whereby if you were just to tackle this piece with photos and models and only work at this piece, you'd probably get lost a little bit. But comparing and contrasting and seeing how that thumbnail is going to work. Again, he's got some very nice, crude, simple shapes to be able to play around and test with what was going to work in that final frame. And it turned out really nicely.
Looks like he's been also doing a model for this one. I mean,
Yeah.
I see posing there, so
Yeah. And again, I think sometimes when you got like if you're doing production work or key scenes for films, you'll sometimes, if you have, I mean, it looks like he made the asset himself, but sometimes you get the asset to pose around and move around in shots like this. Really depends on the stage of the project and what's trying to be sold or pitched, whether it's a VFX shot or panel or character, or seeing the character in some sort of environment before they've committed to going down the pipeline. So yeah, sometimes you do have to get those models pre-existing, and they can be pretty high res.
Have you seen this?
Some artists. Oh, sorry.
Have you seen this most recent announcement of the new Unreal Engine, Unreal Engine 5?
Yeah.
You've seen it?
Yep.
I think,
we were looking at
I
it at work.
think this will also change how some studios are working, since, I mean, you can like really just throw a high res, high poly model in it without any optimization, and I mean, it could speed up some of the, because like Unreal Engine is becoming like like some sort of a cinema tool as well.
Film companies use it, and I think it's only going to get more used in film. I know a few film studios I've worked for already have it incorporated into the pipeline quite hard out, and games are already a given. But yeah, I think it's going to become an extremely strong. I think the main thing is directors having to being frustrated with that sort of green screen studio phase where you've got Gandalf separate from the actors, or people swinging around on ropes, and suddenly there's no ability to see what it's like in that environment. So if you combine virtual reality with Unreal, and suddenly actors get the sense of this creature that they're acting with, or this crazy epic scene they're supposed to be looking at, it helps them infuse in the environment, and plus it helps the director see what's happening in real time. And I think that's going to get more, that's become very appealing for directors. I know definitely we want to just start to see that stuff instead of imagining it. And I think that idea of fixing it in post starts to become a little less, because you have to kind of front load it a little bit more and have a bit of your storyboarding done, and the design's a little bit more fleshed out to see how they work in those environments as you're shooting them. So I think, yeah, it's going to have a big change, and I think for the better. It was a very impressive video for sure. I'm looking forward to seeing the video games that will come out of it for sure.
Yeah, but I'm not sure if I mean, you still need to have this model inside. It is optimized in real time, but then you still have to have it inside. I mean,
I think that everyone just jumping on and going, I'm just going to grab everything from Quixel and load it in a game, and voila. I mean, like, I think someone...
You'll need a truck with hard drives, to...
Yeah, we'll see how that goes quickly. I'm sure there's a lot of indie game people are going, sweet. And we'll see if they hit the market. But I think optimization to some degree is always going to be a reality.
I mean,
but I think
all these images are so rich, this
very rich.
Yeah,
I think stunning portfolio, man, and
good way to end this session.
Yeah, for sure. I think I'll that's probably my favorite. I love that image, and it's just so stunning. That and that one. We'll leave it on that one there.
Yeah. Thanks for joining. I hope we'll repeat it at some point. Sometimes.
Yeah, man.
Who knows? Maybe since we start in like 10 days or 9 days or so. Maybe if you feel bored, just ping me, and we can put you in the program, because this is cool, because I didn't expect that you'll be available so early in the morning.
Cool.
So and
Yeah, no, I mean, my son gets up pretty early, so.
Oh yeah. How old is he?
He's 1.5. He'll be
Oh,
2 in October. So yeah.
I know what you're going through. Mine is 5 now, almost 5.
Okay. Yeah, we're looking forward to breaking through to sleepland again.
Thanks so much, Andrew, and we'll be in touch soon. And I'll just stop recording in 3, 2, 1. Of course, sorry, you can say something for the end.
Oh yeah, no, great bunch of work, everyone, and yeah, all the best with your respective careers.
Cool. Okay.
And thanks for having me on.
3, 2, 1, stop.
Can you guys share your station or portfolio?
Yes, of course. Wait a sec. Any people here whose reviews have been scheduled? Because like I got my review earlier.
I don't know. I feel like I have scheduled a couple of people into the portfolio reviews, but I don't know if they're online. Let me see. But I mean, we can start and let's see. All right. Yeah, it doesn't matter. We can go one by one. It's fine. It's okay. Uh, or you guys want to do it alone, or you guys are okay listening to each other review?
Well, for some reason I have kind of echo here. Probably I'll restart my Discord.
Okay, perfect. Cool. Yeah, we can go live. All right. So is go deep in here? No. Um, all right. So I should, Marco, question. I should start with the people even if they're not in the room, or what? And they will see it later. Okay, guys, let's start. So, who comes first? How we do it? We. So, I want you to start sharing the station. Yeah, but I don't know how I should start this. I should. Okay, and what about the people that is not in the room that I should review? Because I saw is four of the people that I should review. I think that they are not in the room. I should start anyway with that portfolios, or I can start with the people that isn't actually in the room. Wait, the people that is in the room, or the ones I have in the list. Okay, cool. So healer is here. Healer Fabian. Mm, you guys can see my screen? Anna, can you see the screen? Okay. See. And concept creatures, that's super good. Some stuff is very, very nice. Some of your stuff reminds me to the one of the very, very, very good, well-known concept artists in ILM. I think that her name is Itlach. What was her name? I need to find out. I'll send it to you. Some very good stuff. What I will do in your case, because you have very good painting skills. So what you can try is try to do some 3D models as well. You know, just learn ZBrush and try to use a little bit of ZBrush plus Keyshot and Photoshop, because that's have something very cool, right? That you can when you're doing concept art for productions, lots of times the client wants to see different angles, and if you have a setup where you have some of the 3D models in ZBrush and you have Keyshot as well, you can get angles very fast, and that saves a lot of time, right? If you are only doing it in Photoshop, you will get only one angle, the one that you like, and after you if they ask for another angle, you can. But if you have a 3D model as a starting point, you can get different angles, and you can start showing to the director and your art director very fast. So that's the advantage. The disadvantage that can be a little bit slower at the beginning, but this looks very cool. I think that you have very good painting skills, so you will not even need to sculpt that much. That's pretty cool. I really love these ones. The Griffin, the Hellcat, and the Fox. These ones are very good. That's pretty cool as well. That's very good work. Sorry? Oh, cool. I already started. Cool, sounds good. Oh, these ones are great. These ones are awesome. Yeah, no, I mean, your stuff looks pretty good. The only thing that I would do is, try to get into a little bit more in 3D. Just not because it's not that you. It's a good skill to have, start to do some 3D concept art is a good skill to have in your bag. And you don't need to go super technical, you don't need to get super technical, but maybe you can start with ZBrush, Blender, Keyshot, start with easy things. Maybe you can try to replicate one of the creatures that you already did, because these ones are pretty cool. Maybe it's just a bust. You can take one of these ones, and going to ZBrush, try to get something, and after going to Keyshot, get a couple of renders, and after that, you can get different angles, show some presentations. But this is looking amazing. This is looking great. I really like it. For the humans, I think that all your creatures are a little bit better resolved than the ones that have human anatomy, the humanoids that you have. For these ones, I think that the painting is very good, but it would be nice to maybe do some anatomy classes, or study anatomy a little bit in the side. I think that whatever is creature like looks great. Oh, really? I'm sharing my screen. Let me try again. Stop sharing. Change window. Oh no, I'm scrolling and going through different. Let me see. Let me try now. Now it's okay. Okay, awesome. Okay, as I was saying, this looks great. All of them looks very good. The only thing that I will do as a extra skill is, try to take one of these ones into ZBrush and start to get some render from Keyshot, print it in Photoshop in top. So in that way, you can, get a starting understanding of 3D. That will help you a lot, because in production we use we do a lot of concept art in 3D, but also we do a lot of paint over. And you can get different angles for the vector, and so that works super good. Anatomy wise, I think that the creatures are better resolved than the humanoids. Probably something that you can try is to do some anatomy workshops and that kind of things, or studying your side a little bit of anatomy. It takes time. Anatomy takes time. It's something that you need to be studying all the time. But I really like these ones. The Griffin, the Fox, and the Helka. That looks amazing. Actually, this guy looks great as well. It's pretty good. Cool, Anna. Very nice work. Looks awesome. Okay, let's go. Let's go to the next one. Who's next? Peter, you want to come next? You want to share your ArtStation?
Nah, thank you. I'm just watching.
Okay. Who wants to share the ArtStation? Jessica or Spanky, Hoymoon, Enzo.
Yes, I'm in if you want.
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Send me a message with the session.
Okay. Okay, coming. Here. Just 1 second. Okay. Okay. Here. I'm sorry, I send you in private, but
No problem. So good. Perfect. That's cool. You want to explain a little bit what you do and that kind of stuff, or you want me just to go over?
I can introduce myself in a few words if you want me to do.
Yeah, that would be great.
I'm from south of France, and I graduated in Paris a few years ago. And I was studying printmaking, graphic design, and illustrations, but for books, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So 2 years ago, I decided to do concept artist. So I've been working since then on my portfolio like every day.
Yeah.
And, now I'm looking for an opportunity in video games or film industry. So I'm still working on it while sending CVs to studios right now.
I mean, this looks great.
Thanks.
Have very good stuff. So you do 3D as well, or you do mostly 3D?
Yeah, I do a lot of 3D. So, for example, if you open one of the projects, you will see that the latest are mainly 3D based.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I did some video process on YouTube.
Nice.
Yeah, so I've been working a lot on 3D lately because this was my weakness when I started to work on my portfolio. Because back when I was in my school in Paris, I was doing everything in 2D, and I had this friend working at Ubisoft in Paris, and he just showed me all the process. He was like, okay, you have to paint on top of 3D renders and stuff. And at the very beginning, I thought it was kind of cheating because I was doing everything in 2D and oil painting and printmaking, so I was from a completely different world.
Yeah.
But now I really enjoy to do stuff in 3D and try out so many different software such as Marvel Designer, Blender, 3D Code.
I mean, these ones are looking great. I mean, I really like how you show the process and everything. It's very, very cool. Have very cool stuff here. Nice. I mean, honestly, the quality of the painting is super good. I mean, for concept art for films, is, I mean, this level is good. All your paintings looks great. They're all interesting. Even the creatures. What I like is that even that you have the creature, the 3D creature is the model of the 3D creature is basic. You like it a lot in 2D, something that is very good. So for example, in my case it's different because my main thing is sculpture. So I spend more time in ZBrush, for example, and less time painting over.
Sure.
But in your case is great because you spend much less time. You get only the primary shapes in 3D, and after you enhance everything, painting it on top. And that's very good. That's a nice skill, you know.
Yes.
It's not, because it's not like a rule book, you know. You can do whatever you want when you're doing concept. In my case, because I don't only do concept art. I do the concept of the creatures, and as well I build them in production.
Okay.
I work a little bit different because I know that I need to reuse that mesh and I use it for later on.
Yeah, sure.
So what I do is trying to get try to do my 3D models as reusable as possible for my next step, that is going to be build it and
makes sense.
and all that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But in your case, because you're not, it's not your focus. Your focus is to get
it's to get the 2D, the final image. Yeah.
I mean, this is great because you spend very little time in 3D, and you're doing a lot in painting and composition. So it's,
you know, this one, that's true, because that was 3 months ago, I guess, and I didn't know how to texture well. But for example, if you go on the temple, you will see that I've spent much more time on the 3D.
Yeah.
Because I've tried to texture and do my lighting, and it is true with the Spinosaur. I just started on a gray model, and obviously I spent too much time on Photoshop because I was struggling to recover the textures doing too. But the more I work on my concepts, and the more 3D I do, you know, to be able to reuse the assets, and just so I can just move my camera and find a cool angle and stuff.
I mean, this is very cool. I mean, you're showing the process, you're showing all how you're doing your bumps, how you're doing the details. I mean, this is great. Honestly, this is pretty good.
Yeah, I tried to show from where I start and how I use the software, because I think that's important for the studios to see how you work, what you ended with.
This is very good. You know, something that you can use as well. I started to use a lot for concept the Mega Scan store.
Yeah, I just started to use it on my latest projects. That's really cool.
Yeah, it's very cool because you don't need to, you know, worry that much about texturing anything, and everything comes with textures. So you save a lot of time, you know.
Yeah, this is amazing. I mean, this is endless. There is almost everything you're looking for is on that platform.
I really like this painting. This painting is great. I mean, I can see that you have a very good understanding of composition and colors and.
Yeah, thanks.
That's pretty
good. On this one, I wanted to work on scale. You know, like a giant statue and a really small character in the foreground.
The other thing that you can do, if you want to get more specialized in a subjects in particular, you can always, you know, depends on what is your idea. You know, if your idea is to work more in environments, such as in illustrations or in creatures, you know, sometimes it's. I mean, you don't need to be specialized in something in particular, but it's good to have something. A subject in what you're more than comfortable, you know.
Sure.
For example, my case is creatures. I mean, but I don't do only. I try to focus. For example, if I do creatures, I focus in creatures, not only modeling them or not only in concept them, in all the aspects. You know, I do the concept, I do the production model, I do the plane shapes, I do the shots. So in your case, could be similar. You know, you can choose. Okay, what you like? You like more sci-fi? You like more? I can see that you like more kind of a medieval style and that.
And that's complicated to me to choose a subject because I'm interested in so many different subjects. But
obviously there is some stuff I like more than others, like prehistoric stuff and sci-fi too.
Yeah.
And I don't know if do you think there is a subject that I should try above others to get more chance to get into the industry, like medieval or sci-fi? I mean,
that's always, depends of the. Sometimes depends of the studio that you apply, or depends of the. For example, in VFX, in VFX it's different to video games, for example, because VFX is something that we have a different show every 6 months, or every 7 months.
It's super fast.
So some projects go longer. For example, now the one that I finished at a time, like Dune, for example, we finished that one. I finished that one. Took me almost a year, but it's not a normal thing. Normally you're in a project for 6-7 months and you pass to the next one. Maybe you are working in Venom and later you're working in Dune, or you're working in I don't know, a movie from Disney, Togo, or Spider-Man. So you are jumping between projects, so the style can change quite a lot. But video games, for example, works in a project for years.
Yeah, it's longer.
So in that case, if you're applying for a certain company, you need to take a look, for example, in what the company does more.
Yeah.
For example, if you take a look into Ubisoft does a lot of medieval stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
If you take a look into the last Assassin's Creed, the last Assassin's Creed was Odyssey, yeah, for example.
Yeah, Odyssey, yeah.
And now is the one with the Vikings,
Yeah.
and they have the other one that actually is pretty good. For Honor, that is also as well. It's medieval with Vikings and knights and that kind of things. So also depends a lot on the company. It's the same thing, when you work. Some people, the guys that work for statues for 3D printing, when they want to apply for a job, normally they try to do what this company is doing. It's doing Batman. It's doing Superman. Let's start to do Batman, Superman, Wolverines, until they get the job, because that's the main status that you get. You get Wolverines, you get Spider-Man statues. And VFX is more broad. In VFX, actually, I wouldn't say that you need to. It's good to have a little bit of everything, but at the same time, it's good to have one thing that you love. One thing that is okay. This guy is great doing this.
Yeah. Okay. One specialization in one field.
Yeah, it's always good. You can choose the one that you like more.
Yeah.
If you take a look to the all the great concept artists, or creature concept artists, or environment concept artists, you can see that all of them have one thing, subject that they will go over and over, because it's the one that they have most fun, right?
Yeah, and obviously it's the one they're really good at.
Yeah, but you get good in something when you like it, right?
Yeah, sure. I agree.
So you get very, for example, in my case, I love to do creatures, and I also do characters. But in my free time, I never do a character.
Yeah.
Because it's not that I don't like them. It's just I do them. I did so many at work all the time. I don't get fun doing them. So in my personal work, it's very rare that I'm going to do a person, a human, or do a very nice close up of a human face, because that's what I do. I do as well at work, and I don't have that much fun doing it. Instead, I like to do creatures and monsters and that kind of stuff. So, and each one of my projects, normally lots of the stuff I don't show it, because all the projects I do at home are mostly for learning something. and it's something fast, I don't care to show it. But when I show something, it's always to every project I do is for learning something new, you know.
Yeah.
So, for example, now I'm doing one where I have two kaijus fighting each other, and that was for learn Blender and how to shade in Learning and how to rig in Blender and how to light in Blender.
Yeah.
So it's always, it's always that thing of, you need to be learning all the time and new softwares and new techniques and how to get faster.
Yeah, and that's what it's challenging too. It's, and that's what I like in this field is the fact that you're always learning on software and 3D because this industry is evolving really fast, and that's what I like about it. And that's scary at the same time because sometimes I'm scared to be overmatched or something. Like I say to myself, okay, if I stop a few weeks, I'm gonna be late compared to the others, and
don't
you know
worry
what I mean?
about that. No, yeah, I mean, it's, I had the same issue. When I started in this industry, I'm from Argentina. I'm from South America.
Oh, you're from South America.
In my country, wasn't that much of very high-profile CG creature-wise, and that's what I wanted to do. I saw Lord of the Rings and said, "Oh wow, I want to do orcs. I want to do dragons, right?" So I searched in internet, say where they did Lord of the Rings. Oh, they did in New Zealand.
Yeah.
So I took my backpack and went to New Zealand.
Nice.
I didn't find a job in this company, but I found a job in another company. And I started in the industry. In the beginning, I was super for the first 7 years. I was very stressed trying to get better, but getting better, and always watching the data from other people and say, "Oh man, this guy is amazing! How I'm going to get that good?" Because it's this thing, that everyone. I think that talent is very important, right? But hard work is more important.
Yeah, sure.
When I started making painting drawings or concepts, I wasn't 5 years old. I was 20.
Okay.
I wasn't interested in this industry when I was a kid. I was interested in this industry when I became more of an adult and I didn't know what to do.
Yeah.
So I was already behind in there, right? It was a couple of years behind. But I put a lot of hard work. I put hours and hours and hours trying to learn.
Yeah, there's no secret.
So I think that what you're doing is right. You're trying to. You have the talent. I can see that you have the talent, and you also have the hard work. So
yeah, I try to work as much as I can, like every day, and I try also to apply to the right companies, and I guess it's just a matter of the right person at the right moment. And,
at the right time. Sometimes recruiters. It's difficult sometimes with recruiters because they don't see. Sometimes they don't see over the images. And for example, I would prefer to have someone that is. If I need to hire someone, I would prefer to have someone who is 100% motivated than someone who thinks that knows everything.
Yeah, sure, absolutely.
Because the person that is motivated, it will learn. Even if it's not amazing in the beginning, you can see forward. You can see, okay, but this guy is motivated. look how he's learning how to make 3D. He wants to learn. He wants more. The person who thinks that knows everything, that person doesn't want to learn, and doesn't matter what you're going to say to him. He's going to continue doing what he wants.
Yeah, you don't want to work with him.
And that's happened a lot. It's nice that you have apart that your work is great. I'm just not talking about your work. I mean, your work is great. But in general, the ego is something that is all the time in there.
Sure.
Artists, and we all the artists have ego.
That's normal. Yeah.
And ego is very fragile. But you need to learn how to go over it. You need to. I mean, feedback is the only way that you're going to learn something is by feedback. If someone is telling you this could look better, it's because probably it could look better.
Yeah.
And you don't need to take it wrong. Actually you need to say, how will look better? Show me how will look better.
Yeah, exactly. And then you can work on it and get better.
Yeah.
That's how.
And another thing, for example, is time. Time is, the only thing that you're not going to get back is time. So, for example, in VFX, I don't know how it's in video games because honestly, I didn't work in video games that much. But in VFX or concept art, it's very fast.
Yeah. So what company you work for now?
I work for Double Negative.
Double Negative. Oh yeah, I know this company. That's great.
We work for films for I don't know. We did Venom. We did Togo and Dune.
Dune. Oh yeah, that might be great to work on Dune. I mean,
we almost finished that one.
Oh yeah, I expect this will be so much like many other people, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to look good. Hopefully, it's going to look
I
good.
guess. Yeah.
We did Blade Runner, the last one.
The 2049.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love that one too, and I love the concept artists who work on this one. For example, Jérémy Payotin. You know this guy, the French guy?
No, I don't know him, but
he worked on 2049. He did some nice concepts. Yeah, that's great.
So yeah, I mean, this is very good. I think that, I mean, you have enough material to show to companies and get a job.
Thanks.
The only thing that what I was saying is in VFX the timing is very fast. So for example, I don't have 3 days to make a concept.
Yeah,
I have 1 day to make 3 concepts.
That's really challenging because.
But that's why what I'm saying is, for example, if I go to my portfolio, let me go to my portfolio a second. If I go to my portfolio, I will never, for example, show something like this in my first concept, right?
Yeah.
My first concept is going to be gray with no color, and it will not have almost any detail in it. It will be
like a sketch.
It will be just a sketch in 3D, a 3D sketch.
Okay, so you start in 3D and you show the rough 3D to the director before going on the next stage, right?
Yeah, I do some nice lighting and something, to sell it nicer and whatever. But I try to, just show shape. And when I have something closer to what they want, that they're not going to say, okay, we want to put 5 new arms in him. I will make a color one so I can start to sell the idea.
Yeah, exactly. And because you don't have time, obviously, to do a proper render in 1 day.
Yeah, and also experimenting color choices and that kind of stuff. I in the beginning I don't have that time. I want to show many ideas to get the client locked in one of them. So say, okay, this one we like what's happening here. And when I have that, that is almost the 70% of it. When they have a silhouette, a form that they like, that's the 70% of the job. And you can get that in the first weeks. The other 30% is going to take you months, but the last 30% is where you spend the most amount of time. For example, I work in Pacific Rim, the second one.
Oh, nice.
I designed some of the kaijus and the reapers as well. And the reapers were like these small creatures that we go on top of the kaijus and rip the kaijus apart and merge them into the new mega kaiju, right? And I got the first 70% of the concept. I got it in a week, where they say, "Oh, we like this," and I tried lots of things, but they say, "Okay, we really like what's happening here." But after that, I spent 2 months trying to figure out how they wanted to the rest of it. I was just, eye placement. They wanted eyes in different places, in different areas, and more eyes, less eyes, spider eyes, tech eyes, So that's the thing. You will probably get the 70% soon, and you will spend a lot of time in the last 30%.
Yeah. So the first step is really about exploration and rough sketch and exploring different ideas to show to the director. Yeah. And on Friday I had a portfolio review with Kasia. I don't remember her surname, and she advised me to show more of my process. I mean, not in terms of techniques like I did on YouTube, but more about my research, photo references, rough sketches. And she told me that there is not enough on my portfolio, and I should have it, like the earlier stages, the one you talked about.
Yeah, that will work. Yeah. But that the good thing about that is that you can show how fast you are.
Yeah.
That's something, for example, something that I notice a lot is, our station is great. I love our station. You can see a lot of things in our station.
Yeah.
But something that you can't see in our station is how well the person will work in production. Because it's not the same, When you work in production, you have pressure, you have pipeline limitations, you have. I mean, not that much in concept art, because concept art, is his own things, and you don't have limitations because you make everything in an image, right?
Yeah.
But you can see things in our station that looks amazing, right? But how he did them? He actually knows the technical aspect, or how much time he spent in it. He could spend a year in this image.
Exactly. Yeah, you can say.
So that's where things are get difficult, because, for example, HR always will try to hire the person with the nicest image, but maybe that person spent 2 years in that image.
Yeah.
And when we go to production, we don't have 3 years. We have a month or 2 months.
Yeah.
To get everything done.
But normally when the studio hires someone, they ask them for a test, right? I mean, I heard that they can send you. I mean, if you are pre-selected, they can send you a brief, and you have, for example, 2 days to do a concept art and explaining your process and show some sketches. Is that right?
That's for video games, but no in VFX. In VFX, we don't do that. No.
Oh, okay.
I never did a test.
Okay.
And when video games like to do tests and that kind of things, but in VFX we don't do tests.
Oh, because I was watching an interview about this guy working at Frame Store, and when he got hired by Frame Store, they saw his portfolio, and they say it was cool and stuff, and they sent him a brief, and he had 2 days to do an image to see if he was fast enough or something.
Well, that's strange. I mean, normally in VFX we don't get tests.
Okay.
It's very weird to get a test in VFX. But I mean, it's possible. Depends. Maybe they change the hire.
Yeah.
For instance, change how to hire people. I personally don't like the tests. I don't want to do tests.
Yeah.
But I understand the company. Makes sense, you know. I really think that if they want me to do a test, they need to pay for the test. But
Okay. Yes. Makes sense.
But yeah, I don't really think that you need to give someone a test to know that he's fast or good. You know,
Okay,
or that
yeah.
I think that you have another. You know, you can ask simple questions, and that questions will let you that the answers that they will give you, he will give you, will tell you if he's good enough or he has the skill that you need. I mean, of course, test is simple. You know, you give him a brief and he needs to execute. But I don't know. I really think that tests are a little bit unnecessary. We are not in school, you know, so
Yeah. It's
we
maybe
we
too
are
much.
we are all professionals, and we are all very busy to be making tests.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, unless it's your first experience,
Unless it's your first experience, well, then I can understand it.
Yeah, because in that case, it was his first experience to his guy. So
well, then I can understand it. But you know, I don't know. I am a bit skeptical about that. But it's a well. I mean, also is they want to test how well you work impression and how well how fast you can get, and I understand that. But yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't love them. But I think that you know your stuff looks great. You have very good things. You have a good use of 3D. You understand composition. You understand lighting. You understand a little bit of anatomy as well. But yeah, I mean, something that you can do is try to focus in a subject and see and try to find what you love. You know, what kind of work you want to do. You know, for what movie or for what game you would like to work.
Yeah.
And do a lot of pieces showing that. You know.
Okay.
I can see that your main focus is not characters or creatures. You know, your main. I can see that your main focus is
more
environment
and architectures. Yeah.
Yeah. So if you want to focus more in environments and architecture and that kind of stuff, I mean, the pieces that you have here, like Colossus Temple, Mammoth Graveyard, that's pretty much that. You know, you have something, a person that is interacting into the
their environment.
Into your environment that give you the scale of the stuff, because if not, you don't have scale. You don't know how big or small are things, right? But you have something, you know, that also helps you to put your eye in the full environment. That little person, for example, in the Colossus Temple, is actually directing your environment, because you on purpose you did it in a different. You know, the first thing that I see is a person. It's because it's a little bit more saturated than the rest of it. So you understand what, you know. You actually understand how to make an image work. So that's already a plus, you know.
Yeah, I've tried to work on the focal point and you know how
for example,
to
the ambush.
Yeah.
This one is great as well. The ambush is great because you're actually directing with your eye. I see first the creature, I see where the creature is watching, and I see the little guy there. So and also you place a really good lighting, so my eye goes straight to that guy. Even if that guy is in shadow, I still watching the guy because you have the lighting, bordering the guy.
Yeah.
So you have a very good understanding of that. The one that is a little bit weaker, for example, for me would be this one.
Oh, okay.
Because this one, your focus is not the creature. I mean, your focus is not creatures. I can see that your focus is on environments, and you're trying to enlight a creature that don't have a very working environment, right?
Yeah.
But I mean, it's still good. But if I compare with the rest of them, the rest of them have a very strong environment that is linked by a creature or a character,
Yeah.
The same
Yeah,
with
I know what you mean. Yeah.
You know what I mean, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, this one is very good as well. I mean, here
For this one, I want to have something with more action, some sort of keyframe, and yeah.
But for example, what I will do for this one, I really like in this one, the color palette. I like the idea. I like the interaction. But what I will change in this one will be the for me this image. The only work that we will need is not in color or composition. It will be more in the anatomy of the creatures, more in the anatomy of the guy, the expression of the guy, the movement of the guy, the pose of the guy. Just because it's the main focus, right? So in here, your main focus is the creatures and the person.
Yeah.
So the quality of the models here probably is a little bit more important, right? The quality of the character and the quality of the creature is more important. But in the other ones, that actually doesn't matter, because in the other ones you don't need them.
Yeah, because in the other one, the subject is the environment and not the creatures or the characters. And on the previous one, yeah, you're right. The subject was the creature and the characters. So.
Exactly. So if the subject is the creatures, then the creatures need to look amazing, and the environment doesn't matter that much.
Exactly.
You can put the stone in the background, I don't care. But if the subject is the environment and the creature is not super detailed, for example, here the creatures are not super detailed, and maybe there are some stuff that anatomy-wise the creatures are not 100% perfect, because this guy, for example, is quite long, and probably the ribcage is very far back and that kind of stuff. But I don't care about it. It doesn't matter to me.
Yeah, I mean they are not so big compared to the size of the image.
Yeah, even it's not because of how big they are in the image, because of course the first thing I see is the creature, but it's not the focus of the image.
Yeah.
It's not it's just something in the image. The actual focus of the image is down here, right? It's in the guys going down, right? So I don't spend time watching this area. I don't care about this area. I just care about what's happening here, right? And this image is telling me that story. And I really don't care if I don't mind the problem in the ribcage. It's not something that I don't just pay attention to. Even this guy here in the side, I didn't even notice this guy in the side.
Yeah, at the first look, you don't notice it.
And that's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing that I didn't notice it. Actually, it could be a good thing, because that means that your composition is working. Maybe this guy is not necessary, but at the same time, when I watch it, I say, "Oh, look, there's another one." Okay, so
it's good in the dark.
So it's not a bad thing. Actually, I wouldn't say that it's a bad thing. It's not that many rules. You don't need to follow all the rules. You can do pretty much whatever you want as far as you can make it work. But yeah, man, looks great. Very good stuff.
Yeah, thanks, man.
Very, very, very good stuff. So yeah, I mean, the only thing I would say is try to put some thumbnails if you want, and you feel that you would like to focus a little bit more. I mean, it's always good to know more anatomy, more creature anatomy. It's not something that will. The only bad thing about that is that will take time. Human and animal anatomy takes time. But if your focus is going to be environments and you want that your focus is environments, I will continue with what the ideas that you have here. These things here work very good.
Okay.
All of this was good, especially the Colossus Temple and the Mammoth Graveyard. This works. This is working very good. I mean, for me, and the Diane, this one's one.
Yeah, so I will keep working on that.
Great. Even if you have, you can even have bigger characters, but you can have them in shadow, and even if you have here, in the front, like a line of soldiers, and they're big in the screen, doesn't matter, because if you have them in a shadow with less detail and stuff, you can still show in your architecture and all that kind of stuff and your environment, because what you're trying to do is telling a story, and in the way that you're doing, you're telling pretty good. It's working.
Cool.
Very cool. Very nice.
Okay.
Awesome.
Cool.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And where you're based? You're based in Europe?
Now I'm based in Montreal. In Montreal, Montreal, Canada.
I'm in Vancouver.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah, because Double Negative is in Vancouver, yeah.
Yeah, I was in London before, and they transferred me to Vancouver.
In London, and you were working for Double Negative too, or for another studio in London?
I work for lots of studios in London, but I was working in Double Negative Vancouver, London, and they transferred me to Double Negative Vancouver.
That's great. And do you prefer London or Vancouver?
Oh, Vancouver. Here's much better.
Oh yeah, like the town and stuff.
Vancouver is amazing. I love Vancouver.
That's great. Yeah, I applied to a few studios in Vancouver, like Atom Hawk Studio.
Oh, cool. Do something later on. Send me your resume. Send me an email with your resume and your portfolio and everything, and I will pass it to HR.
Oh, nice. Yeah. And should I send you to your email or on our station?
Send me to my email.
And where can I have your email? On your profile contact in here?
I don't know if it's my profile contact, but let me. I can send you a message with my.
Oh, nice. Yeah, nice. Thanks.
I will send it here. Enzo, right?
Yeah, right.
Okay, send it to here. Also, for the rest of the guys, if you want to send me an email with your portfolio, your resume, I will take a look and pass it to HR. So anyone who wants to is interested in come to Canada or work in VFX or native, send it, and I will take a look and pass it to HR. Cool, Enzo. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks. Thanks for your time, man.
Thank you, man.
Yeah, have a good day. Thanks.
You too. Have a nice day.
In touch. Yeah.
Cool. So, who wants to go next? Vladimir, Holmoon. Sorry, Siddhartha, you want to go next?
Hey, Lucas.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, I'm Siddharth here. Hey.
Sorry. How is your name?
You can just call me Sid.
Sid. Okay, Sid.
Yeah,
awesome.
that's fine. So, hi, nice to meet you. Nice to talk to you.
Very nice to meet you.
So how exactly do I share the portfolio here? I'm not quite sure.
I think that you send me a message. Let me see if I can write you. Okay, share it here.
Just a second, I'll just paste the link. 1 second.
No worries. Take your time. Sorry, I'm going to go for a very fast coffee. Please.
Sure thing, man. Sure thing.
I woke up at 5 a.m. Give me a second.
Oh.
Hello, Sid, you're there? Yeah? Nice. Well, I mean, you have very good stuff.
Hey, thanks, man.
You have very, very cool stuff.
I mean, for me, it's not like I'm just looking for a general overview, how to kind of push to the next level. Kind of, I have a good direction that I'm working towards. Like, obviously, my interest is clearly in environment concept art.
Mm-hmm.
It's more like, what are those, let's say, last 5 or 10% to really push it to the next level to kind of upgrade the quality. That's what I'm kind of trying to look for.
Well, the thing is that you have you have pretty much everything it needs, really, because all your images are telling a story. All your images have a focal point.
Mm-hmm.
I like that you always, it's always nice to have something in the borders of the image because always adds, realism to it. And you have all of that in your images. You have a good use of 3D as well. And also you have some things that like this one. That I mean, probably for me this one is a powerful image just because how good you're blending colors. You know, you're using, you know, it's not something that you will see every day. You know, it's not you're actually mixing different things and make them work. So that's pretty cool. I mean, you understand as well mechanical stuff, tech stuff. A very good understanding of how to work for environments, really.
Thank you.
I mean, for example, for me, this image is lacking a story.
Okay.
And that's, I mean, this is nice for example, if you want to show a set, you know, even if you want to show a set for VFX or video games, it's always nice to your concept shows something that gives you scale, you know, something that like tell you like a small little story. Don't need to be great, you know. Don't need to be a, you know, it's always nice to have a small person or something, a little of interaction of a people person or a small creature, can be a cat, you know, whatever. But that will tell you a story of what's happening here, and it will give you scale as well. I mean, of course, you have the trees to give you scale, but if you see, for example, do you watch Kong Skull Island?
Yeah.
You see that, you know, when they go to that island, everything is huge.
That's true.
It's and how they are able to make the characters look so big if the environment is that big.
Right.
You know how they do it? Well, they manage it in two ways, right? One, putting humans where they were very tiny, and the second one, adding real life things like boats and planes and things that looks very tiny in that huge environment, right?
Yeah.
So in this case, could be the same. You know, you can make a super tiny small human, and you're telling a different story. Okay, so I'm here I'm in another planet. I'm in a parallel universe. You know, you can tell a story from that.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That lack of scale kind of diminishes the story that's being told. That's true.
Exactly. You know that's it's not. I mean, it's still great. You know, I mean, because this are great for example what you're doing here. I can see that. I mean, your image. The intention maybe in your image wasn't to tell a story or tell something in particular. Was designing a set, because you are showing here how you design the set, right? And this is perfect. I mean, this is great for a concept art. You even show the mood board. And that's awesome, you know, because for example, what you're showing here, showing the mood board, that's something that not everyone does. And this is, for example, when I start a concept for a creature, I mean, my focus is creatures, it's not environments, but it's a similar process, right?
Yeah, but the thought process can be applied to both.
Exactly. But your process here is very similar, you know, because you first are making a mood board or references, whatever you want to call it. I call it mood board because I normally when I'm doing creatures, I don't want to be focused in one image. For example, if I start to put crocodiles and turtles and I put all of these animals in my reference, you know, folder, I will start to make my creature look like that animals, and I don't want that. You know, I want my creature to be as creative as possible. So I try to make more of a mood board. Well, I will have one or two, you know, real life animals, but I will find for patterns. So I will search for image a little more abstract images that give me try to push my creativity a little bit, you know. But in your case, this is perfect because this is what you want, you know. This is what you need, and I really like that you are showing how, you know, even the size of the sculptures and all that kind of stuff. where I see all of these, where you're showing the size, all of these start to make sense for me. But in this image, if you have like a small person, a small creature, whatever, you will start. I will start to be able. I will not need to see all of these to understand the scale of the image.
Yeah, that's true. And especially when you gave the Skull Island example of when they have the boats and stuff like that, even something like that, adding a prop, I guess, could give more of that scale reference. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. But also even a prop could be misleading.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's something made by humans, right?
Mm-hmm.
So probably I will always try to add something that can't what the scale. I will try to add, for example, a human, a small animal, or a bird. It could be a bird. Anything that in scale that is not linked to something that was made by humans.
Okay.
For example, this image. Okay, this. I can see this is huge because I have these small little guys. But this prop is huge as well. But this is great. I really love it.
Thank you, man. I appreciate that. I think I need to be more mindful of adding characters in certain locations to convey that scale better.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, your environments and your stuff looks very good. I really like it. I like the way that you think. You're thinking in everything. You I don't know. You have a background in architecture or something like that.
Yeah, I did. I have an architecture background. That's right.
Okay. So this is fantastic. This is if I'm working in. If you want to work in video games or even for VFX, this is great because you're actually planning how the set should look. But at the same time, if you have a nice rendered image, I would like that image to tell me something, and I can see it here. Here, for example, you're telling me something, but maybe in the background it could be just a small person or a small bird or a small cat or something. That don't need to be in the first plane. It could be just in the background. Can be something don't need to even have detail in it. It can be in shadows.
Okay. Yeah. It's like a secondary focal point or something.
Yeah. Something that finish to tell me the story. What's happening here? They want to steal this cup. They want to, or this is they want to steal it. They want to take it, or what's happening in the image?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this is cool. Where you show all the process. That's very nice.
Okay. I'm trying to kind of move my workflow as much as I can to get a good result in 3D itself so that I can generate more scenes rather than spending more time doing paint overs and stuff like that.
Well, that's how it's working now, right?
Yeah.
You need to be able to show multiple images very fast.
Definitely.
And for example, as I was saying before, I rarely, it's very rare that I show a final concept in the first round of concepts.
Mm-hmm.
I will, in the beginning, I will just show, I don't know, 10 different ideas of a grayscale model rendering keyshot with some nice lighting with no color probably.
Okay. And this is specific to creatures, right? You said
that's specific for creatures, because in my case, it can be applied with them to environments as well. I mean, depends of the studio, depends what they want to show to the client. But for example, in my case, the client most of the time doesn't know what they want until they see what they want.
Okay, yeah, that's true. Sorry, I actually joined the stream a bit late. I heard you work in Vancouver, but where exactly are you working right now?
Double negative.
Oh, okay, all right.
And so what I was saying?
Sorry, you were talking about the options,
Yeah. So I like to give them multiple variations, but only show shape, right? And in your case could be similar. You could show 6 or 5 different variations of the environment, only showing different placement of the buildings, different angles, or different. Even the angles are not that important, because if you are building in 3D, angle you just you take out the problem of angles, because you can show every angle you want.
Yes.
So you can put 3 or 4 cameras, and show different variations of the placement of your buildings, or different idea of your buildings coming from the 3 different cameras. And can be, in the beginning could be just in grayscale and with almost no texture. It's just to show an idea, how it will look in the frame. At least that's what I do in creatures, because I don't have the time to spend 3 days in one concept in the beginning. I will have time to make 3 ideas in a day.
Okay. And once that idea is picked, then you spend time to refine that particular concept.
Yeah, but that's only when I have the client like one of my shapes, likes one of my ideas.
Okay.
I will not go into color or very good rendering or very nice detailing the creature until I get an idea that they like.
Mm-hmm.
For example, if I go to my one. So, for example, let's see this guy. So I will not do something like this in the beginning. I will never get something like this in the beginning. I will get something much more rough. Probably I will get something like what's happening here. Very fast. Very fast colors. Where I spend like 15 minutes putting a little bit of color on top of the grayscale render.
Okay.
But I will go to something more like this no, not like this. This is the sculpt of Silver Summit. I will go to something like this, only when I know that they like, the shape of the creature.
Nice. Yeah, this looks really good. I really like the sharp features of this creature. Really, really strong silhouettes. So I wanted to know, like, for your workflow generally, I mean, in a regular day, how long do they kind of expect you to generate ideas in? Like, is it particularly set, like maybe 5 silhouettes or 10 ideas in a day or something like that, or it varies from project to project?
It's not a rule, it's not a rule to it, but I always try to show as much as possible.
Okay.
As much as I can. They don't say me, okay, you need to do 3 by today. No, it's not like that.
Okay.
At least in my case.
Okay.
But I try to show things fast, because you don't have only one filter. You need to show stuff first to your supervisor.
Okay.
After to the art director or VFX supervisor, or maybe to the art director and the VFX supervisor before it goes to the client.
Okay, so even before it's actually sent out to the client, there are multiple revisions happening internally.
Exactly.
Okay.
And until the VFX supervisor don't approve that concept, they will not go to the client.
Okay.
So VFX supervisor or art director, depends what you have, right?
Yeah.
So you have multiple filters. So I like to show multiple ideas until they say, "Oh, we like these ones," and that ones are going to the director. And maybe you have the call from the director, and the director say, "Oh, yeah, I like this, but can we mix it with this one?" And so you will take 3 or 4 different creatures and try to Frankenstein together. But but yeah, that's more or less the process. Show a lot in the beginning, and later when the director likes a shape, start to show a little bit less. Start to show only 3 of them, 3 variations. And when he's focusing one of them, and always try to sell the one that you think that is going to work. In my case, In my case, it's a little bit different because my creatures need to. I also build the creatures and make them work and make them into production.
Okay, so you do the production ready models as well as the concepts for the creatures.
Yeah, I do the concepts, I do the production model, I do also the plane shapes.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And also I take them into shots. I do the what is called shot sculpt. That's happened. That's
so
when.
That's like a really big pipeline that you are actually taking care of.
Yes, and that's because it's something that I understood that is I always wanted to focus in creatures. All my life I wanted to do creature concepts, right?
Okay.
But you need to sometimes you can't just be focused in at least in VFX, right? You can't be focused only in one thing. You can't be focused only in ZBrush. You can do only ZBrush if you want, but maybe in another industries. For example, if you are doing 3D printing, you can do everything. You can just use ZBrush, right? But if you're in VFX, the pipeline is so big. So in my case, I understood that I need to focus. I wanted to focus in creatures, but I need to focus in creatures in all the aspects to become better in in concept and in production creatures.
Okay.
And that's because you are not working alone, right? For example, the concept that I'm going to develop for the creature, that concept will go. It needs to be modeled, needs to be rigged, and the model needs to be able to work. Needs to move. And also you need to be mindful that it needs to have textures, needs to have look depth, and also needs to go into CFX. So CFX is when you make the master simulations and that kind of stuff.
Oh, okay.
And all of that needs to work. So if my concept is not done thinking in all that steps that needs to happen, my concept might not work.
Right.
And later people in the modeling department will need to redesign it to make it work. So I always try to I always try to plan. When I'm doing a concept creature, I'm going to try to push always for the idea that it's going to work in the pipeline.
Right. And I guess because you have a good understanding of the entire pipeline, you can predict what might be the problems down the line, so you can accordingly adjust the concept.
Yeah, exactly. That's the main idea, because everyone wants creatures with 6 arms and horns everywhere and stuff everywhere, but sometimes you need to explain the client and the and supervisors that that's not that will not work. And when something doesn't work, for us it's not just making an image. For us it's making a movie, and the creature needs to move. And if and if from the concept we start with something that is not going to work down the line, we have a problem. So ideally, in my case, I wanted to learn. I say, okay, I'm going to focus
David Luong, and I'm going to be reviewing some matte painting environment art. So first, I'm going to look at Marco Iozzi. Sorry if I'm pronouncing it wrong. Matte painter over in France here. Looks like he's already a pro, so he's pretty awesome already. Just going to go through his portfolio real quick. Sorry, I don't have time to watch the whole entire reel, but the reel looks really good, and it's pretty short. It's like 3 minutes and 46 seconds. Great looking reel. You got like a bunch of really nice shots, mix of sci-fi, some fantasy, really cool like skies, lots of 3D involved, which is awesome. I think you really don't need a portfolio review since you've got like some professional work already, and everything's looking really cool. The only thing I would say is like you have lots of matte painting work, and then you've got like some studies, which really kind of stands out to me that you don't need in a matte painting portfolio. So that's really the only thing that I would say. But I mean, all these shots are looking great. So yeah, awesome work, Marco, and keep it up. So let's see. I'm gonna go next to Najjar. Again, sorry if I'm pronouncing that wrong. Let's see. Let's go through some of this here. Some nice freelance work here, personal work. I'm really thinking like this is pretty nice and complicated work for matte painting. We got lots of photo bashing and texture work, 3D work here. Let's go into another one. Similar to here, I really like the mood that you got in this one, the scale. You can see the people down here with the atmosphere, really cool shapes, and just general composition. I'm really digging the color palette of this one. This is looking a little more like a color concept to me. Not really much as a matte painting, but it looks really cool as a key art. So that is nice. Let's look at some more of those. Yeah, so the atmosphere is cool here. I'd really kind of stay away from this kind of light rays. It's very directional, especially in this environment. It's a little more moody. Maybe even go like bigger light rays instead of being so directional. I'm seeing some conflicting light rays here. So you've got light ray angles this way, some are going like this, and then you've got some that are very radial over here, and then you've got small ones over here that are kind of angled. Out of everything here, that's probably the only thing that bugs me the most in this image. Everything else is looking really cool. The contrast from the foreground to the background, the mist. Just kind of worry about the purples here versus the greens here, but otherwise, yeah, this is looking pretty cool. Something like this is pretty epic. Big old walled city. I think these could use a little bit more atmosphere. I see some of the atmosphere right here on the ships, but this one far away, should really put it way back in the background. I'm liking the color key, the orange color here. You can probably get a little bit more on this side. I'm barely seeing it on the surfaces here compared to what I see here. So you can probably get a lot more of the rim light coming on this side and the top surfaces of these walls here. So I think the concept of this is really cool. Also, notice the horizon line you got here. It's much higher on this right-hand side. So just watch out for the horizons being a little bit different. I see the 3D render here. So yes, just follow the render, the horizon line of this here. Just try to keep it the same. Cool, let's move on to some other ones. So this is looking pretty cool. The only thing I would say is the clouds up top here is a little flat. Being clouds that are this close to me, I'd imagine a little bit bigger shapes. Also, it's looking really, really like zoomed up compared to what I see here. This is more like a wide angle shot, but back here it's kind of like a little too close. It feels like this is all close, and the bright values of the sky here is kind of clipped out. If you want to watch for that clip value too. Right here too, see how it gets a little muted in the colors and the detail gets lost. So just be sure when you put in some images, and even though this is a concept, I see it's a concept map painting right here. Get some details in some of the bright highlights. Cool. Let's look at this one. This one's looking pretty cool. I like the texture they've got here, the light value composition. Looking very nice. Almost like The Last of Us kind of looking feel, apocalyptic, post-apocalyptic. More of a concept here, but environment looks pretty cool. Yeah, I think in general the art that you've got up here is a little bit better compared to the bottom part. Especially like this is looking really neat. Also another concept kind of painting, but a lot of the map painting techniques apply, like all the building shapes and all the signs and such, the lighting. Just all the streaks here. It's looking pretty cool. Here's the forest one. Some maybe a little bit too much ambient light. You've got this big old mountain here. Scale's a little bit off on this textured mountain. You got a little light ray coming in the beam on the top right. So to really shine up on the bottom here more. The birds could probably be integrated a little bit more into the atmosphere. Excuse me. I'm really liking the dark foreground silhouettes. But yeah, pretty cool. And then just looking down your portfolio some more. I know some of the characters are interesting to see, but as an environment concept artist, you probably get rid of some of the character art. So just could be more cohesive in environment art. Be more focused in that. Yeah, I think overall looking pretty cool. Nice work, Najib. Let's see. Excuse me. Let's move on to the next one here. This is Gabriel Jimenez. Looks very reminiscent of Lord of the Rings here. Helm's Deep with like little Morgoth. Let's click on that. Really liking this light study that we got, concept art. It's not too much map painting, but still like to comment on it. The color palette, orange and blue, is looking really good. Really liking the scale. Although I would imagine he could be a little bit smaller, because these steps are pretty small, and just the scale overall of this wall piece, I would have thought he'd be maybe like half the size of this. But yeah, the dragon looking in is cool. Composition-wise, I think it's looking pretty nice. Here's another one that reminds me of when the Hobbit comes into Rivendell in the movie The Hobbit. Let's click on this bigger. Really liking your brush strokes here. It's not as realistic as a map painting, of course, again, but the concept art, the study of it. Nice environment light, bounce light here. Got a really low key light, stronger key light coming from the left. And really drawing your eye into this castle here, which I really dig. Yeah, subtle shapes in the clouds. Nice shadow and light texture in the back mountains. Very cool. Yeah, I think most of this is more concept art. So I won't be commenting too much about map painting, but overall, you got some map painting techniques in this one too. Some of the clouds here are photo bashed. You painted some of the clouds on the right-hand side. Then the rest of it's just all kind of photo textures and some paint on top. This is probably the closest one that I've seen so far that's like a matte painting. But overall, as a concept illustration, it's really nice. Very cool. Yeah, I think this portfolio for concept illustration is pretty strong. You got some different styles. So you've got like a more cartoony style on the right here with Natalia, architecture kind of, a realistic one for architecture practice. Thumbnails are always great to show. The grayscale, get the composition down. I always encourage my students to do that. Yeah, overall nice mix of sci-fi and fantasy too. Very cool. Nice work, Gabriel. And let's see. Yeah, everything looks pretty cohesive for a portfolio. I don't see anything that stands out that should be taken out. So, yeah, very cool. All right. Let's move on. Alexandra Trudel, matte painter in Canada. This was a matte paint challenge. Pretty cool. So the only thing for this one for me is the lighting in here. You could really see the lighting of the this texture, the hut textures on the water. You can see how the lighting is pretty strong on the right-hand side and coming down through here. And more the sky mood is more overcast, and the mountains are pretty overcasty. So what you could do is you could open up some of the clouds, show some brighter bits that are shining through. Then you could really justify more of a light shape coming in the foreground while keeping the background all in shadow. Not too sure about this helicopter. I know you're trying to give some scale, but you can also give scale with texture and atmosphere. You don't really need this helicopter flying by here. Doesn't really give me anything to the story, other than like they might be doing a helicopter tour on the island, or some other person's invading this village. Not sure. So I probably get rid of this altogether. Just careful of the values of the atmosphere. You're getting a little red here, a little reddish tone compared to the bluish tone of the sky. Again, this is a kind of reddish tone in the forest here. You can go a little bit more blue. This is probably going a little bit green here. So biggest thing for me in this is lighting and just some atmospheric issues. Let's check out another one. Here's another matte paint challenge. We can go through the process here. You got the plates, adding in the buildings, putting in some other textures. So these are great contests. I really like it that they create these for the community. So again, biggest thing for me is lighting. If you look at this background mountain here, the lighting is coming from the left-hand side, hitting the right surfaces. Then you've got the foreground, which is overcasty, except for this bridge. You're getting this strong light coming from the right-hand side. And then on the left here, the far background buildings, you get some strong key light on the right, hitting on the left. So already that kind of breaks the magic. Yeah, right-hand side lighting with left-hand side lighting. So that's the biggest thing for me, is just kind of working on overall light consistency. But a nice practice overall for this piece. Another map paint challenge. Let's see the process on this. Very nice. I think overall it's pretty believable. The perspective is really hard on this, so I know you're coming down here, and then the only thing is this may be a little bit too flat, but kind of forgiving, because this perspective is kind of 0 point perspective going back in the distance. Some edges here. Just be careful when you're extracting things. You want to be a little bit more clean. Just kind of erase the edges here, the white haloing. You might be trying to use this as lighting coming from the sun, but at this point, like, the sun isn't really casting much direct light. So probably delete all this fringing. This may be a little bit too bright coming in from this sunlight. Yeah, the contrast may be too strong from light and shadow at this time of day. Probably go a little bit darker here compared to this mountain. This mountain is really far away, but it's really dark too. It should be more in line with not this green value, but this purple value. Maybe closer to this cloud shape. Right now this base is pretty dark too. So if that's pretty dark, that means all this here should be pretty dark too, which would kill the image. You can probably replace this with a brighter shape. Same with these rocks. Yeah, just some things to look out for. Cool, it's a little composition too. I think that works out pretty well for this shot. Nice work on that. Underwater. Yeah, those are looking pretty cool. Pretty atmospheric. The comp and the atmosphere from the lighting really makes a shot too. Cool modeling work. Lighting on that. Doolittle. Oh, cool. Nice vegetation. So you got a mix of professional work and some personal work here. Modeled here, this whole entire thing. This is looking cool. Nice. Showing some geometry work and some projection work for map painting is really good. Yeah, that's a overall really nice shot. So now looking at your portfolio overall, it looks like you got some professional work and then some really old concept art work that's 3 years ago and not looking so good, I'd say. So I'd remove some of the older work, like this one, also some of the tear. This doesn't really help you in a map painting portfolio work. This doesn't also help. Predator. The stuff that you modeled here is really cool. So I'd keep all the movie work that you've done. Let's see how this one. See the clouds coming in way fast here. I'd probably remove this one too. This is probably just for practice and yeah, so some mature content. Yeah, you probably remove this one, this one, this one, this one. Keep all your film work. X-Men. That's looking cool. Very nice modeling on that house. Zombieland, Jumanji, yeah. These are really cool movies for sure. So nice work from the film industry, but personal work not as strong, I'd say, especially the last 4 or 5 here. So yeah, very cool, Exeter. Let's move on to Leo Tumba. See, most of this work is more concepty work. Maybe this one is closer to matte painting. The overall atmosphere is really cool. The focus of the lighting is nice. The shapes here. I'd stay away from the defocus blur. There's defocus here and there's no defocus down here, even though it's in the same image plane, distance-wise. I don't know why there's defocus here. Probably too much in the background. I know it's very diffuse lighting here, but probably going too strong in the defocus. Foreground, this little bit should be a little bit defocus if you're doing defocus, but something like this is a little more wide angle and higher f-stop, so I wouldn't go too much defocus overall. In the closer shots, yeah, this is probably too much defocus. Just some things to look out for. I think overall this is more of a concept illustration portfolio, so I'm gonna not review this too much. Very cool. Yeah, I'm gonna leave this out for someone else to review. Let's look at Logan Lee from Malaysia. Space Station. I think to me the image is looking pretty busy. You got some orange lighting coming from the bottom here, really high contrasty. So it's hard for me to look at a certain spot. The background planet is a little more illustrative, it's not as realistic. The stars are pretty bright. Atmosphere is cool, but this is a little bright here for the surface. So what I would do is, so you got this guy here, should be looking at this composition. Should probably keep a lot of the green lighting more over here. The orange lighting, you probably don't need it all on this side. You probably have just a little bit of the orange lighting hitting this guy in the platform. And then everything else mostly in shadow, just getting hints of a little bit light here and there, just get some detail out. But overall, I think it's too much lighting on all the shapes. Let's probably get rid of all the orange light on this one. Just keep it on the main guy. Get rid of this one. Get like a different background. I think the tracers are probably distracting too. There's a lot going on in this piece. Overall, I think the modeling is nice though. So the modeling's really cool. You got some nice details. It's just fixing up overall lighting composition. Yeah, some nice modeling work here. Cool. Medieval fantasy. Nice. Big old tall buildings. Yeah, reminds me of Attack on Titan. Three-headed monsters here. Yeah, so I think overall, I'm looking at a lot of places. It's the same thing. Trying to look at compositions. You want to draw your eye towards here, but the environment light is really bright. You got some bright atmosphere, bright sky. Probably go for like a more moody, darker sky, especially in this daylight. You got some like sunsetty kind of mood going on. You probably make him go bigger. Just, I know maybe story-wise he's not that big, but you just emphasize a little bit bigger for the composition's sake. Grass details, I probably just put this all in shadow. Put all this in shadow here. Darken the environment light. Very complicated modeling on the sides here, which might take away from the composition. And probably go a little more simple like these here. Overall modeling is nice. It's just the amount of details in the space. Yeah, something actually moody like this would be great. This plus just a little hint of environment light and like a really darker, moodier sky. Cool. Jack-o'-lantern. Nice style on him. I really like the really cartoony style that you got in the 3D here. Very exaggerated shapes, very bendy. Great sky that goes with it. Nice looking asset for modeling altogether. Collaboration, very cool. Only thing, okay, so lighting wise again, I know it's not all your piece, it's a collaboration. But just the consistent lighting, it's coming from the left here and this is coming from the right. They can just maybe get the lighting all coming from the right hand side. That could be a little more better for this piece. But yeah, overall cool. Shaolin Temple. So again, the backlight here, I think you're getting too much of a key light on the front. You can really see the key light in the front here. This could be a lot more in shadow. It should be getting only the reflected light, some speck light here, but getting this sun here probably maybe a little more rim light and then most of this in shadow, I would think. There's some assets a little more blurry for some reason. But yeah, cool piece overall. Again, nice modeling. You got some really cool modeling work. Some nuke. Nuke is always great for map painting as well. But yeah, refining the lighting for me is a big thing. Nice and simple here. Probably going a little bit too simple for this piece, but the overall lighting for this is really, really strong. Composition wise, I don't know why it's so high. It's almost like a 3 to 4/4 aspect ratio. Nice. This one, not as strong as your other pieces. I was thinking like that third, almost that third slide right before the end final one is really cool. Like this right here. Even that one, before you put in the snow in that final piece, it's probably stronger than the rest. Yeah, adding in the snow and adding in 2 lifted values really kills the piece. But you've got it like right before. Like right there, that's the piece. It's looking cool. You got some car stuff. Loved lighting and modeling for this. This I love. Really nice composition. Maybe a little bit too glowy, too blurry in the glow. you want to keep these details sharper, even in the glows. So a little bit less glow, a little bit larger glow, and then less blurry in the highlights. Nice and moody. Well, I'm not too sure about this piece though. This is looking a little too distracting. I'd want to focus your eye over here. Maybe a bit too bright on this piece. Sorry, mosquito just came in. Really nice car piece there. An older piece. I probably wouldn't keep this too. So these up here are looking really cool. This one could use a little bit more refinement. The cars are cool. This is really nice. I can probably get rid of this one. But yeah, overall, really great looking pieces, Logan. All right, I think that's pretty much it for the map painting environment art for me. And time's running. I think most of these other ones are for game art. So I'm gonna have other game artists review that because I'm more on the cinematic side. But yeah, really cool from everyone. I guess that is it. And enjoy the rest of your IFCC 2020. See you later.
Yes, we're online, so we are live, and at least I think so, because I also have a delay just because, since I'm not in the studio. But yeah, we're live. We're back. We have three fine gents here with us. It's the last day, 7th day. I think around 80 session all in all, and this is one of the most interesting topics for me, always the business of art. So we have Sava Živković, who was with us, I don't remember anymore, probably Tuesday. We have Arman Yahin, who wasn't with us, but two of members of his studio, Main Road Post, were presenting yesterday. If you remember that amazing talk we had about muscle system and tissue in Houdini for their most recent short film Sputnik. And
it's not a short film, it's a feature.
Okay, sorry. Okay.
Small difference there.
Yeah, of course. And of course, Jan Urschel, who also was with us live here, and a few months back or a year back, we did a live talk with the same topic. Yeah, it's a year, I think, and yeah, so yeah, we gathered here to talk a bit about the business. So, but before we continue, I suggest that, because those are the rules, you have to talk a bit about yourself. So, can you introduce yourselves to the public? Let's start with Sava.
Hi, my name is Sava Živković, probably the weirdest last name you'll have to pronounce today. I'm probably the worst person to be on this panel because I know jack shit about business. But I come from a 3D generalist background, and I work as a director for the past 3 years at Access Studios, where we mostly do game cinematics and stuff like that. And yeah, in my free time, apart from doing those game cinematics, I like to do my own short films with my small team of friends that I have. So yeah, that's about it in a nutshell.
Jan.
Oh my gosh, put on the spot. Okay, my name is Jan. I'm a lonely concept designer working in games and movies.
Looking for a date.
I've been, sorry.
Oh, sorry, it's my son.
Oh, your son, he wants to join. Okay, I'm sure he knows a lot about this topic. Anyway, so I've been working in a couple of studios, but I've been mostly freelancing for the last like 7-8 years. And the topic is something that interests me personally, and I think I do fairly okay. So let's see how this goes.
Arman.
My name is Arman Yahin, and I'm a head and co-founder of the Russian company Main Road Post. And I was my background, so I was studied to directing movies. I was a compositing artist, and I was CG artist. And for the last, almost 14 years, I'm the head of the Main Road Post. We started in 2006 with the 6 people. Now we have 100 people plus company. And we're working mostly on the movies. And as Jan said, it's a very interesting topic for me because in these crazy times, we need to find new opportunities, new way of working, and what to do next. Because I don't know how it's worldwide, but in Russia, the movie business is frozen, and nothing is in the works. So it's very tough times, but very interesting.
So why I think that the three of you are kind of perfect match for this talk. You don't have to think about what Sava said because it's totally not true. But because I find all three of you as like very strong individuals when running your own part of the business, and we have Arman here, who is more of in charge of a company, we have Sava here, who works for a company but also runs his own projects, and I firmly believe that he is a kind of person who is able of running his own company, and probably will one day if he wants. And we have Jan, who was also working for a lot of different clients and remains working as a solo, as a freelancer. So and even he found a way to monetize his knowledge. So, and this is why I think that like all three of you are actually in charge of your destiny and are men with the plan, three men with a plan. So just
three men with a no plan.
Yeah. So just to explain myself, but so the point of this talks is always the same. So IFCC, the point of IFCC is education and motivation for those who are looking for a way to succeed in various creative industries, so either games or film or publishing or whatever. So the point here is to always talk with someone who has made some results, who has proven himself or individually as a member of the team. So right now we are facing this situation related to COVID virus, which has struck like the whole planet at once, and the stories of success in this period are not so common. It's more like bad things going on, like studios losing their clients, people losing their jobs. Only in some rare situation has this been good for some companies. So how did this reflect? Because I know, and we talked with Arman and with your colleagues, this wasn't the ideal situation for you. And when you think of it, you maybe, when I see like three sides here, you're definitely a company that produces the most impressive how the products. When we talk about what you're releasing in the past, like 5 or 6 years, at least what I saw, and it's really hard to imagine that you would be the one who is struggling with, with incomes and with the job. So can you describe like when the crisis started? What was? Did you predict anything? Did you do some like major maneuvers inside the companies to save jobs? I know that you started doing a little bit of work for advertising. So what's the situation now?
Okay, it's a question for me, yes?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, we have, our crisis started before the coronavirus. We have like a few debts from our clients for the big projects that we have, and it was very tough situation. And it was like a wave of the problems that we had in our company. And at some moment I was really stuck. I didn't know what to do, and we just, I'm just sitting and thinking. And thinking for, I don't know, for a couple of weeks what to do next. And it was very interesting because, how to say, our problem solving started not in this moment. Our problem solving started 4 years ago when we make a huge transformation in our company. And we decided not to work as it's traditional way of working in CG companies, visual effects companies, when there is a departments, when there is a supervisors and a lot of middle management, so a lot of hierarchy. So we decided to change our company, and we adopted and adapted agile and Scrum frameworks from IT industry, and it was very interesting because it's very complex question, and I'm starting to talk about a lot of things. There for many years when we planning something and we trying to make a schedule or something, so it always changing. It's plan never work for many years and on any project. So for many years I was thinking that I was stupid. I'm just stupid. I don't know what to do, what to do, and anything that we plan is not working. But when I found about this Scrum and Agile, and I go deep inside the management things, and for the last 4 years I became, I have a new profession because I've studied a lot of books. I'm always learning about that, and I found that there is, different types of areas how everything is working. There is it's very interesting thing called Kinevin. It's a decision making framework invented by Dave Snowden from IBM. He's a professor. He's working on field of the knowledge management, and there is a few domains, and there is the domains called simple and complicated. Then you have a knowledge of how to do, and you can plan it. So there is a Gantt chart, when you making plans and you understand what to do and you can plan it. But there is a domain called complex, and in this domain you don't know what to do, and all practices is emergent. So you planning and you making a lot of tests, and you checking your ideas and go back. So always go in these iteration cycles all the time and checking, adapting. And it was very interesting. And for the 3 years we changed our company, and it was very painful and hard process. And because you're changing the mindset of the people, there is no department, there is small teams. It's called cross-functional teams, like from 3 to 7 people in our case. Now we have the 16 teams, and there is no middle management, and it's a lot of things that I can't say about that, but let's save it for another day. But it's became very interesting. And now in this moment, when we came at that point, and the movie business was shut down, we started to find a new areas of working. And I wrote the big post on Facebook that said about there is a lot of problems in our company, so we're ready to work on anything. Like we can work on commercial and other medias, because this system that we invented in our company, it's not about specializing on something. Its system trains people to solve problems, like almost in any field. It's moving like a small research teams, or I don't know, Navy SEALs or something. The people going on some problem and try to work on it. And from that moment, for the last couple of months, we worked on the commercials. We worked on some museum projections things, and on some movies, and we're developing the animation series right now. So we're trying to find the new ways of new opportunities. We still not succeed. It's hard to say that we are succeed, because we're still in this turbulence area, and we still have problems with the money. But there was a major decision that we made in our company. We're not firing anyone. Only we said to the teams like teams, it will be the turbulence, it will be the tough times. So if anyone want to go outside, you can go it's totally okay. And we decided not to fire anyone. And if we will not succeed, so we will not succeed together. So if the company will end, so it will be like for everyone, and everyone will go outside and find a new job. And we still working. We still have projects, and I hope we will find how to say, our new face, because our company is changing right now. And then we go total remotely, and it was a new stage of the team growing, because the main idea is coach the teams to be the totally independent teams. Like, they manage for themselves. There is no coordinators. There is leads only the respected ones, like two guys that was on a Sputnik. There is from one team. They're very experienced and very clever people. And so in each team they have the leaders, and there is like organic leaders, the people the most respectful in their teams. And now they're working totally outside, and I'm like, there is like a status of me like CEO ahead, but I'm not controlling nothing in my company at the moment. I'm just trying to help somebody if they need any help, and I don't know what's going inside the teams. I mean, I don't know exact in details. They're doing something. We see some results. They have the meetings. We have the dailies from time to time. But the teams, like, now they have very tough time to grow to the new level. Each teams in our company. So it's very interesting, and it looks like it's working, because it's very stressful situation because of everything what happened in the world. But and there are a lot of people, like, they have the problems, because when you have in isolation, you always have some mental problems, and it's obvious. And we have psychologists in our company, full-time psychologists who working with the people if they need it, and she helps a lot. So it's I don't know, I cannot have prediction, and I don't like making predictions, but I think we will go through that. And in the bad situation, I know there will be more, like 10 or 12 new studios, like small companies like our teams, if we will not succeed in a whole company. But looks like we're going through, and we have work for a few months ahead, but it's pretty okay, in this situation.
Sava, thanks, Arman.
Sorry for a long talk.
No. It's fine. Sava, so because Main Road Post is not so small. It's not such a small studios. Arman, if I'm correct, there are like when combined, there are like around 100 people there, if I understood correctly.
Yeah, 105
from the previous session we had, and Sava and Axis Studios is around like 300 or 400 or something like that.
I would say so. I don't know. I don't have the exact number, but somewhere around 300 people across all the studios in Glasgow, Bristol, and London. But yeah, I guess, like, if I'm like strictly speaking from my point of view, for me personally, things haven't changed much. I know it's like a crazy situation in the whole world, but just for not really talking about Axis even here, but just for my personal situation, I work on a freelance kind of remote basis with Axis, so I work from home. I'm used to being quarantined within these four walls anyway. You've seen many of those jokes, like, I don't know, like CG artist in quarantine and then CG artist out of quarantine, and then it's exactly the same picture. It's like a guy in front of a computer. So I'm pretty used to like being here all day and kind of like just slaving away on any projects that I'm working on. Luckily enough, I know it's a very different situation from what you described, Arman, but like with the live action, things have obviously like grinded to a halt because you can't have large sets with many people that are required to run those sets. But in animation, on the other side, animation was able to just kind of quote unquote like smoothly transition into working remotely in this period, because all of the artists, Axis has been very, very, very careful with how they approach the whole COVID situation. So very early on, they've pretty much transitioned to working from home. and got systems in place for that to run. Animation hasn't been impacted, to my knowledge, in pretty much any way, I think. Even more so, I would say, because live action is now kind of taking a halt. I think I think more and more people are kind of looking towards animation as kind of a possible alternative, if you want to call it like that. So if you look at the whole entertainment field, if you're looking at like say movies and animated content and then video games, again, like video games have been the only one of the main sources of entertainment for people who are affected by the quarantine. So even video game companies, I feel they actually produced or needed more content produced for them. So ad access work has been pretty steady and even increasing, I think. But yeah, that's just a very, very kind of small insight that I have. I do know a lot of individual artists that have been impacted, like from my previous days, like before I was doing animation and stuff like that. I was in ArcViz, and I know like ArcViz for one has taken a big impact because like all the constructions and sites had to be closed, and then all of the ArcViz artists like pretty much like had to freeze all of their projects because nothing was being built. So that part of the industry took a bigger hit, but entertainment, games, and animation, I feel it's kind of pretty safe. I was on the fence in the first couple of months, but it feels pretty kind of like ticking away. And like Arman said as well, there's been like it's definitely a crazy situation nobody wanted to have on their hands, but there has been some good that has come out of the situation, and specifically about like remote work, where it was mainly thought to be impossible in the past, and now all of a sudden, like, oh, there are solutions that can be provided for artists to work from home. Not to say, like, because I love working from home, not to say that everybody loves working from home. Some people love the office and love the office space and the buzz of it all and the energy, and it definitely speeds up a lot of things. But in a few specific scenarios where for some artists it would be beneficial to work from home, I think the situation is going to change a lot. And I don't think like the technology for it was already there kind of in a lot of ways. From what I gather, like the biggest problem of having artists work from home, specifically on bigger projects, was the security issue, not so much the kind of the technology issue of kind of how you access machines or how you access the remote workstations in the studio. It was more about like, oh, what happens if you work on a Marvel project and like they have crazy security, and then all of a sudden you're working from home with your kids running around and like people taking snapshots of your screen. Like that's not gonna work. So those are kind of the bigger issues that are out there from the working from home perspective. But yeah, it didn't, for me, at least for now, it did not change much. I just started on the new project like a couple of weeks ago. And I do have like one of my smaller projects running on the side as well. So yeah.
I will just add before I move to Jan, it also probably has a lot to do with what kind of service did you sell so far. So, and it's a big difference if you're working for film industry and games industry, because film is like heavily affected. Movies, sure. I mean, people don't go to cinema, and this pulls all other problems with it. So I guess, Arman, this is also a big part of the why you got yourself in such situation in the first place.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, and okay, let's Jan continue, and then I will.
Okay. Okay. Jan, my friend, I've noticed since the last time we did a stream that you are even more into the production of educational content of your own. And has this become your primary source of income now, or still not?
No. I think, I mean, my insight is even more limited than the other two guys, because I don't even work for one fixed company. I just work for whoever hires me, right? But if you talk about this whole situation, the epidemic and everything, pandemic, sorry, and I have not felt any change, to be honest. If anything, there's more projects coming in, which is even weirder, right? But maybe that has to do with that I do not really exclusively work with one kind of industry. I do know from a lot of friends who work in Hollywood, LA, San Francisco, or whatever, that everything's shut down. London, everything's shut down. They are wrapping up projects that are still ongoing, that are in post-production, but nothing is being shot right now. So yeah, it's they are really heavily impacted if you work in that industry exclusively. But yeah, when it comes to video games, I don't know. Everybody seems to I think people play more games than ever.
Yeah.
And a lot of companies, I think, want to capitalize on that, I think.
But what you said, is really amazing how this all happened. Like, it's a global situation, and I think that this market. I mean, okay, if we take in consideration that the U.S. Has impact on the world economy, I don't know. Some estimations are like that U.S. companies hold 50% of all the profit in the world, and all that, but if we think about the business of entertainment industry, like a lot of it, which is related to Western world, is happening in the US. So I guess this, what you said about your friends telling you that they have big problems, totally makes sense, because the US, it looks like it's hit the most with this pandemic situation, and the reason why that is are different from probably the way they're solving this problem or not solving it. But yeah, so you yourself didn't have any problems when it comes to your job, and
no.
Okay, cool.
Still very busy, and yeah, new stuff is coming in. A lot of new studios are still. I mean, it doesn't look like any new openings or new project starts, at least in video games, are actually impacted. The clients, of course, are now working remotely, right? And it feels like they are even now that they're working remotely, they are even more open to hiring remote freelancers. As before, there's always a lot of hesitation, especially with art directors who like to have their team all in one place. And that's totally understandable, right? But now that the team is remote anyway, they feel okay, now I really have more options. Maybe I'll just try out the guy I know of, but who is really far away and can't be in my office anyway. So I'll just try it out. So maybe that's the thinking behind it. I don't know. But yeah. So
yeah, I remember before, when you were looking at I don't know, ArtStation or other websites where there are job listings, 90%, 95% of jobs would be either with contract or I don't know, you have to be on location. While now it's totally different situation.
Just to interject quickly, Marco, I have just a smaller question for Jan. I'm just interested. It's a smaller thing amidst the whole craziness that's going on, but I'm just interested in terms of education, because you have been pushing a lot your Patreon and Gumroad, and those courses seem amazing to me. And I'm just interested because people have a bit more time now. Did you see an increase in people kind of interested in taking your courses, or kind of increase in that amount of work? Not really.
Not really. Actually, the increase from before is very, very small. Maybe I don't know, anywhere from maybe 5%, maybe 5% more, if at all. And 5% is not really significant. It could be attributed to other stuff that I don't know. I'm reaching more people. I have no idea, right? But I can't say that I'm a millionaire now after this happened. I think I honestly don't know if there's more people trying to learn things, but I think what's happening at the same time that people are stuck at home and trying to learn things, that at the same time people are becoming more frugal, and they don't want to necessarily, maybe they're looking after their money more, and hopefully looking after their money more, and really think about where to spend. So maybe they're flocking more to like YouTube tutorials. Maybe somebody who's really active on YouTube, I don't know, Blender Guru or whatever, they could say like, oh yeah, I'm seeing like massively different viewer numbers. I have no idea, right? Maybe that's happening as well, or I don't know, maybe everybody's just pirating it. I don't know.
I think people now mostly in stress situation. You know, everybody try to understand how to adapt in this new world. You know, so I don't think that could be increase of the education at something, because it's always, you know, what was the reason? You know, I don't have a time to educate, but no, it wasn't the reason.
But you know, I think we are always seeing a very skewed image of the world. Like our social media feeds are full of artists, and I don't know, if somebody famous says like, oh, like now's the time to learn, and then like some people chime in, but I mean, in the end, do they really listen to that? I don't know. I mean, I think most people, like you said, are more struggling with like, shit, where does the next job come from? Rather than like, oh, what am I going to learn today? Right? It does. The mental factor is not to be ignored in this whole situation.
Yeah, of course.
It's hard to concentrate. We should be lucky we actually have work, I think.
Yeah, you're right. It's very hard to concentrate because everything was changed, you know, and a lot of people have families and kids in homes. You know, it's not easy to work at home. Yeah.
Arman, is a big studio sometimes also a big headache for you?
Yeah, you know, it's how to say. For me, it wasn't so many changed in terms of, you know, like I'm ruling the big studio and now we go to home. No, because I always was some sort of lazy manager. You know, I always tried to develop self-organizing teams, and it looks like we've made it, you know. And my role now, it's mostly like, you know, I'm mostly like, you know, strategic thinker, and I don't know, consultations, etc., like a gardener, you know, in our company. But in terms of what of this situation, I think for the visual effects company who are working exclusively on the movie business, it's just starting. You know, I think it's perfect storm only coming, because the most of them like still working on the past projects, who in the stage of the post production, and if there will be new projects go in a phase of post production soon, so it will be okay. But if it will be big gap between like a shooting process and there is nothing like in the works right now, only developing, I mean there is more time now for the developing scripts, maybe for like concept art, I don't know, for something. But if there will be a much bigger gap, so it will be a huge pause for the companies, visual effect companies. It could be like a perfect storm a little bit later. I think so. I hope that it will be not, but who knows? You know, maybe it's good for changing business, because there is a lot of, you know, if you're reading about the visual effects, there's always the struggling business. There's always people blaming the companies, always people blaming the visual effects business. Maybe it will for good, I don't know, it will be some changing, and maybe the producers will see that they need more time for developing movies, more time for the post-production. I don't know, you know, nobody knows what's coming.
Well, I expect that definitely there'll be more and more these services like Amazon Prime and Netflix and Disney. I mean, this would happen even without this crisis, but this is probably a motivation for those who have money to invest, you know, to invest it in something like that. So
I was in Berlin on a European film market a couple of months ago, and there was a very interesting talk, the discussion panel organized by some Swedish cinema fund, and they talk about, it's called the production flood. You know, how to live in production flood. Like there is a lot of streamers shooting a lot of movies, so they have a problem. The problem, there is not enough experienced people to make it, because Netflix investing a lot of money in productions, like Amazon, like now Apple came to the market. So I think there will be, after this perfect storm, there will be a lot of work. because now I think there is a many projects in development, and they will start someday. The people will find a way how to shoot. The people, because the pandemic will end someday, you know.
Yes, I mean the history has
repeating.
More or less it's repeating. So
yeah. So and there will be a lot of there will be new, like the way of shooting. Like there is a new, how to say, the rules on the set, and they saying that there will be the crews, shooting crews will be smaller because of that, and maybe there will be much more work for the crowd simulation, for the visual effects, etc., etc.
Well, we see that the technology is developing fast, significantly. We have all seen the most recent achievements, the Unreal Engine and some other software. So like now it's really makes sense to think about using them for serious for serious work, even for films. Yes, but I wanted to ask you something, Arman, because this was bothering me, really bothering me. Like, I just feel that your studio really deserves more visibility on the West, because since I always go back to the Stalingrad project and the breakdown, I mean, that's something outstanding. And that's from 2014 or 15 or something like that.
13.
13. So, I mean, really amazing, like highest level stuff. And so how do you use online business tools? I'm sure that you're trying to make some kind of contacts with other countries. I know that you've been working for Chinese market, which is growing for films. For example, let's say LinkedIn as a platform. Does this help you at all?
Not so much, because I think, I don't know. I really don't know. It's only my opinion. This business is very personal. You know, it's based on mostly on trust. So it's not so easy to find someone abroad. And into this whole political situation between Russia and the West, it's like so it's tough to us. But we now we going, like, we made a lot of active steps for this, and now we have a representative in LA, like, and I hope there will be more work from the West, and I hope so, because I think we can make very interesting projects and we can handle very complex things. But I don't know, I don't know the real why we're not working a lot for the West, because maybe because there are a lot of things, a lot of companies there is in the West, and maybe because there is a rebates like in Canada and UK and New Zealand and everywhere in the States. The Russia just invented the rebates program, and I don't know when it will start. I mean, start to work. They just trying to understand how to work with that. I don't know what will happen.
Can you please explain the rebates program to those who are like not aware of it? So
rebates, it's the government program. If the project came to some country to shoot, or I don't know, make a post-production, like spend money. So if the international company, foreign company goes and spend the money, and the government will back some percentage of the money, like 30% or 40% of the money, cash back will go back to the producers after the project will finish. So there is like they try to how to say, sorry for my English,
motivate.
Yeah, they motivate like international producers to put the money in and to grow their local industries, to hire the local people. Like, so it's every visual effects company now, the office in Canada now, in Montreal or Vancouver or anywhere, I don't know, in UK. The UK companies, they grown because of the rebates. They grown because of the Harry Potter came in England, and there is like MPC, Frame Store, DNEG. So they grown because of the rebates, because of there is a lot of stuff was shot there.
Well, every big entertainment project, like really big, when we talk about Lord of the Rings or the Game of Thrones, really affected the economy of the areas where they were present. So, for example, I know that here in Croatia, like a lot of seasons of Game of Thrones were filmed at the seaside, like cities of like Dubrovnik, Split, Šibenik. So this directly affected incomes on tourism in years that came after, because it was like a lot of tourists came because of the show to see the place where it really was shot. And so if you can use it correctly, it can be like really big a big income for the local community, because, and then also, of course, they will hire local people to on the set. They won't bring people from Canada or wherever to act as a like a, how do you call the secondary actors, people in the crowd. Anyways,
extras. But it's not only impacting like the incomes of these people. The whole rebates is impacting the whole economy of the country, because the New Zealand became like a very touristic place because of the Lord of the Rings.
Yes.
And this Ireland became touristic place because of the Game of Thrones. And Croatia, it's different types of the it's not just the numbers because of the shooting. It's like the country became more famous, some new touristic place, the people going there and watch on something, and it's like merchandise industry.
And we mentioned New Zealand. This also affected the industry itself, because other studios started opening. So it's not just Veda anymore. There are like other companies there who are like doing very similar projects or offer similar services. So it makes sense. Yeah,
I think it's good for the people, because there is much more places when companies arise, much more new places when the the actors coming and like spreading through the whole world.
So tell me, if you would want to hire as a Russian company, if you would want to hire someone like Jan and Sava, would you have any problems with doing that, to hire foreigners, or you can do this
in Russia?
Yeah.
It wasn't, it's not problem like a problem, but there is few, it's not so easy, because there is a rules of the hiring, and but we can do it, but it's little bit more, it's not little, it's much more expensive to hire someone and took it to the Russia. And I think we will work on it. We will try to work with government to make the laws much easier for us, because there is you can hire somebody and it will be easier, but if you will pay the very big amount of money, like if you hire for the like C position, like top management, so it's not so hard to hire somebody, but in terms of money, it's very big.
Yeah. So, Sava, like your personal situation, I mean, moving from, I mean, with your business from doing work for local clients in Serbia and having the working now for Access, that's like a pretty big difference for a individual like you, I guess.
Yeah, but I don't do any work for local clients.
Yeah, I mean that's the reason for that, I guess.
Yeah. No, I mean I almost exclusively work with Access. I am a freelance director, but I mentioned this in my talk as well. But the situation works really well for me, and I try to be transparent about it. Where because I work remotely and because I live in Serbia, working for a UK salary kind of gets me to not worry about work that much during a year. So I have the ability to kind of take a lot of time off when I finish a project. And in that time off, I like to devote that time to my personal work. So that's why when people say like, oh, like you guys did freight, for example, in only 5 months. Yeah, it was only 5 months, but it was full-time 5 months. And like you can rarely do that with personal work. You kind of need to pay the bills and you need to just kind of have an influx of work. But every time I finish a project at Access, and if I don't have another project lined up immediately after, I do take some time off, a couple of months, and see what I can fit within those couple of months. It's sort of like it's a risk a bit doing that every time, because you're kind of potentially maybe saying no to some potential client work. But to me, I mean, personal work is, I'm a big advocate for personal work. So I think like all of the things that I've been able to kind of, I guess, get into the position that I am today is because of my personal work. So I will always find the time to push for it. So yeah, that's the kind of the slightly unique situation that I'm in personally. Yeah.
Jan, about your personal work, I'm really following it, and at least I think that's your personal work, because I see you walk outside and then you take some beautiful photos and then you make them into 3D scenes and then you offer them as some kind of Gumroad package. Is this your personal work or is this your business, or both?
It's tricky, right? It kind of was born out of the necessity to kind of offload some of the dependency on clients. And I was like, hey, I can just do whatever I want and people will follow me, which of course doesn't work like that unless you have a very strong, how do I say, like you have a very strong personality that is kind of geared, that happens to go very well with I don't know, like YouTube and online stuff. If you're just like a guy and you just it takes you some conviction to do this kind of stuff, then you cannot rely just on your own personality to do this kind of stuff. Because you're not gonna sell anything. So I noticed very quickly that I need to not necessarily follow what people ask me to do, but always try to figure out what the best angle is to sell something, right? It's not enough to just upload some pretty picture and then there's nothing behind it. Unless you just maybe do it once. If you do like one tutorial and that's it, then you can get by just purely showing how you do that thing, which is okay. But if you do one tutorial every month or even more often, then you really got to think about how you're going to structure and sell that content. So maybe it started out as yeah, this is my personal stuff, but it very quickly turned into this needs to bring a benefit to the people who watch it, and cannot just be me. It cannot just be me fooling around. People need to get some value out of it. yeah, I of course have more freedom than when I would be working on a client project, but there's a lot of consideration that goes into what I'm gonna do for the next one and the next after that and so on, which of course leaves me pretty much actually no time to do any personal work, because client work is still what keeps me busy for most of every month. So it's still the main income source, and yeah, but we'll see. The plan is a bit different, so we'll see what comes out of that. But yeah, it's doing okay. It's doing okay, I would say.
It's a good point as well, what you just said there, because like for me specifically, like I mean, personal work, yeah, you definitely have more freedom with it in some regards, but there's pros and cons to everything. And to me, like on a creative side, I do have like all the freedom I want to, but on the technical side, I'm very, very limited when I'm doing my smaller personal projects. You don't have an Access army behind your back with all the Houdini power and all the like the capability to create anything you want. So that's also something. But I also think like a lot of the things that happen with those constraints, when you have certain technical limitations and constraints, it kind of pushes you to more creative solutions to the problems. And that's kind of the fine little area that I like working in a lot. I really enjoy doing that. But yeah, having a bit of that backup definitely helps as well.
Okay. I mean, you say you don't know anything about business, but I think pulling off these projects requires a lot of savviness. I mean, business is not only about the money part, right? But it's also about how you manage a project, how you manage the other guys, and how you just get your shit done.
Yeah, no, I mean there is a lot of stuff there. I think like when I specifically say about business, that's referring to something that Marco said at the beginning of like potentially the potential of me running my own company someday. I really don't think that's for me. Like that's just one of the things that I'm kind of self-aware and true to myself. Like I don't have the capacity to run an actual kind of production business. Like the smaller projects that we do work for me because it's mostly done with friends, and it's mostly done in our free time. It's mostly done without any crazy deadlines. And if I would have to kind of go the route of actually like maybe starting a production company or something like that, I would probably have to give away a lot of the stuff that I like doing the most and focus on the things that I'm not necessarily good at or enjoy doing, which are the more kind of the managerial and running of the company tasks, which I'm really, really bad at. But the daily, like the day-to-day kind of communication with the artists and stuff like that, that's what I enjoy doing. And actually, even sometimes like actually having some time on the box, as they say, and actually doing some work myself. But yeah, just in those terms of I was always kind of, I think I was self-aware enough and I recognized that wasn't the route for me. I would rather kind of integrate with companies that already exist and integrate in their pipelines rather than kind of trying to start something by myself. But also things change. Like, I mean, the smaller projects that we're working on now, that is a client project. And it's all done with freelance artists, all working remotely. And like stuff like that for smaller productions, I think can work quite well these days. So yeah.
I have an interesting question from Discord. Only one so far, but I think it's very interesting because it tackles a bit the topic that is not discussed that much, but it totally makes sense because here Tanya asks, in your opinion, is it going to be tough for young artists who are starting? Because more experienced artists who lost their job because of COVID will flood the market, and newcomers may not be able to compete with them, regarding their experience. And
I can answer.
Go for it.
Yeah.
If you don't mind. I don't believe that there will be problem for newcomers because, in the end of the day, the newcomers always have the problems because you need to learn a lot. And I don't think so, because I think there is a much more content needed that there is people on the market. So I don't believe in it. I believe that it could be much more new companies, like smaller companies, smaller projects that can handle the more complex stuff right now. Because if you remember, like the big movies, only like many years ago, like 30 years ago, only possible were made by like 4 companies or 5, but now there's much more smaller companies who are making the very complex shows, and I believe there will be more smaller companies, so there will be more opportunities to the newcomers. The newcomer is the opportunity itself. I mean, you need to struggle through the learning constantly and find the place when you can learn and be useful. And I think the new situation, I think I don't know, maybe I'm too optimistic, but I think everything is for good.
You have no other option but to be optimistic, considering how many people you have under you. So, but what you said, like today, really is possible to produce at least better, visually or technically better product in a smaller team than it ever was, and we can witness that. Yesterday, I think that I mentioned what. For example, the 2 game projects that I've noticed recently. One is by Vitaly Bulgarov and his team, and then we also have I don't know the whole team for the other one, the Ascent. How do you pronounce this? Tor Freak Sava. Yeah, so they have released, he and his friends have released also a game just, actually it's not released yet, I think it's in beta, but it already looks like really, really, really promising, and there were so many reviews already done, and it's amazing. I mean, you could never think of something like that would be possible, for example, 10 years ago, like on such high level of the quality, but now it actually is. And if it's planned really good, it can be a successful project. But this leads me to another thing, and this is also related to you, Arman. So because you have people, and your people are like really more than good to produce like almost anything that you can imagine. But have you had any thoughts of creating something of your own which would produce money for the company, or is this just too big of a risk, or you just can't cover some development of something like that? I mean, this could be a game, but this could also be, some kind of a sci-fi, series of things, I don't know.
It's a good question, very good question, because it's the main question for any visual effects company, because the visual effects companies, the service companies, so they're very fragile, but and we already started. We're developing the animation TV series, and not only one, and it's very risky, but everything is risky right now, so whatever. And so we're trying to grow into the producing company. It's into, I don't like this word, but content creation, content producing company. I don't like this word content. It's like some like very managerial, but and I think it's a good time for us, as I said, because previously we had a lot of work, in the visual effects. Like for the last 2 or 3 years, we were overloaded. Our plan was like 2 years ahead, and there was, it was good for us in on a short term, but we always think about like producing our stuff, and now it's very good because it was huge impact for us, huge hit, and we started to think about why we so weak as a company, and why we didn't diversify our business. Now we started that, and I don't know how it will be in the future, but yep. Did I answer the question?
Yeah,
yeah,
for
okay.
sure, for sure. Okay, let me just check if.
I think it's back to previous question. There's a lot of stuff that you can produce right now. You have YouTube, you have everything, you can do it on your own. There is a lot of good examples when there was small projects became big project. And this Sputnik, the movie that our guys talked yesterday, it started from the short movie. It was short movie called Passenger, and with made by the same director. It was his project, and it was very good. And
oh yeah, I heard
yeah,
that.
yeah,
You had this problem with the design of the
yeah. And then this our friends, our partners from the production company, and they took this and they produced this movie called Sputnik, and it's first movie, and it's amazing movie. It's high quality sci-fi thriller, and so there's always opportunities.
Yeah.
Now you can make the people need good stories, and that's it. The people don't need companies, the people don't need visual effects companies, animation they need good stories. And now you have all you can make the good animation series in your home on your computer. It will be good. You have now this a lot of TV series making by this Unreal Engine, I don't know, Unity engine. It's a real time, and you just need to develop a very good story. That's it. And you don't need computers for that.
But that was so funny situation with this project that was before Sputnik. Because I heard this yesterday. I mean, funny, not funny for you probably, but when you realize that the character from the TV show, not the TV show, Netflix show.
Sure. Yeah. The Stranger Things.
From the Stranger Things looked very similar to what you have already developed, and then you had to change everything. So
yeah, it was very, very interesting situation.
Okay, just let me check. Maybe if someone was brave enough to ask questions on Discord, although I doubt it because.
So people are not braver doing this online, Marco, than in person.
People are more braver to ask questions to people they know personally, and then they have like tons of questions. And you know how artists are like, just please don't talk about business, And but no, looks like we don't have any new ones. Okay.
Let me put you on the spot, Marco, because we've been
that's what I enjoy.
We've been we've been talking for a while, but I think it might be interesting to hear a bit from your side, like especially with the whole kind of festival world, which has taken a big hit as well during this year. So what are your thoughts on that, and like or your experiences in running the first online edition as well?
Yeah, this is a very interesting topic, to be honest, and that was a huge risk because as you know, we did do like a stream every now and then. Most of the time, me fighting with technical issues for every stream I did, and doing something with 80 people involved or more was pretty. Not stupid decision, but unrealistic, But that brings me back to 2014 and 15, where we also we're kind of limiting ourselves to bring only 10 or 20 speakers, and then we ended up with 60, like always going over the top and never being able to, control yourself because you want to bring that guy and that girl and, So, and I mean, our problem is a bit different. I'm convinced, I know we are well known in this world of events as the place where artists go party with their idols. Let's call it that way. And my goal is always, because I knew that we never had enough money to do it the way we want it. My main goal was always to convince the best possible artists I can get and to bring them to the best possible professionals I can get in contact with and to bring them to Croatia. So this was my goal, because my logic was like this. If I convince these guys to come here, like, others will follow, and they won't be bothered too much with the technical aspects of things, because we can't offer any light shows, or anything like that. And we always had technical problems, but then again, I think like in 5 years, I maybe had like 1 or 2 complaints on the program, which is really good considering that there were like a few thousand people going through the event, So, and when it comes to this online thing, I'm kind of disappointed that I'm really struggling to get the support and more visibility for us. And here I really depend on partners. So let's say companies or influencers, if you wish, and some companies, for example, software companies are actually influencers as well,
Yeah.
And I'm kind of mad that they don't recognize the effort and everything, because we literally work on this like whole year, and that some of them don't have this need to support something like that, because if you look at comments of people who are following us, they're like really thankful. They learn so much. It really means a lot of them to them, not only because they connect with their colleagues, because they really learn stuff. They really are motivated. And this was also like with every our live event, they leave it super motivated, and I have examples even in our team. So I will mention this story because it's super funny. Like, I don't know if you remember my colleague and friend Krešimir Ketso, who is working with me. So, and he was always a quiet guy. And I remember just before one IFCC, one company, local company who is doing game, approached me and asked like if we would do some kind of short for their new game, and I will always say yes to any project that comes. If I know or don't know how to do it, it's always like, okay, we'll learn along the way and we'll do the project. And then he, who was by that time only experimenting, but he was experimenting for years and years. He was like experimenting, and he says like, can I do spaceship design? And this game is with spaceships and stuff like that. And I was like, no way, you don't know how to do spaceships, there's no way, And he was like really disappointed. And then IFCC happened. He became like super motivated, after meeting all the guys who came like
stock,
like all the guys, he was super motivated. And then he started doing like daily designs, and he really wanted to do spaceships, and hallways, space hallways, that kind of stuff. And so the funny thing is, we never got the job, but the company that got the job hired Krešimir to do spaceships for them, So this was like best example how IFCC has, like motivated someone who couldn't get the job inside our team and got the job for someone else because of the motivation he got during the event, because it really made a difference for him. But that was the situation with tens of other people and hundreds of other people. And this is what live events like this do, and this is why I say that I'm really disappointed by someone who can support us, and doesn't in the end. So, and this year for the first time, in the past we had only one significant. I can mention the studio, and this is really friendly. It's Six More Vodka, and Marco. I finally convinced him to come to the event, and he said, when he did, after 2 or 3 years of avoiding us, he said, like, this really is worth, and I want to help you out, and he helped us out. And the first company that I ever did after that was, every year we have companies who are partnering with us, but this is either through some kind of if we do some kind of contest and then we get some licenses and that kind of stuff. But of course, the real help comes when someone says, okay, like, we can offer you this amount of money to help you produce the event. And this is, it's a big difference, And of course, I'm always thankful to everyone, but this is real difference, because with that, I can buy another computer. I can, hire someone, pay, debts or people, doesn't matter. So, and this time we got like help from Houdini team, who are like totally down to earth. They right away, they understood like everything that I was explaining to them, really chill people. And so, and this was kind of boost for me, although in a sense it's not financially justified, all this, but this was kind of okay, finally someone sees what we are doing, not only the attendees of the event, who we don't have to prove anything to, but someone who is actually doing a business recognize us as a partner of the entity that they should support. So this would be like a super long answer to your
no, that's cool. That's
so don't ask any more questions.
Done.
So yeah. Let's move. So, but since you mentioned that, I would like to ask, because Arman is in charge of a company. So, Arman, like, does your company rely on some support of like some kind of cultural or local entities, like something from like a government? Do you ever ask financial help for your company, or are you just relying on the incomes from the business you do?
It's a good question. I personally trying not to rely on it, but we have the financial director in our company for the, I don't know, maybe for the year, and she found, because I never thought about that, she found that we have some help, and from the government. It's not because it's like a program, because we've paying the huge taxes last year. Export taxes, so they have this like some sort of survey that our financial director, she completed this survey, and we have some help from the government, but it's not like stable help. It's like the one amount of money that they will pay for us, like some sort of tax back,
Mm-hmm.
And but personally, we have in our business, not directly, because we have this government cinema fund that helps movie business with investment, and not directly because the producers have additional money that in some cases they don't need to return because it's support of the government. So they go in a more risky productions, like they making like sci-fi or some sort of, because they have more money to risk. And in this term, our company relied on that, not directly, but I think it's helping the whole industry. But in this moment, nobody knows what's going on right now, and government, they trying to help. But we have this help not from the cultural ministry. We have this help from like export some sort of like the export minister is.
But from any side, if it's like from government, I think it totally makes sense, because especially if you're selling services outside of the country,
Yeah,
this means
yeah.
that you're importing money, and most of the companies are just like reselling or importing products to the inside of the country and then sell it to local population. So
we didn't plan for this help. I didn't knew it till the end that our financial director, she said that, hey guys, we have this from the government, we have this little help. So that's it, But personally, I try not to think about that.
Yeah, I understand. I mean, I can relate to that because since since I had a chance to talk about the festival itself, so my logic was, I personally don't care where I will do it, and I had even negotiation last year or this year to move it to Slovenia, to Ljubljana, and it would be like a great solution. And this is still an idea, because it would be great to allow people who come every year to visit a new location. There are so many beautiful places where you can have an event. But since we were doing it locally, I always had this logic. I mean, if we were bringing, for example, in 2017, we had like 400 people, 400 artists coming from all over the world to the event. They would stay 8-9 days. They would travel a bit around the country. And my logic was, okay, if this event brings 400 tourists to the countries, and if these tourists spend I don't know, all in all, with accommodation, with food, with drinks, and they do drink a lot every night, so if they spend, I don't know, like 1 million euros, all in all, then I guess it would totally make sense that government or the city offers us at least like 100,000 euro to make it happen. It's much better to help us make it than to let it die. It affects the economy a bit. So this like totally makes sense. But when I mentioned drinking, I know that there was this bar. Everyone who was at the IFCC knows it. It's called VIP Bar, and I know that the manager there. So because we didn't know why people are going there, but okay, I understand because manager, they start spend there, and then manager brings some free booze, and then they're like all happy about it, and they went there every night. So the next year, the guy found the way to get my phone number, like 4 or 5 months before the event, and called me like, "Is this Marco? Will your event be happening again?" And I'm thinking, like, how much money did they spend there in 6 days or 7 days? If this guy is calling me almost half a year before, if we'll have an event again to offer me, to be in their bar again, So, but yeah, and actually he's thinking smart, and this is the way I would like that our government thinks as well, about doing, making money. So I think I don't know what the time is. I know almost 7, and our talk.
There was one more question.
Oh yeah, okay, sorry.
In Discord.
That's a miracle. Okay. What was the question? I can't seem to find it.
Like this, someone Anna or me wrote you personally in personal.
Let's see that.
And she wrote maybe he, I don't know.
Okay. Do companies have are companies blacklisting the ex-employees, which they share with other companies, and even if, for example, is this like a situation? Do companies share like a blacklist, or is this, even if it's happening, I guess this is like super private thing,
that's something above my pay grade, and I wouldn't imagine that to be happening, but I don't know.
And I don't know how, in other companies we don't have it. We don't have a blacklist, and I believe that it's not like, the people thinking that the companies is like something stable, like this is the companies, and they on the one side, and the employees, and there is on the other side. So it's not like that, and some people they have a very good you know, how to say, they okay in this company, and maybe they not okay in this company, but okay in the other company. It's not about the companies, it's about the people inside the companies. And because people is different, the company is different too. And you know, we don't have the blacklist, and I think it's useless. And I think it's, you know, the people can change. You know, the people can change, and if they have a bad situation in our companies sometime, but maybe in future it will change, and the people can change, and we will find, you know, the solutions to solve this problem. And in our company, it's a little bit different, because in our company the hiring process is relying on the teams. The team hiring the people, they deciding who to hire, and we just helping, you know. And we can say about that we have a bad experience with this guy or this girl in the past, and we talk about what was the bad experience, and if the people decide we want to try with him again, why not? Let's try. No, I don't think so. I don't think that's a good, you know, decision to make to have a blacklist. Only you don't need a blacklist if someone was, you know, complete jerk. You don't need it, because everyone will be remember him.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't need a blacklist. And
But-
if she wrote me, even for example, artists just refused some work or wanted better working conditions. So it's a good thing if the people want to better working conditions. So why to blacklist about that?
Yeah. Okay, I guess, I mean, it's like totally different perspective to, you know, run a business on your own, have one employee, and then have 10 employees, and then have 100 employees. I think like the perspective of life totally changes, you know, the different type of problems, you know. I mean, when I was working in advertising, I really paid attention to what does the daily job of my boss looks like. You know, what are the problems that he's facing with, and you know, waking up with the thought that you have to think of a way to find money for 100 people, you know, every month. I'm sure that's like certain level of stress that you may be not even aware of, but it's happening somewhere inside you, you know, and it's probably not too good for your health either. So yeah, I mean, of course, everyone has its own private situation, you know. Someone who's maybe just who's just like hired somewhere, you know, is maybe fighting with some loans or something like that. But then you also have a guy on top who's maybe fighting with a much worse scenario, and maybe he does drive a better car or whatever, but maybe he's facing a jail sentence like 2 months from now, and he's like really aware of it because he just did a small mistake, you know, with the investment or whatnot. So I guess yeah, I mean, the communication should always be as open as possible, but in reality, if you're running a company, you can't really dedicate yourself to every individual that is working for you. But then again, you have a chance to build a system that works better and hire people who will take care of this sort of things. So,
you know, it's mostly all the time the people who was fired, they're thinking about that was personal, you know. And but you know, when you running the company, you cannot think in personal things, you know. It was at times when I fired someone who I personally liked, you know, because, you know, I like this person, I think he's interesting, but I understand that his behavior is you know, it's destructive for the others. And you need to make some, you know, unpopular decisions from time to time. You need to make some decisions that it's not obvious for everyone, you know. And maybe from some time to time you firing someone and you don't tell about what was the reason for firing, and you don't want to tell because the, you know, how to say, because it's because the people will be in a bad light for the others, you know, and you don't want it, and you just don't want it because you're thinking about that it was a moment in their life, because maybe they have some problems in their personal life, and you just firing them. And it's always, like, nobody was fired. Everyone was, it was their personal decisions, but like, I must say, but it's always tough to make the firing and this hiring decisions. Always tough, but it's not. I believe that people can change. I believe that people can change, and I believe companies can change, and it's useless, about the blacklist.
Jan, you can't fire yourself, but do you wish to do it sometimes?
I wish. No,
Every day.
do you ever feel trapped?
I would say Jan would probably hire a bunch of himself if he can to help out from time to time.
Somebody who's younger and faster than me, definitely. Ain't too old for this shit, right? But there's no blacklist. That's nonsense. Nonsense.
Okay, I think we're done. Like, the next panel starts in 10 minutes to 12 minutes, but I think that we're all like super tired already. I think Jan Phil looks the most tired. Like, he looks like he has the assassination to do, and we're just holding him back from it. So go on, good man, do it. We won't bother you anymore.
No, it's just 1 a.m. and it was a long day.
Oh, 1 a.m.
Yeah. Why did I need this? Okay. Thanks so much for joining. We'll be in touch, of course, and we're continuing with the program. And if anyone has any additional questions, some of the guys, including me, will be in the Discord. But since so many questions arrived already, I really doubt that it makes sense to wait for some more. But okay. Thanks so much once again, and we'll be in contact.
Cool.
Thank you.
Nice seeing you guys. Bye-bye.
Thank you, bye-bye. And Jan, you have amazing sound, You have the best sound in this room.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Bye-bye. Thank you, Marco.
Cheers. Bye.
Thank you, everybody.
Alright, welcome to my course. My name is Jude Smith, as I'm sure you're already aware. First off, I'd like to thank you all for signing up. I'm really excited to share some of my thoughts and process with you, so I hope you find the information you learn in this class helpful. If you have any questions throughout the class, feel free to reach out to me through Facebook, ArtStation, or any of my other social media. I'm more than happy to answer any questions you have, or give general feedback and critiques. So a little background on me before we get started. In 2016, I graduated from the Art Institute in Washington, D.C. with a degree in media arts and animation. After graduation, I spent about a year building up a new portfolio and freelancing for a few publishers and indie gaming studios, until getting hired by Kabam, and I've been working on games ever since. A quick course overview. First, we'll start with some topics on art fundamentals and design theory that I'd like you to keep in mind throughout this course. After that, we'll begin the creative process, starting with sketching, and work our way through the entirety of my process to a final polish. Required tools, you really only need Photoshop for this class. Lazy Nezumi Pro is optional. It's just a useful plugin for when you want to be really precise. I'll go over that later though.
Hey guys, how's it going? Welcome to the environment exploration course, where I'm gonna be teaching you guys some cool tricks that I use. By the way, my name is Prince Mahlangu, and I'm a concept artist based in Johannesburg, and I've been in the industry for the past 4 years. I've worked in films, I've worked in animation, and also TV series. So I'm gonna show you ways of which I do concept art, and how you can actually generate ideas and explore more quicker because the methods that I'm going to be teaching you is through using 3D and using photo bashing to just get the best way that you can and get good quality from just a concept art piece that you can work on in a couple of hours instead of working a day or two on it. So on this course right here, I have like the outline, which is 4 fundamental lessons that I'm going to be teaching you guys. So the first one is sketching your ideas in comps and using lighting and having awesome composition as well in there to show the best frame, or I would say the best picture that you could, while still being graphic and loose. And the second one is modeling, so we're gonna get into Maya. If you know any other 3D package, you don't have to try Maya out or anything like that, but you can still use Blender in other 3D packages. There's no limits on which package you want to use. I would say use whatever you're comfortable using. So you're gonna learn how to set up a shot in 3D, placing your cameras where you want them. And in the third lesson, I'm gonna teach you guys how to do lighting and rendering. So here we're gonna be placing actual lights in our 3D scene. We're gonna learn a bit of basic texturing. We're not gonna be doing something complicated like UVs or anything like that. It's just gonna be basic texturing. And then also we're gonna use proper lighting in 3D just to show you guys how you can get some awesome natural looking scenes. And also when we're done doing that, you can render out different passes that can give you different advantages when you go to Photoshop. And then fourthly, we're gonna assemble the whole scene up in Photoshop, and we're gonna use photo bashing to sort of have that extra layer of texturing on top of the mesh that we just rendered. And then we're just gonna edit and adjust everything else after that. So I hope you guys enjoy the course, and thank you so much for supporting me. And yeah, let's start with the course.
Oh, hi, Nikolai. I'm sorry for interrupting you. I know this seems super forced now.
No,
So,
no problem.
how have you been?
Good.
Yeah? How do you like the event so far?
I like it. Except from being warm, it is beautiful.
I mean, don't get me started. I'm sweating right
yeah,
now.
we are sweating, but at least we're not freezing, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
So, you have been at IFCC before, right? Or haven't you been?
No, I haven't been here before.
So it's your first IFCC then?
Yeah. That's
and,
cool.
And how do you like the city?
I love it.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's beautiful.
I think it's
so much to look at and
definitely
nice mix between new and old. And I also live out on a little island here.
Yeah. Oh.
With the family.
Oh, really? With the ferry?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. That's
out on.
Must be so cool.
Supertar.
Oh yeah. Okay. It's like one of the bigger ones, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. So actually, we're doing like some live drawing right now, right? So in Procreate.
Yep.
I think people are pretty hyped about the demo you did today. So that's. I've heard nothing but good.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah. I mean, they were giving you a standing ovation, right?
Yeah, but they have to do that for everyone, right?
I guess so. Yeah. I mean, otherwise they can't return next year. You know how it goes.
Would be nice. Silence, crickets.
Yep. So, Nicola, is there any advice you have for people who want to pick up Procreate?
Yeah. There's no reason not to, because first of all, it's only $10, right?
Yeah. It's crazy cheap.
Once.
Yeah.
And in my 7 years of working with it professionally and personally, I never lost anything, and it's just gotten better and better and better to the point now that it's a fantastic
It
tool.
seems so insanely stable.
Yeah, it is, and it's. I have nothing but good to say about it, really.
That's great.
And they have 2 major updates every year that really changes it. And they have ever since they started out. So
for me, I was especially inspired by the Liquify tool.
Yeah,
it's so much fun that you can even as a 3D artist you can make textures into Procreate and then throw it onto your 3D models. Yeah. So there's something for everyone, right?
Yeah.
And you've been using it for your professional work, like all day, every day, for 7 years, was it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ever since 2012, where I could finally have the 4K canvas.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Before that, you couldn't really deliver
to a client
with lower res than that. So,
all right. Okay, thank you so much for answering a couple of questions. I'll leave you right to the drawing. Thank you so much, and see you around.
Yep.
See ya.
Cool.
camera at all. So
just a second, I'll get my headphones as well.
Oh, hi.
All right, let's go.
Okay, I'm ready.
Yay!
Oh, are we? Oh no.
Okay, I believe you that we're
Don't
online.
jinx it, it might go off again, so yeah.
Oh my god. No, Kasha, turn back on your camera. I can't be the only one.
Now you are, maybe. No, if there is like a choice to like don't have a camera or be cut it in half, so I prefer not to have a camera.
That works.
Okay, so if we're live, I think we should start. Maybe it's a good idea to start. Okay, so I can turn it on. Hello.
Yeah, the camera works fine.
Cool.
Yep.
Okay, so I suppose we are live. Yeah. So wait a second. Cool. Oh, hello. Yeah. Really spontaneous stream. As we are left alone here with this stream and the discussion, I think it will be like just quite nice to start with introducing everyone to what we do and who we are and why we are talking in here. So who wants to start?
Ladies first, so yeah.
Ladies first, okay. Like Jessica, please start. I don't want to be the only one who's talking in the beginning, you know.
All right, so I'm Jessica Fong, aka Anna Real Online. I'm an illustrator, an indie developer, and co-founder of Lonely Egg Studio. And we're working on our flagship game in the Keeper's Shadow. Yeah, that's my intro.
Yeah. I know your work for about like 2 years. I found your ink work on Instagram, I think. And it's like super cool. So guys, if you wanna see some badass ink art, just go there. Yeah, it's super cool. So okay, my name is Kasia Zielińska, and I work as a concept artist in Techland on Dying Light 2, which is a AAA game, or a second one. I also do freelance and I teach. I like to focus mostly on environment design, and that's my profile. Yeah, so that's all. Thank you.
Okay, my turn?
Yeah.
All right. Hey, everyone. I'm Ayan. I'm from India. I work as an illustrator and concept artist in the mostly animation industry. I like drawing environments, and that should be it.
Good. Environments are fun.
Yeah, there's so much fun.
Yeah. So today's topic is composition versus emotion, which is like quite, I think, broad subject. And the first time when I saw it, I was like, how those two things can be like versus, because for me it's always like, here's your composition, here's the emotion that you want to convey, and now kiss. They're like, I really believe like they should be together. And yeah, I think the first thing that we should do if you want to discuss this thing is to define what we understand by composition and emotion and how it connects to art, because I think we could have like different approach to things.
Yeah, definitely. Like, if you go into let's say, movies per se, while composition plays a huge role, as you know.
Yeah.
So, like, moving frames has a lot of potential to like evoke emotions, but like you can do the same with the still frames as well. Camera angles, guiding lines, and value structures, lighting, all those play really well. Like if you put them together, and if you want to achieve certain emotions, like they could be done with the composition itself. And composition, with the composition there comes colors, right? So color composition is also important. So everything kind of ties in together. So that's my take on it for now.
Yeah. And Jessica, for you, because you have also this like game background, and yeah, working with composition and with camera and film is quite different than in games. So
It's also different for studio art. Like my background is in studio art, even though I went into games. Composition is just like how you compose elements, separate from like the meaning behind the elements and anything else. It's just the like the act of like putting things together. And I know from my studio art days, composition, we tend to think of composition as just being like contained within the medium or the canvas. But in studio art, we learned that composition involves like things outside of the canvas. So like a painting, it matters if it's been composed and placed in a museum versus like, it being placed in a place of meaning somewhere else. And then like the time period in which the piece is made, like all of that is also composition towards the piece. And then
yeah,
emotion is and then emotion is like the psychological and the societal element that places meaning into the compositional elements. So, like they do play off of one another, but they can be defined separately. Yeah. At least that's how I was felt those things.
For me, as I said in the beginning, there's like a strong connection between those things, because I will be talking from like concept artist perspective, and from perspective a person that my main experience in games is working in a 3D games, so it's quite characteristic. And I also always, when I think about the composition, I think more about like this 360-degree area that is around me. So composition is, it can be like, okay, so I like to simplify all things. And when I think about the composition for 3D games, I have like 3 things in mind. First of all, is like it's about using the elements of the environments to guide the player throughout the level, which is really important. And it's not like in the movie show where you have like always the same angle and you're showing just the one thing. You have to be aware of the fact that the player can just look around in the different places. And it's like guiding a player throughout like the composition of the environment and how it is placed around you is quite important. You can use, for example, like a landmarks within the game, and the landmark can be like the really high building somewhere far away, and you will know subconsciously that you have to go there. Second thing, when I'm thinking about the composition just for the game, is like working with layouts that are repetitive through the game. And I can give you like quite nice example from the project that I was working previously. We get like quite nice pipeline for designing line art levels, and works like that before level designers made a mock-up for this level, they're defining which emotions do they want to convey to the player during the level. So for example, like they planned, okay, in this area, in this room, we want our player to be really overwhelmed by enemies. So just by defining the emotion, how the player should feel at that moment, very specific. Later on, before they started to build in the 3D's area, they already know what to do. So thinking about the layout as a composition that will be, for example, repetitive through all like the other levels is quite important. And this third like way of thinking about the composition and the 3D environment for me is thinking about like decorative groups within like interiors or exteriors will like help to build a storytelling of this place. And for example, like build like emotional reaction to it. Because like, for example, imagine like you have a pile of objects somewhere in the interior and there will be like this plushy teddy bear with like a blood stains on the top of it. And there it starts to build like a story for it. It's still about the composition, for example, how those objects are placed together. And for example, if they are pointing out to this teddy bear, but like, yeah, they're like from the biggest scale, like to guiding a player through like composition of the elements around you is one thing. The other, like the layouts that are quite repetitive along like the same space, or like good examples of that are any games that have top-down views with dungeons-like levels. So you can have like the one type of a room that is repetitive along the way. And it has like a specific composition that players is learning and like remembering how it works. It also can work that way that you can change like a small elements within it and like made a surprise to the player. So for me, it's like the layout is also a part of the composition. And the third one, as I said, is more about like placing group of objects that build a story. And in the longer term, also build like an emotional reaction of the player. So yeah, my understanding of as a composition in games is like quite complicated, I would say.
It's very comprehensive.
Yeah, makes
Yeah.
sense. Like you'll need to guide the player all around the important spots and everything. It's definitely important part of the games. And
Yeah.
for illustrations, I'd like to add lighting is a key part of composition, right? So lighting can evoke a lot of emotions in you. So let's say underlights generally on a character, it would depict their sort of evil on the dark side. Like not always, but most of the time that's the case. So like if you're going with like top angle lights and stuff like those, like lighting is really important in those areas, and lighting shape a lot of the composition, like how the shape language is working, how it's pointing, stuff like that. And yeah, that's about it. I'll touch on colors a little bit more later on, but you guys can go on.
Yeah, I think like lighting, yeah, also for games is quite important. Because like, yeah, it also like can play a quite huge role, for example, in the interior. If you use like really dark, moody interior, you can like convey like a emotion of like being scared a little bit of the place, which is also important. Like lighting in games is also a thing. It's not only just for the illustration, but yeah.
Oh no, definitely. Like they all tie in together, right? So yeah.
Jessica, do you want to add something to the lighting and the composition?
Whenever I think of lighting, I always think of my art history days and like all the classical paintings and how they would use darkness and light and like what those things would mean. I was gonna comment on how the composition and the emotional attachment we have to the thing that we're like consuming, whether it's a game or an illustration, like the emotive feelings change over time too, and what they mean to people. Because I know like there are games that just don't click the same way with people later on, like pixel games.
Yeah.
Yeah, my sister did not grow up with them. and she tries to play them, but she just does not have that emotional like kind of bond to them, for what people like thought of pixel games when they first came out and what that meant, and when that was really important to people, and they could see the pixel characters as real characters. Whereas like my sister's more, she's grown up with fully rendered things, and it's really hard to have the same attachment. But those are things that like we always think about when we're putting together games, because symbols and composition, they do change meaning over time. And I remember like we would learn about the Renaissance era, and you would look at their paintings and they look beautiful. But then when you learn about them, you're like, they chose this color because it meant a very specific thing to that era. Or they chose this one little trinket to put in the background because it represents death. And you're just like, okay, that thing doesn't represent death to me. And we understand that like society changes, and what things mean from one, culture to the next also is different. And that's kind of a difficult thing sometimes for, I think, artists who are very independent to sometimes like confront, which is when you have like a story and an artwork that's in your head and it means something to you, and you put it down on paper, you make a game, and somebody else now looks at it and they have no idea what the heck you're trying to get across or what is happening. I know plenty of, I've also gone down that road of like, you have that project that's your baby, and you want it to be a very specific way, and somebody comes in and is like, you need to change these things, otherwise people aren't going to really understand. Right. They don't have the same context of these things as you do. It's very, very meta.
I know what you're talking about, because growing up and living for most of my life in Poland give me like a specific background of understanding things and specific visual library that I have in my head. And in moment when like I have to design something that will be understandable and clear for people that, for example, grown up in the United States, I need to do a research, because sometimes when I design something, it's really clear for me. And then I get the feedback from our art director, which is like French, and he was living in Germany for many years. And he understands some of the colors, some of the symbols differently. And I have like a feedback, but it's understandable for you and see things that way. But people won't understand that. And I have to redesign something. It's mostly about like looking for more specific references to things that outside are my visual library. But I understand you completely.
Well, one of the coolest things that I think a lot of people don't look into a whole lot is art localization. Like having to localize, not just, people kind of assume that, language and translations are the only things that get localized, but there's also, art, signs, things within that thing that has to change for it to make more sense or to be acceptable when it gets, localized to a different area. And that to me is so cool, because there are some strange things, like we see like a circle as like unity or something, right? Like very circular things, but in another, culture, the circle might mean something completely different, and it loses all meaning when you have that, in your, in whatever it is you have. And like that's, I don't know, it's cool. Localization is something that I think is not looked at enough. It's a incredible job.
I was working for a few months, like I don't know, 5 months as a promo artist in the console team in one of my previous jobs, and I had to take care of localization assets for promo arts basically. And I was sometimes, there was like funny how different were like the guides from the same company, like for the Europe and for the States. But Yeah, it's quite interesting thing. Yeah, I agree. Ayan, do you want to add something?
Yeah, definitely. Like localization has a lot to do with how you perceive. It has let's say me, I'm from India. I have different values, different understanding of how stuff works than someone who's living in, let's say, Europe or America or something like that. So it definitely, like, when you are designing something that's accessible to everyone, you'll have to keep everything in mind, like how something can be interpreted differently, and some shape languages are not what you think it means to everyone else, but like what it does to you. So yeah, those are definitely something to consider, like when planning the composition. And also I wanted to add like how basically like lighting a character, let's say, like characters are a huge part of composition. Like if you're planning a scene, right, it's not just environment. Like generally that's what I do, but that's not how it is. Like you'll need to add in characters to add in, like, and when you add in characters, different characters with different lightings will have different impact on people. So the, let's say for an example, when you put two characters beside, let's say, like they're standing by or talking or whatever, how how much contrast you put in them through lighting basically defines like which one you want people to look at, which one is more important in the scene, right? And even inside that, so it's a really complicated thing. Like even inside that, you have a lot of options, right? So you can use underlight, you can use like a really shields and a lot of like strong lights or soft lights. Depending on them, people will feel differently about the characters. And yeah, so that's about it. It's really interesting. It's fascinating stuff.
Yeah, actually,
We have
in game. Oh, sorry.
I saw somebody put a question of would the panel consider, or what would the panel consider the stronger tool to convey emotion? Light, silhouette?
Oh God. Do you have like
okay.
where those questions are? Because
they're in the Discord in the IFCC QA.
Okay, now I see. Okay, now I see. Okay, thank you. Sorry. Emotional.
Yeah, you guys go on. I'll add in.
What's your take on that? On that question, Jessica? Yeah.
I mean, the light and silhouette, they're all kind of like sides of the same thing. Like darkness being the absence of light, light being the absence of darkness, and they, like the spectrum, it can tell all these different kinds of stories and add different focus. I don't think, at least I don't feel like you can say one is stronger than the other, because it kind of depends on the context of the story, the moment that you're trying to convey.
Yeah, like they generally work together, right? So like if you change the light, the silhouettes will change. Ideally, that's the case for most scenes. So like I understand when you're planning really early composition, you generally don't go into light, but like that's how I like to do things. At least I like to plan the lighting within the composition, because it plays such a huge part in the whole storytelling perspective of the thing. So I'd like to plan out the whole thing, and like they are basically intertwined. So you'll need to plan accordingly. You'll need to tie them all in together. And I'll even go as far as to say this: I don't generally like do the black and white compositions anymore, because they limit how much you can achieve. Like when you start with a black and white composition and then you go into color, so much could just change, not just because of the color and value relationships, but also like initially you wanted to tell a story, but some colors act differently than the others, right? So you'll have to take them into account as well. I'd much rather do that earlier in the process than like just drawing a like black and white composition, then later trying to figure out like what to do with the colors and stuff. So that definitely plays. Like I try to involve color, lighting, and shape language within like when I'm figuring out the composition as early as I can. So like it doesn't get like bothersome. Like when I go later into the process, I'll scratch my head trying to figure out what to do with this. Maybe this color is not working. Yeah. So yeah, that's about it.
Yeah, actually, my take on that is a little bit different because I'm still thinking of development of a game and how it usually look like. Because where when we are designing either or a prop or a character, we also in the beginning we're focusing mostly on the silhouette because you cannot like have all the information in the beginning where the character or where the object will be placed within the game.
Yes,
Even though you can have those information in the beginning, but like during the development process, everything can change. Something in design can change. For example, you're designing a box that will have I don't know, like really good loot inside, and you're designing it like that. There will be like it will be somewhere, I don't know, in the exteriors, and later with the game, after balancing and the gameplay and everything, it will turn out like, okay, we need those boxes to also have it inside, where there's like a dark and there's no lighting. So the most important is like remembering about the silhouette and the colors of the objects, but like the final pass of the lightning, and like for example like lightning the object somewhere where it will be laid down, it's something that could happen like, you know, months after your design. So
definitely.
sometimes you can have these informations about the lightning because like some designs are quite specific and you know for 100% it will be used only in here, but you cannot know that in 100% it could like change easily because of the game balance or something. So for in my opinion, like as a concept artist, will for like 3D games will be like taking care of the silhouette and the colors, initial colors, because I don't have like a, you know, I won't be like 100% sure always about like the lighting of the environment. If we are talking about like the lighting that will be added on the object, for example, this box will have like a small diode somewhere or lightning, that's okay. But when I'm thinking about like the whole context of the object where it will be placed, I'm not sure in the end. Yeah. So
the approach should definitely change depending on what the end product is, right? Because for animation and, you know, promotional stuff, you need to have a like solid outlook of the whole thing, like right from the get-go. You'll need to do the color keys properly, and if you're presenting something for promotional contents, the client sees to have a clear view of what you are approaching. So if you just give them half picture, like I understand, like shapes, values are very important. But like if you just give the clients the shapes and values, they'll be like, okay, where is the color? Firstly, and you'll have to figure that out later on. So that's the thing. Like it should definitely like I have worked in game developments as well. I mostly work on keyframes. So the thing is, there you have a lot of freedom. Like when you're doing keyframes, the game is like more than half done or like properly finished or something like that, like not the early keyframes. So then you have a lot of freedom on how you can go about it. You already have the basic ideas, like how the shapes are arranged, what's the basic shape language of the game, what color profiles are the game leaning towards, everything you have. So we can just like start going into the picture and start planning around it. But like, yeah, as you said, early developments, they definitely require a like different approach for these kind of compositions.
And like the other thing, like for those who don't know that, it's maybe good to tell that in the game development there's like a role that's called lighting artist. And a lighting artist, like they're artists, they had like a really good eye, and I really appreciate the ones that we have in Techland. Especially one of them is like extremely good. In our environment team, and he always like works like really close with the concepts that we provide him. But even if he don't have any of those concepts, he's like so good. I'm sure that anything that he will just take, it will be perfect with lightning. If he knows so well everything about that yeah, I'm always like sure that everything will look like perfect in the end. So
exactly, like I have had similar experience. Sorry, I didn't mean
yeah,
to
sure,
interrupt.
go on. Go on.
So I've had similar experiences as well. Like lighting artists is just like very good. Like they have really good idea of like materials, how diffraction, reflections work, and like they'll just like without even rendering anything, they'll just tell you, okay, this is not working. Maybe you need to add more specular to it or something like that. And that's really helpful because like when I worked in production, I'll just like go to the lighting artist and ask them for like if this is something that works or doesn't work. Is something if you can suggest something better, I can go with that as well.
Mhm.
So yeah, it's definitely intriguing process, and like it's a teamwork. Like game is game. Like most projects are teamworks, except for promotional ones. Anyways,
Yeah.
but yeah, that's the thing. Like you need to go like in and out of things and converse with people, and like there are people who does stuff better than you.
Yeah.
Some aspect of it at least.
Yeah.
Just saying.
I'm always surprised when I do my concepts, and for example, I have to do them really fast. Just sometimes just sketches or over paintings, over screenshots, and like I'm giving my concepts to like 3D guys, and of course talking with them, telling about what's the main idea, and like giving them also like artistic freedom to change things. And in the end, when I see this prop, for example, or this environment, like model it and put into engine, and then lighted by the other guys, I'm like, oh my god, this is like 100 times better than my fluffy drawing. And I'm like, this is so beautiful. I'm doing this for years, but I'm always like, this is so beautiful. Please do more.
It just pays off at the end. Like, yes, like, okay, it's worth it.
Yeah.
And in some cases, it's hard to imagine. Like, give them a shitty sketch, and they turn it into something like amazing. Oh my. Yeah, that's about it. So yeah, Jessica.
Yes,
anything?
we are over talking you. Sorry.
Oh no, I'm enjoying listening to. I was gonna mention kind of like that there's, I don't know, I've done work for games and like our game, and then I also have my independent work. The independent work doesn't really follow the same pressure as the right. So like for that one, for the independent work, I know one of the most common things I've encountered is people putting together the elements of their piece, and when they put it together in that moment, it meant something to them in that moment. And then when they try to hammer away at the piece, for some reason it's just not working because they feel like the elements are now fixed. Like the character's in this position, it's with this color palette, this is the way I mapped it out. It has to work. I'm gonna keep hammering away at it until I make it work. And I think people aren't. I think sometimes we can be hard on ourselves and not realize that we're human, and when we leave a piece and come back to it, it might our thoughts about it might change.
Definitely.
And it's good to have like an end sight in mind, right? But at the same time, like things about the piece could change, and beating yourself up over it and saying like, no, it must be this way. Yeah, I've seen that do damage to a composition and like the emotional impact of a piece because somebody just could not.
Yeah,
it's pretty much same with everything. Like if you are not enjoying the process, I don't think the outcome would be that great. So you need to find ways, or like you don't really need to try hard because this is something we love, right? So like putting too much stress on it. I have gone through it like multiple times. I'll just like stress over one piece. It's not working. I'll just like keep working on it until like I can't work on it anymore. And most of the time, the result would be like abysmal. It's like a disgrace. So I just like now what I do is to like sort of fight it off. I will take short breaks. Like let's say I work for 1 hour, I'll take like 10 to 20 minutes off. I'll just go out, like look around, do some other stuff, then come back to it, have some fresh eye to it, and yeah. And I'll also what I found really useful is while painting something, I'll just create a new layer and like mark the things I don't like when I'm signing off, let's say, taking a break. So I'll just mark them off. This portion could be improved. The values here are not working. The composition here could be slightly improved. And I'll come back to it and I'll see if I still feel the same way about it. So it's like a confirmation. Even I'll take a day off if I need to, because like stressing over some stuff, like client work is different. I'm just like talking about completely personal projects, personal works, whatever. So because client work, like it somehow works out for me. It's just like I have a responsibility, I'll have to take care of it, right?
Yeah.
So, but personal work is not like that. It's like I don't want to compromise there. So I'll take as much time as I need, and I'll take breaks. I'll come back to it with a fresh eye, a fresh perspective, and try to make it work. It does not always work, but it's still lot less stress on yourself.
Yeah. Actually, I have like a method for my like professional work. I always like to have like 2, 3, or sometimes even 4 tasks as tasks one time. In the beginning, it was because like sometimes you need to wait a little bit longer for the feedback from our director. And at the same time, you want to like, don't waste time and just start working on something else. And I just like to have like 2 things that are going on in the same time. I'm also this concept artist in our team who like to do like ninja tasks. And our ninja tasks look like that there are like, for example, there's coming our 3D environment lead and telling, okay, Kasia, we have to have a really fast sketch on this one. We have an hour. And I'm like, whoa, hold my beer. And I'm, like it's quite rewarding because you're finishing something really, really fast. And at the same time, you're clearing your mind from the task that you were working on previously. Of course, our producer have to agree on that, okay, Kasia will spend next hour or on doing something else. But yeah, I really like to have like these extra things that can clear my mind and in the professional work, because sometimes there are tasks that requires a lot of feedbacks from different departments. And there's like something that is really quite important for the game, and it has to be perfect. Like, I don't know, the first view that player will see somewhere in some location, and it's quite important because of some reasons. So it takes time to design it, and it could takes like a weeks. So for me, it's always good to have like other task to to switch to whenever I can, to just clear your mind. It's my way of working. I know that the other concept artists like prefer like to focus just on one thing, and that's also cool. Yeah, it depends on the personality. Like for the personal work, I agree with you all. Like it's good to just take your time on things and don't push too much, because like there's enough like pushing in the client's work, in a professional. So like having just like the chill moment with your own work is something like, it's good. And for the longer period of time when you're just doing a client work and you have to like push each time, it's like, don't forget to do your personal work, please. Because you'll get crazy.
It's a balancing, act. Like it's never going to be perfect, but like being able to kind of move between the two is good. Like I know for myself, I know I can get caught up in, we're talking about emotions. I know I can get caught up in so pressured into what my art means to somebody else, that I forget to kind of analyze what my art means to me as well. And I know with the personal work isn't just always stuff that means a lot to me. Sometimes it's just doing studies and practicing stuff on the side outside of contract work, because being able to take my time and work through the process and kind of let my brain do a lot of experimenting and be surprised by things that happen, it makes me appreciate how my brain is doing all of that when I'm doing client work. My brain, you're doing studies of, let's say, I don't know, how an engine works in a motorcycle. And then, when you have to put something together for a client, you just can draw it. You just automatically, you're like, I need to get this motorcycle done in an hour, and I just draw it. And you don't realize that your brain is doing an amazing thing where it's taking the thing that you studied and, whatever, and it's doing it all at once to spit out this thing. So I like to, I don't know, take the time to appreciate how amazing that is, that, all that processing is.
The thing, go on.
I wanted to just do a joke. It's about composing your tasks and your work, so you have your own emotion on the top of that. So yeah, just to going back to the composing and emotion, but by just doing tasks.
Yeah, definitely. I think personal works are the way to go if you want to learn. That's when the most of the learning happens, right? Of course, if you are working in a production, you get to learn a lot. People underestimate how much you can learn from a production environment. So I have worked in some production. Those are very rewarding. So many different people working together. Each have their own perspective on things. You get to take in so much information. And if you have issues, you can just ask them. But personal work for me is different, right? You are your own critique. You'll have to be able to do that. Nobody is there is no art director for you to correct some mistakes you might have made that you can't see. So you'll have to take it easy and you have to take it easy and just don't rush it. That's when the learning happens. Most of the learning happens. And when some complex project comes in, it will all just come together and perform. You don't have to worry about that. That's how our brains are made to function.
So you don't took any feedback for your personal work from your peers?
I'll ask my friends if I need something in particular. But otherwise, I when I'm doing my personal stuff, which are really personal, not studies or not just trying to improve a certain field of the, let's say, this color is not working, the composition, how can I improve that? Yeah, those are different. Those are definitely, I'll take others' fields in it, and I'll ask my friends around it, or just watch tutorials, see how others are doing it. But what is truly personal work, I generally try to avoid any feedback because
that's interesting.
Because I want it to be my own vision. And generally what happens is if you're asking a feedback, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. It just has some sort of influence in it, right? If someone says, okay, maybe you can change this idea around, maybe put more details here, maybe stuff like that. And I, for myself, I don't like painting in details at all. I'll try to do whatever I can in simplest strokes possible. So that's my personal preference. And for truly personal works or personal projects, I'll just do that. And I'll depend on only myself and go through it. But when doing studies or learning new software, learning new techniques, yeah, those I'll definitely take others' perspective in it and see how to do it easily. Because there are people who actually will always, there will always be people who do stuff better than you, right? So while learning those things, go on. Actually,
No, you finish.
I'm almost done anyway. So as the thing, technical stuff, I'll take a lot of help. But when it comes to applying them, I try to rely on myself. Otherwise, it doesn't have the touch I like. It doesn't have your personal touch. And for me, art is about expressing yourself, right? Expressing your like own vision, like how you see the world through a canvas. That's the fundamental of art for me. So if you're asking for someone's feedback in that, then it's not totally you. So it can morph, it can change. Most of the time, it's a good thing, but like I personally don't prefer that.
Jessica?
Yeah, so
as I'm like listening to this is like a weird comparison, but it reminds me a lot of learning to drive.
Oh.
Because when you're learning, because to drive is like a sense of kind of independence, and it's a thing that you want to strive to be able to do. But when you're driving, you have to learn, step by step and learn about the car. And then you have a person with you teaching you how to drive and be with you in the car. And that's like a level of trust, there that also has to happen. And eventually, you're asking for their feedback and their guidance, but eventually you will have to know how to drive on your own.
Exactly.
And, people might backseat drive you, like, once you know how to drive. But you need to be able to know how to drive on your own. Otherwise, you won't have that sense of agency or, like, be able to drive without somebody telling you what's going on around you or where to go. Yeah, I don't know. It just reminded me of like my experience with driving.
Actually, like for my personal work, I also like to let myself fail and look for things by myself. But sometimes I like to take like a final image, not like the process, not somewhere in the process, but like the final image to just show to someone who I trust, because that person knows my work and my goals, artistic goals pretty well. And I'm 100% sure that his feedback will be like on point, but it's mostly feedback about like the technical stuff, like, oh, do you think like the lighting in here is correct, or the composition or proportions or anything like that. But I leave myself like the space before that to just explore. But I tend to like spend so many hours just like, looking at the picture, not working on it, just looking for all the mistakes that could be in here, that in the end I'm like, I'm not seeing anything, just please tell me what's not working in here. I have the like tendency that I just like save the picture on the drive or somewhere, and like I'm turning off my computer and taking my phone and opening it and looking at it and staring and thinking. I cannot just stop thinking about something that I'm working on. So for me, it's quite good to just after like finishing the piece, just to show it to someone who I trust for the feedback, because I know that it will take me a longer time to have a break from it and like to find all those things that I want to correct. So yeah, for me it works like differently.
Yeah, like everyone's a different person, right? Like some like let's say a really successful person took this route. If you just start taking their route and just start following them, you can be good that way. I'm not like guessing any method like that. The thing is, like, it's not really your way. Like, everyone's their own person, right? So they have their unique voice. I think that's an important part as well. So like, take help for the technical stuff, at least from that folks. And most of the feedbacks are technical, yes, definitely. But still, like technical stuff, improve, learn from others. That's the best you can do. But generally, like when you're working something really personal that means a lot to you, just like do it yourself. Maybe try it out once, see how it works, and like you can still call something final, and then show it to something. So you don't like change it there, but you take note from it. so you can improve on it like in your next painting. So yeah.
Actually, I can give you like one quite interesting example of the person that I know. Our concept art lead for the character team, his personal work is like really different what he does in the studio, but his method for doing his own stuff and his own style is like he's just closing himself like in his artistic cave at home. He's not like he's not using any like tutorials, he's not doing any classes and courses. He just like closed himself in the room for many years and developed like the style and like the things that he could just learn somewhere or read in the book, because he wanted to like develop his own taste. And to tell you the truth, his personal work is extremely unique. When you have like this like main art station page, and there when you will put his work in there, is like just standing out like crazy, and it's so good. It's kind of like it's like it's very artistic work. It's not like a concept work, but it's so unique, and that's his method. He decided to learn by himself everything, and like just by observing by yourself things. And he's just like, when I'm looking at his pictures, it's like, do you use any reference for that? No, it's just my head. And I'm like, how do you know these things? So yeah, it depends on the personality. Yeah, as I said.
Definitely.
There was
go on.
No, go ahead.
No, it's just we two talking. You should.
Oh, I can play this game all day. You go.
Okay, so references for personal works as well. I like that's one thing I try to do is I don't take references really early on the stage. So early on, let's say I have a vision, I want to make something. So I'll have something in my head, or maybe I don't. I'll just start scribbling and something comes up. So I'll try not to take reference at that point, because I think it influences your art in certain way. Like let's say you see a reference and it's stylized. It's like, let's say you see a sculpt and it's definitely a representation of the like through the eyes of the artist. It's not really the actual thing, but it can like anything at all. But generally what I try to do is I'll create the thumbnails or like really rough sketches of the thing I want to make. Then when I feel like I'm comfortable, okay, this is the way the painting is going, so I probably need to pull out some references for this, maybe this rock, and maybe some vegetations here, some stuff like that. Then I'll pull out the references. So it like I think that impacts less on the artwork itself. At least for me, that's how it is. Yeah.
And in terms of like maybe go back to our main topic and maybe take the emotion part. Emotion part. Yeah. Yeah. Do you get like get attached to emotional attached to your commercial work? Because personal work, of course, you can be really attached to that. But still, as all of us are working professionals for some time, do you still get like attached to your ideas in commercial work? That could be interesting to hear from your perspective.
Yes, sometimes I do, but not always. It just depends. Like if like in your mind something just clicks and the work comes out as you envisioned it to. So it's precious to you and you feel connected to it. Doesn't matter if it's like commercial or not. Like it'll still feel like attached to it. At least for me, that's how it is. Like there are some works I really like, I did commercially. There are stuffs obviously I don't like not enjoy as much. Not liking is a bit stretched, but yeah, like yeah, definitely like because your art director's vision and your vision might not match. Like most of the times, you'll probably have to come to a conclusion somewhere in between. and do the best you can with that. But otherwise, like there are certain times there are really like these rare moments when everything just clicks and everything comes out perfectly. And yeah, definitely, I feel attached to that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jessica, for you?
Yeah. I mean, when you slave
Yes.
over,
Yeah.
when you slave over, you know, when you slave over the process of something, you're pouring your like time and effort, and you're asking yourself a lot of questions to figure out like the design of this thing. So there have been a couple of projects, you know, where they're not just asking for the final product, they also want all of the sketches and everything in between. They want to own all of it. And those are really hard to let go of because, you know, it's all these sketches that maybe never even reached the end product, you know, like, but it's still, you know, theirs. And it's like, sometimes I'm just like, can I just take this one sketch here and, you know, turn it into my own personal thing. Yeah, it can feel, you know, it can be hard.
Yeah. Especially when you have like a game development that it takes years.
Yeah.
The most of the work that you will do will like never be the final, and everything that you will do in the pre-production is like more than 90% of that, or almost 100% of that, will go to trash because it will develop and you will never like use it. And just like pre-production is like the best moment for a concept artist to like generate a lot of ideas and be quite free about them. And it's like, oh my, you know, we're making this game for 5 years, and it's like, oh, but I got so good ideas in the beginning, but like some things might change in between, so you won't see it in the end in the game. Or sometimes there will be like such big change in the design that your previous designs, even though they are quite good, don't fit it, and you have to change it. And it's sometimes it can be heartbreaking because you spend, I don't know, like really long time working on something. But yeah, that's real. This is the reality of a development that takes years.
Yeah, it's just like one of those cases when you present the client with like multiple frames, thumbnails, and you really like one of them,
Don't
but
show
they
the
don't
other
like it.
ones. Don't never show the other ones, guys. Never. That's the trick. Sorry. Yeah, I learned along the way that if I'm showing something, I don't know, to the lead, to the director, to the team, I make sure that I will show only the things that I'm happy about. Sometimes if I'm not happy about like any of the sketches that I've done, they're like, sorry, I have to show something. But yeah, like making sure that because you know sometimes this is like that the director or the client will choose like the one thumbnail that you like the least, and you're like, no, why?
No, even when like let's say all the thumbnails are good, all the sketches are good, you still would have a preference, right? Like let's say this one I like a little bit more than the other one. So yeah, like it's like a endless thing, and you can never be satisfied about it. But yeah, that's something that bothers me.
The one thing that does change my attitude about it is how having a love for the process.
Oh
yeah.
So instead of like being so attached to this drawing, as much as I may aesthetically love it and want to just like, you know, keep it, it's, you know, there's a part of me that's also like, all right, hold on. I'm not in love with this piece of art. I'm in love with the process, with working with the people, with all of this, you know, letting your attachment to something sever your relationship with your craft or with the people you're working with, I mean,
yeah.
to me, that's way more detrimental to my outlook of how I would like to continue, my creative craft. Like I can't imagine being so attached to something that I would think negatively about, the arts. Like I love the arts. There's no way, can't.
Not thinking negatively either. Like what I'm saying is, it's just like you prefer something a little bit more than the other, and it goes away. And most of the time, what happens is like you like when you're painting something, you have a vision, right? So this is where it could go. But most of the time, when the art director picks something else, it sort of ends up becoming better than what you had in mind. So it kind of pays off. So as Jessica said, like yeah, it pays off. Like the process works, and at the end, like it's nothing personal. Like it's not like it's just a little thing. It doesn't matter that much. It's fine, and it's fun.
There's also a part of us, I think, that truly, there's a part of us that thinks, I'm never going to be able to create this ever again. That's wrong,
Yeah.
okay? You drew that thing, you could draw it again.
Yeah. I think also what's important is like the matter of trust within the team, because if my art director or a lead is telling me that this variation of this iteration is better, I have always like 100% trust, because especially when you're an art director and you're working on a really big project, he's the one who has all the knowledge, about how the other department works and what will fit the best. And even if you're, in your opinion, maybe like the other design is like visually more pleasing, that the art director knows what's like the best for the game. So I have always like the 100% trust in his judgment. Yeah. I maybe will add something, like, guys, if you have like any questions, you can just type them on Discord. So
Yeah,
maybe
we have left. We have
yeah.
we just boom. Yeah, I guess.
Because I see like a clapping hands in here. Yeah. So if you have like any questions, like to the topic or anything that we are talking about, it will be much easier for us to answer some questions, maybe.
Yeah, and not just wander off to some other topic altogether.
Yeah.
There was something I wanted to bring up with it still has to do with like emotion and elements and what things in your artwork mean to you and the people who look at it. But it was back to like getting that critique and feedback from other people. So when I was in college studying art, we had a teacher who first of all believed that somebody needs to want that feedback. Such as, they need to want to help themselves. So he would do critique, we would have the classroom critiques, and if somebody didn't want to critique, they could leave. And if they did want to critique, they could stay. But his version of critique was more asking questions than saying anything absolute about somebody's artwork. So he might like look at a piece of artwork and something to him might seem off, but he understood like things to him mean something differently than to the artist who created it. So instead all of our critique sessions were asking questions. He would basically like say like, why did you choose this lighting situation? Why is the person reacting in this way? Did you mean to have the light diffuse like this? And we found like 90% of the time, if you do a line of questioning, you eventually get to a point where the artist can't answer. And that's at the point that the artist needs to figure out why they can't answer that particular thing. Because, I mean, the most often answer we got, especially in a college class, was, I don't know why I chose it. It was just cool looking. That's not enough of a design choice, to like, and thought process to like, you need to be able to explain why you chose it. Because the context really matters. And if you can't explain it, then maybe something in your artwork needs to change, or you need to rethink something. I really liked that way of reasoning because it didn't make the students feel dumb when they were like just told like you need to change this lighting because of blah. It made students feel like they reached a conclusion that was theirs with guidance of another, you know, a mentor. Yeah, I don't know. That was just my thought on
but
that.
that's really that's really cool because it's something like in the opposite what I experienced at university. Because I was studying architecture, and most of our teachers give like the feedbacks like in the way like change this and change that, like without asking questions. I think the reason for that is that there were a lot of us in the group. Like on the year there was like 200 of us, so a lot. Yeah. So I can kind of understand it. It wasn't like there was like there were different smaller groups, of course, and it's not like the all one feedback workshops were just for all of them for 200 people at once. Of course, it wasn't like that, but most of the time I was receiving feedback like move this wall in here, or like change this and change that, not like just asking your questions. And it's something that I learned just by working as a professional, but in concept art, like asking myself questions, why am I doing something this and that way? Because there's also the way how we work in Techland and how our director is giving us feedback. He's just asking questions. He giving us guidance, like in terms of what would fit better, like the design that we have in game. But it's like it works that way that we're asking ourselves if something is good or bad, and let us make like conscious decisions about the design. So yeah, I really like the way that you had it in the college and I didn't.
Yeah.
And
It is a very different I mean, you can do this on your own, you know, make a small, or like take QA for example. If somebody came up to you and just said, make this guy run faster, but doesn't tell you why or anything, right?
Yeah.
But if you then if a person says, why did you make this person run this, you know, at this speed, like you play it. And if you play it and it feels weird to you, then you're going to be like, okay, I totally get why this is uncomfortable. I got to do X, Y, Z. And, you know, you understand the project way more intimately than like the QA tester. The QA tester might have noticed something, but you're the one who can like really analyze like how to change or integrate that thing in the context of your bigger project. Like, you know, making the character faster doesn't really mean, you know, anything like I lost my train of thought, but yeah.
That happens a lot. No issues.
I think it's like.
But yeah,
also,
okay.
I just wanted to add, like, in my opinion, it's just a matter of like communication within the team. I'm really proud about how we work in Techland, and it's based about like the communication and talking with people. And sometimes I'm joking that 19% of my work is doing like ugly sketches and talking to people. But it prevents like it gives better understanding for everyone what's happening in the team, especially when you have like a really big studio and it can be like really overwhelming with the changes that could happen within like a day. So I think like in terms like the better understanding what we're doing altogether is just communicating with each other, because if any QA will figure it out that something looks off, the good QA will just come to the right person and just ask questions to figure it out if this is bug or a feature for the game, for example.
Right.
So yeah.
Yeah, that's what, like, generally when you're working in a team environment, you need to have good communication and you need to go back and forth to achieve the best result you can. But with that said, like if you're planning on making a portfolio piece, definitely seek help. Definitely ask people who are, you consider better than yourself, or like working in the studio, working in the industry, ask them for help. Most of them will help. Yeah. So, but like if you're working on your personal stuff just to loosen up, just to just go outside paint, just to get rid of the stress, because it's a job and it's a passion. So you need to balance it out. Otherwise, if you just keep treating it as a job all the time, it happened to me before. I have burned out way too quickly. So that's what I generally do. If I want to paint something for just myself and maybe share it on my social media, maybe not. So that time I'll just stick to what I know, try to learn from it maybe by myself, and not seek that much help from others. Otherwise, if you're making portfolio pieces, if you're working for a studio, if you're working in a team environment, definitely seek help. That's the best thing you can do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially working with a portfolio. There is something that I got in my lecture in the beginning of IFCC. And if any one of you is preparing a portfolio and you want to apply to a certain company, seeking for feedback from the people that work there is quite important. If you know someone, you're in a perfect spot. That's good. If you don't know anyone, from my experience, is people would like you to help you. If you just approach them, you can just write an old-fashioned email asking for help, and every artist is want to help you. Yeah.
Right.
If
there might be people out there too, just that you don't even realize can help you. It's good to talk to a lot of people. Huh?
Until you ask them.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Keep going.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, I was supposed to be roomed with liberal arts students, like my studio art students back in college. They ran out of room and they put me with the engineers. That ended up being the most amazing, experience. All those engineers that I made friends with, they're the ones who hire me now and have connected me to where I need to go. So connections might come in places you least expect.
That's the thing.
Yeah, in terms of feedback again, I also will there's one more thing that I would like to recommend to any artists out there, specifically concept artists. It's good to also seek, if you want to get to the studio and you're looking for feedback to your work to be a better fit. Also talk with people that aren't necessarily concept artists, like 3D artists or level designers or level artists, because they are the people that will receive your work in the studio and make it work within the engine. So seeking for the feedback, especially for level designers, if you want to be environment concept artists, or from animators, if you want to be a character concept artist, will also help you. Not only concept artists, those people will also help you.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. Do we have any questions on the Discord? Maybe.
Nobody want to ask anything.
Everyone is listening. Just okay.
I guess.
How much time do we have? We started 10 minutes later or 15 minutes later?
15 minutes later.
So do we want to stay 15 minutes later?
I don't have any issues.
Does Igor have a opinion?
For me, it's fine. Yeah. But I don't know if there's any other panel, because discussing with you and is really fun. But I don't know if we can do it longer.
There's supposed to be the importance of visual language right now starting.
Okay, let me have a look. We started with composition and emotions, and we end up on making a portfolio and taking feedback. It's okay.
I guess.
Do we want to add do we want to add something in terms of composition and emotion, something more that we just talk about? Just more. I don't know, composing your portfolio. I don't know.
Oh, Igor, you're muted if you didn't realize. Okay.
Yeah, but because it will be nice to know if we can continue for like next minutes or we should stop, because there's supposed to be another panel stream. Hello, Igor.
No.
No.
Okay.
Oh.
No, we're stuck here for the rest of our lives. I don't see an email or let's. Okay, so maybe can we summarize somehow what we just talked about? Okay, so composition. Let's be professionals, okay? We started with like composition versus emotion, and I think that we all agreed that those things should work together. It's not something that one of them is more important than the other one.
So basically, you need to consider the emotion you're going for when planning the composition. It needs to happen really early. You can't just like draw a composition and since you like it, you just go in there and change stuff up and try to depict certain emotions. So you'll need to plan really early. That's my take on it.
I agree. Yeah. I will try to...
I need someone to rescue us. Come, please.
Yeah. If you have any questions, guys, we are still here. Yeah.
Challenge us.
Yeah. Hard questions, like, please, just one.
Why does anything mean anything? Okay.
Oh.
Oh,
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Yeah. Thank you, and big shout out to Marco and all the IFCC team for like organizing such a big online conference. It's like for me it's just amazing that you managed to do that. So like, good job, guys. Blubber.
The panel follow-up.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Cool.
Excellent.
So that's nice. So we are going to Discord to follow up chat voice, and thank you guys. It was really nice discussion. Yeah. Sure. Bye.
Surprisingly, it's
Hi.
the whole thing. Oh, hey.
Yeah. But we don't have Marco. No, I mean, sorry, Darko.
Darko.
My bad. The fourth member?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're supposed to be four.
Yeah, Dark is supposed to be joining us
I
as well.
I made a mistake with his name. Can't hear you. Okay, just making sure.
Is this going to be live somewhere? Like
I
for
think,
public?
I think, yeah, on the Twitch stream and the YouTube one, I think.
Hmm.
They don't tell us nothing.
Maybe he doesn't have the link. Just smiling at Devin. So right now you don't hear a bunch of voices because there's people in my street. They're loud.
Tell them to be quiet.
I can't. They're Spaniards.
Yeah, they won't listen.
Very lively. Oh, Dharmar sent me a message on Discord that he doesn't have the link.
Hmm.
Can I send him? Okay.
Hello.
Go. Oh.
Oh, here is the Lord, Marco.
Oh, okay, people can hear us. Okay. You're right. I'm sorry.
Let me just close the door. 1 second.
That's
You're
funny.
talking. You're talking about Spaniards.
I was just talking.
I'm ready.
Yeah, ready.
I'm ready.
How do I see you all? Why do I see myself only? No. Okay.
Okay. All right.
Oh.
Let me
Oh,
set
hey,
my
everyone.
chair then. Let me set my chair then.
Do you want to do like introductions or something?
No.
Well, I feel the guys in the control room are still busy with something. That's why I'm kind of waiting for something.
Yeah, it's a bit distracting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So who wants to start the discussion?
Everybody's looking at the Marco. He looks like a general in a submarine standing.
All right, say action. Someone say action.
Go.
Action.
1, 2, 3, go.
Go. Wow.
So how do we do this?
Do we have like questions or something?
I don't know.
No, we go. We simply
We just start talking.
we discuss. Guys, someone has to say something.
So guys, how's your day, guys? Let's start with that. Marco,
All right.
you should be the host. We are expecting you to be the
Okay,
host.
actually, listen. I wrote down some questions. Okay.
Well, I think let's start with the introductions. Let's start with ladies first. How about that?
Yeah.
Okay, so that means Devin.
Nice one. Nice one.
Okay, fine. I'll go first. My name is Devin Corwin. I live in Montreal currently, and I've been doing a lot of mentorships and teaching, and I've done freelance concept art and illustration, but I really want to specifically move into teaching as a specialty. It's been really nice, like working with students and helping them learn the fundamentals of teaching, or the fundamentals of painting. And yeah, it's just like it's fulfilling in a way that painting on its own hasn't been for me. And talking about how we can use fundamentals to express an idea, yeah, it's really fun verbalizing those concepts. And hopefully we can talk a little bit about those things today.
Cool.
Yeah, let's do it. Okay, do I go next?
Yes, please.
I'm Iris Muddy. I draw and I paint and that's it. Someone else.
Who's the next one? I will be the last one.
All right. I'm Ahmed Rawi. I'm a concept artist and visual developer. I've been working for 10 years in games and films industries. I'm working now as a senior concept artist for Magic Legends, and things are fun.
Am I the one now? My name is Darko Markovic. You may know me as Darmar, and I'm a 3D concept designer that does hard surface stuff, anything that you can think, from vehicles to weapons to armors. I've been working in industry for the last 4 years on movies, games, and I'm known for the Insight 44 project that should have come out this year, but it didn't come out because of the coronavirus. So I'm expecting it to come out when the economy stabilizes. And I'm really happy that you invited me to be on this panel.
Awesome.
I just wanted to add before we start that I think it's really interesting how all of our styles differ significantly, I feel, and I think that that enforces the importance of visual language and the variety you can have within it, but it's still a valid point, you know?
Yeah, I think like these concepts exist outside of style or anything, any subject matter or anything,
Exactly.
and even like hard surface work versus like classical painting, it uses the same kind of fundamental concepts, and even outside of painting, like the ideas of contrast and like variety and unity that exists in music and you know, like dance and stuff. So I like thinking about how those same principles can apply. Yeah, and it's really interesting how our styles are so different.
Yeah, I think that the personality comes in, you know, it's always the fundamentals, they're pretty much the same, but the personality determines the way where you're gonna go and which path. And for me, art.
Yeah, and like which fundamentals you focus on, like
yeah,
if you're like a value painter or you're more into colors, like you're still using all of those, but like, yeah, it comes, you can tell what somebody, how they see the world based on which particular concepts they're using.
And also not only the particular concepts they're using in all of their art, but like at this moment or this year or this last few months or last few paintings, you know, you kind of tell what someone is trying to understand better or express themselves through. And I find that really, really cool.
Right. Maybe, yeah, as you mentioned, like sometimes the artists go through many artistic challenges through the years. Focus on this year on this kind of style, focus on that next year on that style, and suddenly, like the third year, like combining those two kind of feelings into one new, totally one like a kind of direction, and things get totally different, interestingly.
Yeah, it's really interesting, like looking at maybe your own progress over time. You can see like trends. I had a student who was, I guess, feeling discouraged and wanted to see my early work, and going through like those old folders, and there was like clear like turning points, I guess. In my first few years, I was really, really interested in just like form, and like I thought that I had to like really work super hard, like if I want to like I don't know, something to feel like it has weight or mass, like I had to like really carefully draw each plane, and I did a lot of like floating heads for that reason, and I think it was pretty boring. But then something happened where I think it was in 2013, I went to the Massive Black convention and I saw like Tom Scholes and Theo Prins and their work, and I was like, oh my god, like painting is a language, like it's an abstract thing that that has grammar and its own vocabulary. And I realized I was just like doing this very, very small microcosm of that. And then right after that convention, I saw like my work got flatter in the sense that I was thinking more about design and less about like creating some kind of just illusion of something being round or spherical. And I think that's still a valid like component of it, but I learned the greater context of painting in that it's a language, and that what I was doing was just like, I don't know, a particular type of sentence that you can make.
Yeah, I feel like you were trying, that's like a phase that everybody goes to and through and revisits as well, but it's like a really long phase where you're just trying to learn how to say things and you're still not saying anything.
Yeah. My father always, when I was younger, I would talk a lot. I still do talk a lot, unfortunately. But I was talking a lot, and I would always be scientific and explain everything in a scientific way. And I said that in my lecture. He told me once, he took me there, I was like maybe 10, 11 years, and he was like, Darko, when you're talking, everybody needs to understand you. You're talking with every class in the world, with every nationality, they need to understand you. And I think that principle basis on, it's also in the art and in design. People need to understand what you want to say. It doesn't matter who they are, they need to understand. And sometimes you need to get on their level so everybody understands it. And it's quite a hard thing to do, because you need to dissect yourself and to find who you really are and how to translate to the masses.
Yeah, I think that leads us to the big question, which is talking. I mean, as you mentioned, when you have to speak or talk, you have to be fully understandable and clear to the audience and everything. And now when it comes to the visual language, it's something else. And you don't have to speak. You don't have to say words. You have to tell through images and lines and colors and brush hits and whatever. And that's the challenging part of being strong as an artist, to tell the story without saying any word, to give the impression and give the feeling to the audience and the viewer from side of eye or some lens flare, for example, it comes up from the corner of the picture, and those kind of small details can tell a lot about what are you looking for, and what's your interest in your work. And I would like to hear from you guys about what do you think about this kind of how do you tell stories, and how do you tell um, um, like let's say, yeah, let's tell a story behind through your pictures or through your designs and everything.
One thing I like about what painting does in particular is that, I mean, it is different than writing, and it expresses different ideas, and I think it's good to play to those strengths. And I think so the first step is definitely having an idea to express, and it doesn't have to be a complicated idea. I think that's where a lot of people get tripped up, in that it has to be some kind of like narrative. But a visual idea could be something as simple as like, this is a cool color against a warm color, and look how they accentuate each other. I mean, said in words, it's pretty boring, but if you do a painting based on that idea that expresses it, it could be like very, very arresting. So I think like there has to be some kind of introspection, and like, because we will have those thoughts of like, look at that looks interesting, and then stop there. But if you go further and ask yourself why, and maybe those two colors next to each other accentuate each other like that, yeah, like it is a process of kind of listening to yourself and being honest and like introspection, and thinking that is a valid idea to express. And then after you have that, you go to like the fundamentals, like color, temperature, and everything.
So that's something you find that like you have in your work and that you're trying to express in general.
Yeah, and something I often see is, I think this is probably similar to writing too, is that where a lot of paintings go wrong is that they try to express too many ideas at once, and it's kind of like a story that just has no kind of, it's meandering. Like if you have too many characters or too many ideas, if you have like a main thesis and everything is supporting that, you can have like sub ideas, but they should be in support of that main idea. So I try and think like what is it that I'm really interested in, and I don't really want to put too much in there that is detracting from it. And that's like a similar thing again in all art, in music and writing, supporting kind of a main idea.
Dharma?
Yes. Well, I think that us as an artist, we are emotional creatures, and we tend to translate everything to the piece of paper. And I think that I'm a hard surface designer, so I design mechanical stuff, and maybe people can't see that much in my stuff, but I always try to put my emotion in everything and to translate it. And the second thing that I always try is to lead the eye to the brain in the shortest possible way so it understands everything. So when the design is functional, the person needs to understand immediately how it functions. If, for example, if I'm designing an arm that's moving 6 fingers, the person immediately needs to understand that there is a 6th finger and what's the reason behind it. But also when it sees, it needs to have that emotional side, that it doesn't look like a completely mechanical thing. Because completely mechanical things are quite boring, to be honest, and they are called engineering. It's not that I have anything against engineering, but when you see a boxy thing, nobody will like it. Their artist is there to make it more let's say, noble. And I like that a lot about the process. So I think that it is very important to cut the process as much as possible to make it presentable to the masses so they understand everything.
Do you think about like form versus function a lot, and which one do you think about first? Because
Absolutely.
In smart surface design, that's like, that's probably a main kind of contrast that isn't in like figurative painting or something.
Well, figurative painting, you need, if I make a comparison, that's just my opinion, you need to make the stance, for example, but I need to make the functionality. They both need to function at the end of the day, if you know what I'm speaking about, so yeah.
Yeah, it's probably similar to like anatomy too, in that if you break the anatomy too much, I mean, you can probably do that intentionally, like it's on a scale of something that's purely form, and if the design is like interesting enough and abstractly interesting enough, then you might not care if it has any kind of function. But
even if
you have to support that,
it's not. It can go beyond that too in figurative art. It can be like if I don't know. This doesn't have much to do anymore with visual language, but let's say someone is making a certain action or a pose, or you're depicting something in your image, or your animation or whatever, and it doesn't make sense, or it's not even something people would do. That's like another way of interpreting function. If you're using your design language to actually say something that's relevant to humans, or if it's just awkward and weird, like when people go to life drawing and they always know those poses that are, what is that one for? It's just to show that the body can do that, but when
it's like making things cooler. I mean, making things cool is more important than how they function. And you can see that a lot. Even movies sometimes, like I don't want to mention any, but like sometimes you feel like, wow, this is amazing, but how did it work actually in the real world? And I've noticed some. I've noticed some. I mean, even through my learning process through the years, like whenever I draw something or design something, like, oh my god, this is amazing. This is those two parts when they gonna be on top of each other, or if they gonna merge, or if they gonna do something cool. That'd be amazing. But that's impossible if it's gonna go to the modeler or the rigging artist or the animator, most importantly. And what do you think about this kind of point? Do you prefer, like, have you ever made the form language on top of the functionality, or the opposite? Have you think about this, or have you done anything like that before?
I think it's a finite balance of that. You go back and forth. That's how I perceive it. You go back and forth. But what's interesting that you said is that my question would be about your question. Sorry that I'm going with the question is, how do we ground ourselves? Where is the boundary that we go? What is realistic? What is not realistic? What is possible? What is not possible? For example, when you watch Michael Bay movies, they're everything's exploding around. Everything's exploding around, and it looks cool. I like it. There are some pieces that they really do. But how do we determine how much things can really explode? Or 90s movies where you have a shotgun and the people are flying 5 meters in the air. You remember? I always remember that when I was a kid and everything. So I always ask myself, where is the boundary? Who are we to say, and what are we to say? Where do we pull the boundary that
I think it's interesting to take, like, because that often happens in live action, right? Where it's a little bit like of an anime thing, but in live action. And I used to kind of look at those things and be very critical. Like, I know you're making me very aware that I'm a viewer and that you're trying to show me your guns and whatever. And right now it's like breaking things. But then I started to embrace this idea of they're just trying to really push a specific thing. And whatever rules they have to break for it, that's kind of cool. It's part of the art form. And if we held ourselves back all the time to reality, it would be pretty boring, wouldn't it?
That would be art. That would be art.
Like you choose your own taste, right?
There is that also thing. Now we talk about that explosions and everything, and then I remember one of my favorite movies came out, Matrix, and it was perfect balance. It was one of the best movies ever created, and everything was so super realistic. So where do we pull the boundary? You know,
It has
also,
its own like physics language.
yeah, they also used green, which nobody before used in dramatic situations and so on. I think the artists need to explore a lot and feel the emotion so they can translate it to the screen. Doesn't matter if it's a movie, art, music, anything. So what do you think about that, guys?
Right.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was going to say that since you brought up movies and visual language has a lot to do with movies, because I feel like they, whether it's animation or anything that ever had a production design have something to do with it, they kind of, oh, sorry about the noise. Anyways, some of the best movies create their own visual language that specifically exists from the beginning of that production to the end of that production. And if the visual language is very successful, it stays inside people's minds and imaginations for the rest of their life. Like, personally, one that comes to mind when I think of that kind of phenomenon is a movie that I don't really like very much, but Nightmare Before Christmas. And I know how much this movie affected like several people, just the visual aspects of it. And you can't deny how effective that is. So I think it's just fascinating to see how in animation, like in visual development, when you're in that phase and or production design, there's always such an attention to creation of a language, and it's so fascinating.
Yeah, it's like the first thing I guess that you have to think about.
Yeah.
And it's interesting, even when like the director of the movie changes, how if it was established like in an earlier one, they have to kind of stay with it. But I guess there is how much like will the audience accept it changing? Like the tone is a weird example, but I'm thinking of like as the Harry Potter movies went on, like it was established as basically a kids movie, and then towards like the third one, I think Alfonso Cuarón was the director, and yeah, it became like slightly darker and more serious, but I guess because it was gradual enough, and the audience was growing up with it, that I guess that worked.
Right.
And then I guess like a counterexample would be Lord of the Rings having something really grounded feeling despite the fantasy, and then I think The Hobbit kind of losing it with the lack of a reference point when it started becoming so green screened, and like I think that like that concept of having some kind of frame of reference for the audience is just that's what grounds it. It can't be so far off where there's no like human element. Yeah, that's probably what like ties it all together.
Yeah. I like this how the conversation is turning around movies, because I think it's a must like gathering point of the whole topic. You guys just mentioned many great movies like Lord of the Rings and I have too many movies in my mind. Like there's like iconic shots that gathers the whole scene, the whole sequence in that movie. One of the most, for example, like important scenes in that movie, and there's a shot in everyone's mind that they can remember when they remember that shot or that scene or that face or that look of the eye. They can remember the whole sequence of that shot of the movie and or the scene. And like for example of Lord of the Rings, when Arwen she was holding Frodo, and then the Nazgul guys were following her with the horses, and they both are standing in each side of the river, and that iconic shot still in my mind. Like I can when I remember that shot, the visual language behind this brings in my mind the whole sequence behind that exact frame. And I think this is the strong thing about like making the right angle, the right composition, and with the music behind the whole thing, and the combination of all that in terms of the action. And yeah, I think I mean that's what I think about those kind of things in terms of movies. And what so how do you feel about that when it comes to game design? Let's say, like not even let's say this serious games like super realistic stories and super realistic visuals, but even the cartoonish one. Do you think those kind of aspects can have this kind of strengths?
It's interesting with games because now you're dealing with, I guess for movies too, you're dealing with a bunch of different people, and if there's not like a clear hierarchy of organization, of management, and like I guess strong art direction, then it can really easily fall apart. And like in games now that the third-party tools are so readily available, and asset packs, it's hard to have that kind of consistent art direction without like a team of dedicated artists for this stuff.
Yeah, I think that the games that have the strongest art direction, where they've created really their own specific language and there's nothing that can be mistaken for it, those are the ones that people remember the most usually, right? And you like create these associations that enhance the quality. Like not only is it a good game, it's a fun game, like all the aspects are well designed, but it stands like apart from other games in your head. So you won't confuse it, you won't forget it, and it's because it was so well designed.
I don't know, like identity design for even like logos. Like a company it has an identity that they need to make, and if they skimp on their identity and have like kind of a mishmash or low quality logo or something, I mean,
Or even if the logo just doesn't bring the right things to mind, right? It doesn't match them. They might just go completely like off the market. Like it doesn't matter anymore. It's not relevant.
yeah, right. It kind of has to be like in sympathy with the gameplay. It's very difficult, and when you think about like how many people are involved with each of these decisions, it's kind of a miracle that it ever does work.
Someone has to put their foot down.
Yeah.
I think that the simplest, when they're dissected, the most simplest that are the best games. And I analyzed quite a lot of them because of Inside 44, I analyzed how did they make them cool. So each game had some psychology behind it. And for example, Warcraft, that will stay in our hearts forever. Like Warcraft was dissected in a way where you had the strongest units, which were orcs. You had a little bit in the middle units that were humanoids, so you can relate to them. And you had two races which were totally different from anything, and you could choose you're gonna be good or evil. And it was so well dissected, same as Halo. Halo has that weapon system, which is based on the rock, scissor, what's the last name? You know the game, rock, scissor, and paper. And the weapons are completely based on that. And I think that there is something always psychological that needs to be in the game, so the game is created good. And I think I always say that art is more about thinking than about drawing, because everybody can draw at the end of the day. You learn, but the best ones, they know how to think. They know how to think.
I like that point. I think oftentimes, like when you're just trying to get better, get skills, and be able to make something that looks like something, right? But then you reach a point where you're not panicking anymore. You realize everybody eventually knows how to draw, like you said, and now what do I want to draw, and what do I want, like what themes do I want to suggest, or what you look at your portfolio, what is it saying, or what motifs would I like to, like I wanted to know some either visual language like phases you guys went through, if you recognize some kind of thing you did a lot, or that you really like a lot that you still do, or you don't want to let go of, or
yeah, early on, like that's interesting because I think it's good to like copy your influences when you're first starting and you learn from them. I think it's really bad if when you reach that point when you can draw, like past that threshold where you don't have to worry anymore, which is like a perfect way to put it, because it's really true. Like I felt like at a certain point I could sleep better at night because I felt like I figured out these technical problems. I don't have to worry about it. Now I can think about probably the more worrying stuff is like, what do I want to say with this?
Actually, just if I can interrupt you for a second, sometimes you think you're done worrying, but then you realize you have huger problems. Like, because for example, obviously I don't do realism art, so I chose my battles, right? But even within my field that I chose of the way that I want my art to look like, there's so much like that built up to that, and then it's just basic things, right? Like you're trying to, I mean, for all of us, just how to draw or how to make this shape or how to make this volume come across. But then you realize the bigger, huger battle of composition, and like they were talking about in the previous panel, the emotion, the effect, the impact, all of these things that are so much bigger than just, is it a good drawing? Like, who cares if it's a good drawing if it doesn't have an impact on anybody, right?
Like a certain peace almost comes over you. Like you realize how much that there is to know, and that you can't possibly know all of it, so that that forces you to kind of specialize. And then it's like, okay, I'll work at the things that are going to have the most benefit for what I'm in particular trying to say, and not just mindlessly try and learn everything.
Yeah, it's ended up like it's not like having fun, and I mean it's fun after all, but it's not like years ago when you draw something and it becomes like, oh my god, I did this and I'm so proud of it. It's now like it's more like solving problems and combining everything to get like as we mentioned before, things functioning together. That character works with that character, that machine works with this kind of object, and vice versa. And even not with the even like I'm mainly I'm a character artist, but in general I'm gonna speak for the visual effects artists as well, and everything like and the editors and everything can have a share of that aspect as well, and everything have this kind of responsibility to to make things work together, and to support that this visual language that we have this direction for it and we have this description of it. It's solid and it's and functional. And yeah, that's pretty cool. I'm not sure. Well, through years, like I have, I've been collecting many references from artists, old classical works, designers, and like through Pinterest and offline and wherever, and like from time to time, like I like to compare my references that I'm collecting, like last year, to the references I'm collecting, let's say 7 years ago, and see how the way I think through.
It really narrows down, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly. And sometimes like you get surprised, like your work got affected by the references. Your work now is got affected by the references you collected 10 years ago. And that's very impressive when you think about it. And like I still have in my memory like some classical works that classical paintings that have many peoples in it, many people and props and stuff. But you can actually, when you look at them, the visual content in it, you can actually hear the voices of those people and smell the sense of the environment they are in, and that's the whole. That's one scene made by one person. It's amazing when you think about it. Yeah.
Do you ever look at like your old work, and if you were influenced by something back then that maybe doesn't speak to you as much now, it's weird. It's like a different person made it.
Yeah. I have many sketches right now, right there. I have like sketches of mine from 2006, 2004, and it's amazing when you look at these. I don't look at them often. Like I look at them like every 3 years or so, and it's like a time capsule when you look at it, right? It's who is this guy? And sometimes you get surprised. Oh my god, this is really amazing. This should be developed somehow. I should make some time for it.
It's kind of like it's like going back and listening to the music you liked in high school or something, and just like I remember this affecting me in a certain way, and it doesn't now.
Interesting.
I think that it's a linear process of growth. We change, and I'm glad, for example, that artists accept that we need to change. Most people don't accept that, and it's part of growing.
Yeah, I think you have to actively like fight against it, because naturally we're changing naturally like every year, and I think if you aren't open to the idea of experimenting a lot, then your work stops being sincere, because you're hanging on to something that isn't your current voice.
Well,
And,
actually, do you think that some people who hang on to something like that, they might actually still be that person? Maybe they have less variability or whatever the word than some others.
Possibly. I guess I only know my experience.
I think that just every person changes, but at the right moment. It's same with the art. You need to come to the certain point when it cracks and you move on. It's same with everything in life, also with art. It's with relationships, it's with people, it's with food that you eat, with everything. It's like that. There's a certain point where it cracks and you're like, this is not anymore for me.
And maybe like for a few months you'll be doing something where you don't even realize that it's not you anymore.
Yeah, and then either you, I wonder how for most people it is with their art language. Like either they are more interested in something else, but they don't dislike the thing that they're moving away from, but they're just more interested. And I think there's others, for me, for example, maybe you guys can relate. You begin to really hate and resent the thing that you just did, and you don't want to move towards something you prefer. It's not only positive. It's like really there's like no more of this.
Like it's almost to spite yourself.
You need it to end right now.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, for example, speaking about art, I mean, I change a lot in life. Everything changes about me. I'm only goofy all the time, but everything else changes. And when it comes to art, I remember I hated line work. I hated it from the bottom of my heart. So, but very, very early, I realized that if you want to improve in anything, there are some things that you don't like to do, you need to do them, so the dots connect. And I started doing more line work. I did it for 6 months. I was really bad at it. And now I do really good line art. But it took me 6 months of hating myself a little bit in my work, so it improves. And you can see when you're translating to my 3D, you can see that line work in it, as you said before, that you can see the person before. You can see the person who it was and how it all melted together and it became something else.
Mm. I wasn't an online artist before. I was like more painter more than a drawer, and I forced myself like 2 years ago. I forced myself like I have to do this. Like this is weakness, and I have to defeat it. And it was a kind of quite challenge for me. Like I have to do like at least an hour and a half or 2 hours a day, just to force myself, like do whatever I see in front of me. Yeah, I feel you.
But I have a question for you guys. When you start doing something like that, is there a period of the time, adjustment period, where you hate it, sort of hate it, and then it moves to something that you like? Or there is just that switch where you're like, okay, I'm going to do this. I don't care how I feel, I'm going to do it.
I think sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, I think you can't really like force it that much. Like it'll happen naturally if you just kind of follow your interests and not like be too hard on yourself. But it's easier said than done.
It's hard.
Yeah, I think it's for me it was like I had to force myself because I would like to do something interesting with just by lines, and I hated it, and until I found something interesting, I like there's a discovery, some sort of discovery during the learning process.
Trying to reach, right? Not just
Yeah.
itself, the skill.
Yeah, exactly. And when I start, like when I found my comfort zone, I think yes, this is the beginning of I mean, when I found my comfort zone, I mean, after a year of practicing, and because I was very like, for me, like painting or creating character just by like rough brushes was most easier than like drawing it, and I found this kind of sometimes like some kind of characters that are not they cannot be practically done with this method, and sometimes like line work is more efficient for this kind of creation, and
just on that point, like sometimes people don't want to, I'm not excluding myself, sometimes we resist that there's a better way, like a more effective way to say something else, and we want to use the toolkit we already have and we know and we love, but like something else would be actually better for the cause, let's say, you know.
Right, yeah.
That's
take the step of equipping yourself, you know, with the right tool, but it's so hard.
That's really interesting, because I think like all of the fundamental things are like tools in a toolbox, and if you only have a couple of those and you cling on to them like for dear life, then everything that you see you're gonna fit. Like if all you have is a hammer, everything is a nail. And that's, again, like I think the most important thing in art is just sincerity, like above everything else, like being yourself, like writing in your own handwriting instead of trying to write in somebody else's. And that's why I think it's really dangerous to say like that there's a method in art, or like there's a particular process you have to use, because really it should be art as a response to something that makes you feel something. And if every subject that you look at, you have to then fit into what you know already, that's like really, really boring to me. And I think
It's interesting because some artists that are like, when you think of them, you think of one style, right? And you wouldn't think of them as a flawed artist for having that one style. Like, let's say Mike Mignola, like no one's thinking of him as like, how come he's not opening up his mind to using Moto? Like,
well, because that's his,
some of us don't want, and some of us do want, and it's okay. You know, there's a place for each of us, right?
Well, it's like clearly his own sincere vision. Like that's how he sees the world. I think it's different if, say, like you learn like a particular, say, method of constructing the head, and then you have to fit every head that you see into that construction because that's all you know. Like that would now be insincere. He's that's just, you know, he's communicating how he sees things. So yeah, I think that's probably the difference.
Yeah,
I think that art is all about breaking the rules, but not just breaking them. It's about keeping the fundamentals least possible while you break the rules, and it becomes something cooler. So I think that you need to really know the fundamentals, like putting the box and drawing it in the box and everything the head. But then you need to break those rules and to push it a bit further, and that's where the great artists start to appear. They bend those rules like this. They bend them, and you don't feel it. You don't feel it like when you bend it. For example, for me, I know that it's not hard surface. It fits more into your region, guys. Spider-Verse. Spider-Verse bent all the rules. It bent all the rules. It was totally different. It was something totally fresh. But that's what best artists do. They bend the rules while keeping the fundamentals.
Yeah, it was a revolution kind of movie for me.
Yeah.
So for me personally, I really like hard surface work, and I do it for work sometimes, and I like looking at it, but it was never like my main thing, and it's something I enjoyed experimenting with. But talking about like liking your own work, I've never had like much of a personal connection to the hard surface designs that I make until I paint them, and then I can like have, you know, it's more in my wheelhouse at that point. But I find for the most part, especially when I was first learning it, I would just like recycle the ideas that I've seen before. And of course, I'm not going to be particularly interested in what I'm making because it's like, I know everything that's gone into it. It's all just like, you know, a mix of stuff that I've seen before. And I think when I first learned painting, I did the same thing, but it takes like years and years to get comfortable enough with that language to where you can like craft a story. So I think hard surface, or like, it's like as different to painting as graphic design is. So I think if you're like a classical painter, you shouldn't expect that you could become a graphic designer overnight, even though they use the same principles.
Yeah, absolutely. It all takes time. It all takes a lot of time to learn, and that's a great point that you said, because today with all the mess with social media and ArtStation, where everything's super fast, I have a feeling that young artists don't even realize how much time it takes to learn something.
Totally.
Yeah, we are. I think that we are. I apologize if we are not. We are a bit older generation, let's say middle generation. So we already went to the university, saw industry and so on. It takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of time, and I don't think they realize it because they are trying to do everything fast, and that's where not the creativity doesn't come from fast. Creativity comes from that stillness and patience. And I think it's very important that you said that because they will understand that they need to wait a little bit. I meet on the festival guys that are 1 year working on something and they show you something. And they always have the similar problems, which is fascinating. We all go through them. I wasn't immune to them. It took a lot of time to overcome them. But they can become quite obsessive about their sketches. And second thing is that they want to do them really fast. And I always tell them, you will never become creative. You'll get stuck in your, let's say, basic personality because you can investigate who you are or where you can go. And I always tell them take longer projects. I wanted to ask you, what do you think about that? Should they do longer projects or sketch per week, per day, or how do you do that?
You think about it, like it makes sense why this happened, because now there's only galleries. You look at somebody's Instagram and ArtStation, and you see the finished work and nothing behind the scenes. Maybe like a curated glimpse into somebody sketching in their Instagram stories or something.
Yes.
And that's all that you see. And I think when I was first starting, there was like concept art threads with people's sketchbooks, and you see every single piece that that person made in order to get that good. And that gives you like an idea at least of this is how many pieces I need to make to improve this much. And yeah, I think it's a real shame now that beginners don't get to see that. It's part of why I want to start teaching, because I think that's like one of the main issues, being so precious with your work that there's no experimentation, and having that expectation that everything you need to make is finished and a portfolio piece, and that it has to be like posted and seen by people and gonna get like a certain amount of likes that determines its worth. It's very terrifying.
famous likes.
Yeah.
Just like Devin mentioned, about the hard surface stuff, and maybe someone who was looking at your stuff before wouldn't expect you to be interested in it or enjoy that, let's call it visual language of hard surface. And I was wondering if you guys have something that people wouldn't expect you to like it, like you haven't exposed yet that you like that, and do you plan on attempting it or adding it to your toolkit or something,
I can immediately say that I mostly look at the stuff that are not hard surface in most of the days because I enjoy all the art that inspires me and I can translate it to hard surface. One thing that I adore are cartoon characters, that when somebody is drawing them, I really love cartoonish characters, especially from Disney and stuff. And if we can find concept art from the Disney movies, I really love that. And I always try, as I said, because hard surface always misses that personality. When you guys paint, you have a lot of personality. Personality is everything, you can see it. But in hard surface, you can't see that. And somebody who posted like recently Captain Caveman, somebody posted Captain Caveman on Facebook, and I was like, this is the best thing I saw recently. And I have it here hang on the wall because I really love that expressive faces and stuff like that. And I try to implement that a lot in my work, even though maybe it's not visible because it's hard surface, but I always try to do that.
That's interesting. But I mean, how come you find? I mean, when I see your work, Dark Horse, I see a lot of like personality, kind of I can see a theme, a solid theme in each a piece of your work, and you can tell like there's a backstory behind many of their pieces. I think like even the hard surface design has its kind of a personality, and you can tell. I mean, obviously, like for example, if it was a modern or futuristic kind of element or historical piece, and you can go down with each of those categories with the list of with details, and you can fill the whole thing you can tell anything about that piece with that. And yeah, I have a comment about the training you guys you were talking about it, which is not like some artists think that they're gonna learn. They need to learn, and they have to do it like and do it really good with it, like tomorrow or something. It's like to me, it's like a muscle. Like when you go to the gym and you have to build some sort of muscle, you won't get six pack tomorrow, dude. It's it needs at least like 6 months to feel like you're doing a progress at something, and to be good at it. And yeah, that's what I think about that topic.
Thank you for kind words.
Another thing about hard surface, I really like how the design language is like very transparent or like exposed, and it's almost, the work is almost about the design language itself, and like there's like not cliches, but like certain things that I feel like all hard surface artists like are allowed to use.
It's like understood.
Like those, you know, like those offset kind of like dots, and like the 3 dots and then like 2 dots under it offset. Like that doesn't belong. It doesn't belong to any particular hard surface artist, but it's just like who can use it the best. And I think that's really fun. It's like it doesn't take itself like too seriously, and it's almost like pop music. It's like there's a verse and a chorus, and like no one's trying to reinvent the wheel here. It's just how finely can you craft the song using rules that already exist. I think that's really fun, and it's more interesting as a viewer than something where, you know, there's no restrictions. You could do whatever you want.
Yeah.
Then there's no like benchmark to judge it against.
I liked how you said that the rule set is almost like very exposed to the visual language of hard surface. It made me wonder, like, for you guys, when is the moment that you actually realize that something like a visual language exists? Because it doesn't happen right away, right? And when it does happen, you finally key into so much. Do you remember anything about that?
Again, I think it was when I was. It was definitely 2013. I remember the year.
What?
Part of it was that I showed my work to. I really wanted to get like Magic the Gathering work or something. I think I was showing it to my brother, and it was something I was clearly not even interested in making. But it was like I have to do this to get work, so this is what I will do. And
every artist, right? I need to do this to get the work.
That was my first mistake. And he told me like something just like your composition like isn't good, and I had no idea what that meant. And I think I like kind of dismissed it. Because he's a graphic designer, he's not a painter. I was like, what does he know? Then I went to that like Tom Scholes talk, and I looked at their work and like the fun that they had while making it too. And I don't know, something really just did click. And then looking at like old master work, I think part of it was really that, like creating a collection of old master work who really understood this idea that it's a language that you're using. And when I would try and like, so I would do compositions like you have the dark foreground, and then things progressively get lighter. Like it's a play set. Like there's the stick guy in front who's darkest. Like again, this is like a rule that you apply to every composition.
Like, I know how to paint. I know how depth works.
Yeah. But as long as it's dark in the foreground and light in the background, I know how to paint. And I would look at old master work, and it would be like, they're not doing this at all. And that's part of like those sleepless nights that I knew I was doing it wrong. I had no idea what even it was. And then, yeah, I think through talking to friends and stuff who had similar issues with the orthodoxy, and doing a lot of studies, and I think eventually it clicked. But it was definitely that year, 2013, and you could like see it in my work that things got weird.
I like you know that the exact year. you remember it exactly.
But it's August 2013 at 11:15.
It was like a pre 2013 Devon and post 2013. Entered a new dimension.
I exist on a different plane now. It's like the Dr. Manhattan thing. I'm actually on Mars right now.
Do you guys remember some kind of turning point or anything?
For me, turning point, right?
Oh.
For me, definitely turning point was losing my job in Italy. I mean, it wasn't about being a bad designer. I bother people with this story a lot because I think it tells them that you need to work always, no matter what kind of circumstances are, and the dots will always connect. I was kicked out of Italy because I had to work illegally because of the passport. I come from the third world country, Serbia, Belgrade, and nobody wanted me, even though I was really, really good car designer and I had Lamborghini scholarship before, and so on and so on. And it really broke my heart. It really broke my heart because I literally, when something is just not for you and you keep pushing it, but life keeps on telling you go in different direction, go in different direction. And one thing that was always interesting that when I was working with people, they always tell me you need to be the boss. You need to be the boss. Like you always work the most. And I never listened to them because I was like, I'm a kid who's gonna listen to me. And in 2015, when that happened, I had no choice. I had to switch to concept art. I had to become the boss and have my company because there was no other possibility working from Belgrade, Serbia, freelance, and you need to work like that. And it was the best thing that happened to me because I realized that I was going in the wrong direction. And it was a turning point where I was super angry, super depressed, and miserable. And I did everything to change that. And I did. Eventually, I did. The tables turned a lot. And that was a huge turning point for me, that where I was like, everybody, I come from a family, and here it's not like in the rest of the world where you're a boss for yourself. You always work for somebody else. So it's like you come to the company mostly and you stay in the company till the end of your life. You can only lever there. It was like that always. And I realized that no matter what people tell you or what society tells you, and they have plans for you, those are not your plans because your head is only your head and your life is only your life. And I'm not a religious person, so I would say universe, not God. So universe always has plans for you, and that's why it puts the dreams inside of your head. That's why it puts them, and nobody can see them. And I always say to people, don't listen to anybody. Make them direct you, steer you like a boat, but don't let them drive your boat because they have no clue what's happening. So yeah.
Iris, what about you? Was there a turning point?
I can't really pinpoint one, but I know that and I still haven't reached like the place I want to be. Of course, I mean, nobody has, but when I think back to when I like didn't know how to do anything in art, and I kept just having continuously like I think we always deal with the frustration of not being able to get what's in our head on paper, but you get better and better at it, right? Like it's its own skill. Like now it's way further ahead than it used to be for me. And I think I just had several tiny turning points of like, the only way that I'm going to get better is if I tackle this, if I try this, if I put if I put myself into this unfamiliar situation, or like I recognize this flaw and I try to deal with this flaw. And one after the other, you start to recognize what's going on and what you like in art and what you want to take from all the things you like and make it into your own and be your own favorite artist and all these things. So it's always coming out of making sure you're unfamiliar and you're facing things and you're thinking about them. And then you're just putting together all these pieces, like you're building your own map of how it all works, right? And then by doing that, you can actually start putting your ideas more accurately, just like finding out what you want and creating it.
I remember I was maybe watching one of your streams or something, and I don't remember when this was, but I think you said something like don't pay too much attention to the work I'm doing now because like just wait. Like I don't have the technical skills or something. I forget what you said, but I don't know. It stuck with me.
I think that I tend to think like that. I think that each person, once you decide I can reach my potential, and you just have to allow yourself to do it, to keep trying, to keep going for it. Like it doesn't matter, like you guys were saying, how people have to just keep working at stuff for a long time until it does actually click. You're not gonna get the abs in one day. And we're not all just we're all trying to there's a point where we're all trying to show our one day abs, like, but we can't. We have
social media, look at my abs.
Look at my abs and it's like a stomach. But I like the idea. I like recognizing that you are going to be great. You're just not yet, but you do have to give yourself the tools step by step. Yeah.
Yeah, I like that. I think that is like a kind of confident thing to say, because it's like I will get there versus
I might.
Yeah, versus I might. Yeah. And if you're pretty sure about it, then it will happen. I mean, the only thing that really stands against improvement is giving up. That's probably
Yeah, that's what.
Yeah.
Actually, now every time someone tells me, because whenever you meet people who don't do art, they always say, "Oh, I wish I could draw," and you're like, just I only draw because I didn't stop. You stopped.
Yeah.
Anybody just didn't stop doing what they like.
Correct.
Yeah.
How about you, Devin? Any turning points?
Yeah, I said it was
2013.
2013,
Oh,
12:15 a.m. There was overcast sky.
Right.
And you, Ahmed?
I think my turning point was in my career was switching from 3D, like being a 3D artist, into like 2D design in general. I worked as a 3D artist for 6 years for films in general, and I was a sculpting and texturing artist, and at the same time I was like I used to design like concepts and stuff, but not professionally as a like doing 3D stuff. But I felt like tired of like doing 3D work in general, and I have more passion for like designing with grabbing my pen and feel the paper and do whatever I want at there and go crazy. And I think this is the biggest turning point of my career. I'm not sure what could happen if I still like a 3D artist till now, but I think I'm much happier as a concept artist and like dealing with 2D stuff more than 3D elements.
In your situation, do you feel like when you decided to make that switch, you started seeing things that were of use to you making the switch, or was it you started making use of things that you had been paying attention to all along? You know what I mean?
What do you mean?
Like, did you when you switched into this new path? Did you then begin to pay attention to how do I do this well, or how do I use my taste here, or was it things you had already been collecting subconsciously?
No, yeah, I was collecting. I mean, doing as I mentioned, like I used to do like I used to design concepts before, like during being like a 3D artist. But when I switched, I think like there was like the two skills, like the 2D skills and 3D skills are balanced.
Yeah, of course.
On the same. Yeah, and I think I decided like no, this is it for the 3D. I want to focus more on the 2D. I know exactly what I'm doing here, and this is the thing that makes me happy. And of course, I like by that time I need to learn a lot, but by that time I had the fundamentals. I had the whole thing I need to know to start the focus on that part of my life. Yeah. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it sounds like you had just already been thinking about giving yourself the tools you needed and being aware of all of it, and it was just doing it.
Yeah, 3D was like a weird one for me, because there was a certain point where I was getting very discouraged with 2D, and I felt like I realized that there was this abstract language to painting, and that I needed to use that. But because I focused so much on like form early on, my drawing skills were not very great. And I think that there's like this pyramid of importance, at least when you're first learning, that like drawing is by far the most important, and then values, edges, color, those are, you can mess those up. And you could still have something successful. You can't really mess up the drawing. And every idea that I had, I couldn't express because I didn't have that technical drawing ability. And then I was like, all right, I'm just gonna do something else. And I learned, that's when I got more interested in hard surface and learning 3D, like getting very into Blender, and even learning stuff that like I never really had to use, but just like learning the like video game asset pipeline, because I wanted to do something else. And with those skills, I eventually learned that like, you know, it taught me a lot about drawing. And I was able to luckily then take what I learned and bring it back into my painting. And I think that was another kind of necessary turning point, because I didn't have that foundation. I think if I was able to draw better early on, that revelation that there is an abstract language, I could have immediately then started making work that I liked. But when you already have something that works for you, it's very hard to dismantle that and start again from the beginning and make work that you know is worse than something you could make, but that you're not happy with.
I think that the way to do that is to recognize that there's a better way or another way that's like deeply better, you know, like really at the core better. And once you shift from that, you're going to unlock something higher. Like you're only doing this, but once you like, I don't know, you do something you don't like, but then you can unlock so much more. And then it's just, you've given yourself the desire, right?
I was going to say you kind of have to let go of your ego a little bit, because you do have to make work that you know is not as good, but I guess it's in service of then eventually making the work that you know is good. So
exactly.
You have to put it aside temporarily, I guess.
Do you find that you guys are, does other people's influence of what looks good or what they like about your work influence how you understand things or how you want things to look, or no?
What do you mean? Like just general fashionable stuff, or?
I'm not sure. I guess there's several aspects. Like it could even be, it could be what anybody likes or what your fan base or whatever likes or what your friends like. Like, does any of that influence you, or do you just trust your gut?
I think it used to be more. But...
Sorry for interrupting. That's a very tricky question, because sorry for interrupting you, Devin. Please continue. Then I will. I didn't see that you were speaking. I had a lag a little bit.
No. Go ahead.
So when I was working on the Inside 44 project, and I started developing that thing, and I was very careful that I don't get in the loop of thinking that something that gets a lot of likes is a cool thing, because it would make me a loop where I would continue doing the same thing and the book will be the same, probably the same design all the time. So I was very careful about that. I mean, at the end of the day, it's all about the public and how they react to it. It's very important. But I had an idea back then, because I was in studios always designing and stuff like that I worked, that I gather a certain crew of people that will tell me if something is bad or good. Because, and I always have two people that don't do art in that circle of mine, which I always ask what they think, because they are also important. And that's how I approach it. I think that the comment, you need to take it, but again, it's all about cutting it in smaller pieces and understanding it. It's super hard, because, for example, I have a friend that hates guns. And when you show him a gun, then he will say everything worse. But he is not a very sincere person, so he will say it in a manner where he is right, and his ego is too big to admit that it's because he's hating guns. So you have to be very careful with that kind of stuff. You know, it's very tricky. You need also to understand who's giving you a comment. A lot of times I see on the Instagram comments, which for me personally, I don't understand them, but then I try to understand them. So for me, that's a really fine balance, and hard to balance it. Like Thanos says, everything's about the balance. So yeah.
It's always nice to hear nice comments from people. Well, I think that, I mean, yeah, okay, thank you. Your work is great. Oh, thanks, man.
Yeah.
But in general, I think you have to, as Dark mentioned, there's a balance point that you have to put between people comments and your vision in general, and what the market needs in general from your skills, and that's why it kind of feel tricky, because the balance is not always you can't sense that balance immediately, because again, you need some time to understand the audience. You need to understand and follow up with the whole community and the industry, and understand what the needs by that time, like every year. And this is how like good artists um, develop their skills and visions by time, by understanding what their audience needs and what they like and what the market needs at the same time. That's the great balance.
Yeah, it's interesting, like thinking about how maybe it's influenced us in ways that are subconscious, because you think about like what was culturally important, say with like the old masters or turn of the century, like maybe there was these big salons and they had paintings to do over the course of months, and they wanted to make the most impressive thing over a long period of time, still to impress people and get compliments and further their career, but society valued it in a very different way. And now I think there is the temptation to do the minimum amount of work possible to receive the greatest amount of praise, and it's like really possible with social media now, because and I think like how my work would be different if there wasn't that kind of feedback loop of response. And would it be easier to devote more resources and more time to one thing? But I think we're always, at least what the subject matter is, we're always going to be influenced by that. But I think it's a more interesting question of like how it influences the actual making of the work.
Yeah, actually, on that topic, unless someone else wants to say something.
No, go ahead.
You just reminded me of this thing I was thinking about earlier today, about how, let's say you think back to classical Greece, or like there was, how there was those jars where they would paint the figure on them and it would like around the whole jar, or any kind of specific thing you can think of associated to a period. And because we all have that in our head, like icons or symbols of like, oh yeah, that whenever I see that, I think of that period or those people or that culture. And I was wondering about how today it would look so like, what would the symbols of today be, or do you think about how, like, let's say, imagine just the variety of tastes and genres and everything today, and kind of map it onto the possibility of what that was like before. Like, what was somebody who's painting something that you hate, or something totally culturally irrelevant, like back in those days, or sculpting something? There must have been those things that didn't get carried on or documented or taken into account, really. I just think it's like an interesting thing to consider, right? Because when we think of those symbols, it's like the visual language of that time, but then there was probably also things that just had nothing to do with that too. And I would wonder, just like, what would that look like? It's just
Eventually got like distilled down, and like the irrelevant stuff kind of got discarded.
It's like the essence of, yeah.
But I definitely think that still happens. I mean, you look at work like from like the early concept art, like from the mid 2000s. It has such a particular look to it. I guess like the Sijin forums kind of period, and everybody was worshiping Craig Mullins, and you look at that now, and it looks like from the work of that period, there was like this retro kind of look to it. And now I think in a few years we will look back on whatever the trends are right now and see that same kind of how even if we didn't notice it at the time, there is this kind of cultural repetition of symbols and techniques.
Yeah, definitely. I think I'm going to fashion design now, because fashion design is the thing that you see the most, those changes. And they show one thing, that we people all the time spin in a circle. We just advance a little bit. It's like fashion trends all the time go in a circle, literally, like this, and just come back. Like, for example, my mother used to wear I don't know how they're called in English, but when they have like a bell, yeah, she used to wear that, and then in 2004, they come back.
You put your hands up.
Yeah. They just came back and they're different because material production has changed, but the shape is similar, everything's there. And I think that also happens in art. The art only changes where the new media comes out. So we are now expecting VR. Let's see what is next after it. But in the basic, the art is always same and just going in circles. And I like that quite a lot because you need to be, let's say, very special to understand how to break that circle a little bit. And that's hard. Again, drawing is drawing. You said Craig Mullins. Do you remember back in those days that there was a lot of Craig Mullins clones? Do you remember that?
Yeah, of course.
Now there are other clones. There is always trendsetters that put trends and everybody follows them. So what do you think, guys, about those trends? Is it a good way to learn? Because honestly, I think it's a horrible way to learn because you will become that person and you will never be good as that person. Do you think that's a good way to learn, or you should steer away from it? I don't know.
Depends on philosophy, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's interesting that you mentioned the fashion thing. I was watching the SpaceX mission yesterday, and I was very impressed by how the design in general, like inside the control room and the suits and everything, it's getting too simple, and the minimalism kind of theme. I was watching the live. It's like watching a movie, one of the like interstellar movie or some sort of kind of things. Like everything has been changed, like from the things that our minds and vision used to from years ago, and there's no buttons, there's no, everything is clean, everything, there's enough room for them to move around. And yeah, I think this is one of the things I've surprised when I watched the whole thing and started comparing the whole thing from my previous information and knowledge, and now so it was very impressive for me to watch.
I wonder how intentional that is. Like I think in like the original space race, there's probably like a lot of propaganda mixed in with this, and like a give and take between media and the actual design of real life technology to project an image. I wonder if there was the intention of, we can make this stuff look like it did in Interstellar, and then people have this subconscious response to it, like of I've seen that before. We're in the future now, and thus thinking about the project and the company in a good way. I mean, this is branding and identity design. So there must be some kind of department there that is like the form part of the function.
I have to say this because you mentioned that's a great thing to mention. I was shocked when I heard this. I didn't know that they go this deep in the stuff, but the car design production, for example, if you hear a Lamborghini going on the road, you literally hear a bull running. It's the bull is running. When Ferrari is passing, it sounds like a horse running. It's much more subtle. And when you see a Jag, it's literally, it just passes like that. And somebody had to brand that, they go in such incredible detail that it's crazy how much they go into detail. And I was like shocked. I
crawl inside your mind and stay there.
Yeah, it's messages like with your art, guys. When you painting, I think that every artist puts that subconscious messages from the eye to the brain. We are maybe not aware of it, but we do it so that other people can see it and then they interpret it. And the more details you can put in the person's brain, I think that the better artist you will be.
Interesting.
I only have a couple of minutes left. That was really cool.
I wonder what those guys are doing there in that room.
Marco is organizing master plan how to conquer the world.
We have a question. How important is it to be a unique artist with a unique voice? Isn't it more important to be effective at communicating ideas? Well, that's the difference between a commercial artist and a fine artist, I guess. And it depends on your goals. If your goal is to be the best commercial artist there is, then you have to know all of the possible tools and have experimented so much that you have familiarity with all of this, so that when you're faced with a new idea, you have to express that for the client, I guess. If you want to be a unique artist with a unique voice in that fine art sense, then there's a similar thing you have to do, and but it's towards one particular goal, and that's a goal that you have to discover yourself. Like nobody can tell you that.
I think
And
it's
then,
good to see it as like exactly what you're saying, but taking into account that it's like a spectrum, and the earlier you find which spot you like, not only you like, but which spot suits you best and you are actually suited to be good at, the earlier you do that, the better.
right, and then people will come to you for your own particular ideas. You're not going to get somebody coming to you to say, "Can you do this in the style of that artist?" That might happen if you have a portfolio that looks like everything else you see in ArtStation, and there's no vision behind it. But I mean, I think what's a really great place to be as a commercial artist is that you are doing what excites you, and then other people come to you for your vision. That's the exciting thing.
Also relaxing, because your brain doesn't break when there's something that you don't care about.
Exactly.
Oh my God, my head! Like
it's more fun, yeah.
Just really fast, because there's the other question, in case it ends like really soon, about learning a new skill set. I just had one point. I want to hear about what you guys have to say too, but I think that the best thing about learning a new skill set, other than just doing it and setting aside the time and everything, is that you really have to know what you want to use it for and what it will unlock, basically. I like thinking of it as you're giving yourself a key and you're unlocking something of purpose to you. Like,
Totally agree, yeah.
you want to use this, and you almost know what you're going to allow yourself to create now that you will know that. And that's really powerful, because it's like you'll actually want to use it. It's not just it's not out of, oh man, I have to be like everybody else, so I need to learn this, and then you're panicking, and then you resent it, and then when you use it you hate it, and it just fucking sucks. Like, you have to think of it like, I want to make cool things and I actually want to, and this is going to allow me to do it, so you're like fueled, you know. Yeah.
Well, I think it depends as well. I'm gonna make it quick as well. If that new skill set is related to a skill set you already have, and it depends on if you're gonna merge them together or upgrade each one by itself. And if it was like a total new skill set, I think you need to keep in mind that it might take longer than it.
It will. I think it will. Yeah, not it might, because it might is
Yeah.
like it will. Yeah.
Yeah, it depends on how what's the environment and where the information is getting from as well.
Yeah. The more skills you have, definitely you will be more unique artist, and there is no question about it. And it will
Skills that you don't see the connection to, right? Even when you don't see the initial connection.
Absolutely, absolutely. I said that in my lecture. I had on university fashion design, and I hated it from bottom of my heart because I was an industrial designer. And but then characters came, and marvelous designer, and I was super happy that I sat to those classes because I could make the clothes. And they also blended in my hard surface design. But learning new skill set, how do I do it? I always set a timer. For me, timer is super important. Today, 2 hours, tomorrow, 2 hours, and consistency. And consistency is the most important, and I think many people lack it. And absolutely, I also lack it. I'm a human being. And I always put a timer, and those 2 hours are for learning new skill set. And no matter if the world is falling apart, those 2 hours are for that. And I'm not getting up. I'm not doing anything except for that.
When you're doing that, Dharma, do you have a result that you want? Oh.
No.
They are kicking us out in a polite way. Okay. Guys, do you want to switch to the Discord? We talk a bit more there. I see there is a channel. Follow up.
Yeah, sounds good.
Let's go. Let's go.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us for this Concept Artist Roundtable. My name is Mia Arajo, and I'll be moderating this conversation with 4 incredible artists in the film and video game industries. Joining me today are Naomi Baker, Senior Concept Artist at Sony's Sucker Punch Productions in Seattle, Mushk Rizvi, Illustrator and Concept Artist in the gaming industry and now at Marvel Studios, Esther Wu, Concept Artist at Turtle Rock Studios, VizDev Artist, and Instructor at Brainstorm School in Los Angeles, and Yantian Li, Illustrator and Concept Artist now working at Amazon Game Studios.
All right. So thank you all so much for spending time with us today to answer these questions. I'm really honored to have you here. For those of you who don't actually know you or your work, I actually wanted to start with just an overview of your career, like your background, if you went to art school, just walk us through basically where how you got to where you are today. Mushk, let's start with you.
Oh, pressure. Hi, my name is Mushk Rizvi, and I currently work at Marvel. I've mostly been in video games for a while and just recently transitioned into movies. And yeah, I do art.
Let's go with Tian.
Hi, I'm Yantian Li, but everyone calls me Tian, so it's easier. I was born in China and I went to Australia to study, and now I'm here in States. I've always been in the video game industry, and recently I started working for Amazon Games locally here in Seattle. That's it.
And Naomi?
Naomi Baker. I grew up in Virginia on the East Coast and went to school for about 3 years and then moved to the West Coast and have been in video games for 12 or so years. I'm currently at Sucker Punch Productions working on Ghost of Tsushima.
Awesome. Esther.
And I'm Esther Wu. I actually am from New York and went to school at SCAD and now currently working as a video game concept artist, although transitioning to VizDev. So I'm actually doing like a career jump in the moment. But I too have always been in games, currently at Turtle Rock.
Awesome. Well, I wanted to take it all the way back to the beginning, actually. Most kids actually start off drawing, but then give it up. What was the moment that you decided to pursue art as a career? And I'm curious if your parents approved of that decision or not. Mushk?
I actually wasn't drawing at all when I was a kid. I was in engineering major in high school in Pakistan. I moved here to the Bay Area to go to the Academy of Arts to pursue art. Not that because I loved art, but mainly because I was like super into video games. And I'm not sure if I fell in love with art in any, like throughout this whole journey. It was all about like, I wanted to be in video games, particularly work for like Japanese industry because I loved like Final Fantasy. And that was like my main thing that started me and got me into games. But that didn't happen. And yeah, now I'm into movies. I don't know. What else? Well, what else was the question? I'm sorry.
Oh, I was just curious when you decided, oh, I want to pursue this as a career, that you saw that it could be something you could make a living at, and if what your parents thought of that decision. I know a lot of artists' parents are either really against it or actually very supportive, but I was just curious where you stand.
My parents were super cool with it. I guess they didn't really expect me to make a career out of it. They were just like, oh, whatever, you know, she's just going to do her thing and, you know, whatever. So when I told them that I wanted to do this, they actually were very supportive. They moved here with me so that I don't have to like live elsewhere. And yeah, I didn't have any opposition from the family side. It was just me, myself, going through like school and realizing that, you know, like I'm at odds with everyone and I need to work harder. And so I guess from there, it became less about loving art or getting